everyone, if we are. I think I need to check. No, it's not. Oh, it is. Yes, we are. Okay, good. So, good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. Welcome to another amazing event. Recording this would be good. Welcome to another. There we go. Welcome to another amazing event with Empowered Talks. Today we have mindset mastery for you. And the beauty of doing these absolutely amazing virtual events, they're actually epic. They're way past amazing. So the beauty of doing them is they're virtual. And when you do something virtual, there's a number of different things that could go wrong. So you could lose the bio sheet, you could have technical issues, you could come in late, you could lose speakers. So my first speaker is actually a little bit ill today and she won't be able to join us. So we have the pleasure of having Patrick Tuttle here with us, who was supposed to speak at 1, and he was wonderful enough to switch it around for me. So mindset mastery, so hugely important. Mostly entrepreneurs watch this and, just other people. But you know what? Mindset mastery is hugely important in everything. Isn't that right? Doesn't everybody agree with me? I mean, isn't mindset the number one? I don't want to call it an issue because it's not always an issue, but it's the number one thing that gets you through life. So if you're always negative, what do you think is going to happen with that? But if you're always positive, what do you think is going to happen with that? How are you going to see things? You can see them like this, or you can see them like that. You can either see them in the light or not in the light, in the dark. And the way you see it is the way you live your life, right? So with that, I'm going to allow Patrick to tell you a little bit about himself and what he does, and then we'll have a little chat with him. Patrick?
All right, everybody can hear me okay?
That's right.
All right, so one of the things we have to love about the environment that we live in is that you can never trust anything, including schedules and people. And so I think that kind of leads right into being prepared. In other words, this is 100% off the cuff because I'm not supposed to speak for another 4 hours, so I got nothing prepared. Okay.
Perfect. Just the way we like it.
All right. But the basis is that every time that we, wake up in the morning, we have a decision that we have to make. Are we going to have a good day, a bad day, a terrible day? What happened yesterday? Is it affecting how we wake up? Are we grumpy? Are we yelling at the kids? Or do we just take a moment to reflect on what the blessings are that we have in the moment that we have and the day that's going to happen to us, which is unknown, but is actually very exciting if we think about it in the right way. So my business is in the search engine AI space. And so I'm going to kind of go down that road a little bit, but just a real little side note is that one of the things that blesses my life and the mindset that we have, is it all about us or is it all about others? Or is there a good balance between us and others, right? If we're coaches, are we coaching to help people or are we coaching to grow our business, right? Or if we coach people really, really well, then we're going to automatically grow our business, right? Because the cause and effect of what we're doing for other people is going to bless us. So in 2005, not knowing exactly what I'm going to do, which kind of goes into mindset. So Marianne, do you always have to be prepared for what you're going to do?
Oh my gosh, I'm literally almost never prepared, and yet at the same time, always prepared for anything. So this is not my first summit. I've been doing them now. It's coming up to 5 years. And this year I've done a summit, a virtual summit every month And one of the months I even did a 2-day one, and I always do one. Do you know how many times people have shifted, changed, come late, come, not come? People have told me like 8 minutes. I always say 10 minutes, but really it was 8 minutes before she was supposed to go on and she couldn't make it. And I'm like, you know what? It's okay. We'll figure it out. Best case scenario, no, because now I have to scramble a little bit, but can I handle it? Absolutely. Right. And it's not just that, it's like so many other things. Like, what about we all have appointments throughout the day. What if your client's late? What are you going to do? Yell at them? They're going to do business with you if you do.
Or somebody calls you up 4 hours early and says, "You're on."
Or calls you and say, "Hi, honey, how you doing? Good morning. I'm really looking forward to having you on my summit today. Can you come like in a half an hour? You mean in 24 minutes?" And I'm like, "Okay, 24 minutes."
So,
Get sticky about it.
right. So it all goes into mindset. So basically what I was trying to say is that we don't always need to be prepared. Technically, we just have to mentally prepared for the very next step that we
Yeah.
take. As example, I was out the other day. I'm going down my driveway and I twisted my foot and fell on the ground. And everybody in my neighborhood, "Oh, can I help you? Can I?" That's okay. Accidents happen, things happen. We just always have to be prepared for them, right? And so, in light of that, in 2005, just as a side note, Marianne, you know this, myself as a mortgage guy and my buddy as a software engineer, we decided to start an orphanage in Africa. Oh boy, we were really prepared for that one, weren't we? Okay, but somebody had come to us and said, "Hey, I've got some land, we've got some kids, we got a need. You're in the United States. You guys are, have the mindset of helping because we've helped out before and other things." And so, we decided to take a 2-year trek on how to figure out how to set up an orphanage, how do we get with the government and everything else. And so 2005, we set up an orphanage called All Kids Can Learn International in Zambia. And today we run $1 million budget. We've got 700 kids in our school. We've got 240 acres of crops that we built. And all because we have the mindset of success, the mindset of, excitement and trying new things. If we're always stuck in a FEAR mode, we really never get anything done. So I'd like to just start this off with a quote, and I don't know if anybody will actually ever know who said this, but it's basically the one, that I look at, excuse me, I live by every day, and that is, I would like to ask everybody, how many times in life, when you're trying to do something, have you failed? Think about that for a second. How many times in life have you tried to do something to get to an end result and you've absolutely failed in that moment to achieve what it is that you wanted?
Too many times I can't even count.
Okay. Well, I've got some really, really good news for you,
Yeah.
Marianne. The reality of it is you have never failed.
See?
You have never failed in anything that you've tried to accomplish, right?
That's true.
And the reason that I say that, and we'll kind of go back to somebody who I think we all know, and does everybody in here know a gentleman by the name of Thomas Edison?
Uh-huh.
What did he do?
He did
He
a
created the light bulb,
Mhm.
quote unquote, so to speak. History may have some different modifications of that.
Mhm.
But does anybody know how many times he actually tried to accomplish that goal before he succeeded?
20,
1,000.
20,000.
1,000.
1,000. Yay.
Okay, plus or
Good company.
minus, right? And so when he was asked, how is it that you could continue to go through the process, 1,000 times before he succeeded? And he stopped the interviewer and he said, "I succeeded every single time of those 1,000 times. I've never failed in my entire life." And the interviewer said, "Well, how is that possible? You've tried this thing 1,000 times, you failed 1,000 times until you finally got it." And his answer was, I succeeded every time by knowing what not to do the next time. So I'm not failing, I'm succeeding in my mind. And in reality, I'm not going to repeat what I already was not successful at, but I never failed because every failure is a success of what not to do in the future. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely 100%. And if you look at everything like that, really, you're absolutely 100% correct. We've never actually failed. Even though we failed to get to this place, like if my goal was to get here in 10 days and I didn't make it in 10 days, then technically I failed that part. But the other side, I've not failed because I've learned 10 days of stuff
Yep.
get to the I don't know, 15th or 16th day when I actually did do it, or the 21st, who cares which day, right? Because if you look at everything just like that, everything is in the light and not the dark, then that's exactly what's going on. You've learned, you look at what you've learned getting there, and learning is fun, right? Learning isn't just going to a seminar or a school and sitting there taking notes, or even what we're doing here. Learning is everything we do, right?
Absolutely. 100%. So let's kind of jump through a couple, just some key concepts of mindset thinking, and we
Perfect.
can, discuss them a little bit if you like, or, but I'm just going to go through my notes of my checklist like every day, that I wake up to, and I kind of
Perfect.
briefly go through
Patrick,
these
I'm just going
things.
to interrupt you for 1 second. I just want to go
Absolutely.
back. I want to go back to the charity part. Sorry, I wanted to, because I wanted you to complete the thought here that we were
Oh,
doing.
okay.
The charity that Patrick and his partner run is, I think initially, if and you please correct me if I'm wrong, but initially you were going to support the orphanage, and now you've created an entire community out there.
Correct.
It's not just an orphanage that they take care of. And I have partnered with them because I'm actually a rep. This is not my company, but I do sell this amazing product. These are outstanding supplements that are all natural, made from the DNA of the plant. We're going to be discussing these a little bit later today at about noonish, but we've partnered. So if you are the kind of person that would like to donate to charity, if you are in the US, Patrick will be able to give you a receipt for your business or yourself or however. And we're just taking orders here. I will handle that if you connect with me. And we're then sending these to the orphanage, to the kids first, and then anyone else who needs them. So I just wanted to say that, now it's become this big, huge, gigantic, amazing charity. So please continue, sir.
Yeah, we have a very small budget. It's just topped $1 million a year. So it's, and here's the beautiful thing, Marion, right? Because we have the mindset of being entrepreneurs, and we have a mindset of not looking for handouts. We have created an environment over there where we're 75% self-sustainable. We grow our own food. We have our own crops. We teach the kids how to fix the engines. We give them college education. Matter of fact, one of the girls from there just came over here to the United States to go to MIT in Michigan that we got her a scholarship for. So it's not,
Wow.
just like sending money. We actually have environments where we're teaching the kids life skills and so forth, which is really kind of, the way it should be. Nobody really wants a handout. They want to learn, right?
That's right. And they want to learn how to live better. And, like it's education, it's everything. It's not just, oh, here's some clothes, right? Like it's everything. Here's some food and clothes. There's also these to help keep everyone healthier and to help them learn a little more about everything. And I think it's beautiful what you've created. And I think it's, it's super important, that whole, give 10% away thing. I think that's huge. So if you are interested,
Cool.
please DM me or Patrick, and then I will handle the actual ordering. And Patrick is going to handle the actual sending. So you do nothing. All you do is tell me how much you want to spend. We buy some of these and we send them off to Africa, which is amazing. So Beautiful. Win-win.
So what I want to do here is I'm going to pop in a link.
Mhm.
Okay. And this is a link to just some of the talking points we're going to talk about today.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to put that link into the Facebook. Actually, Nikki,
I can't do that. You can do it.
no, I'll have Nikki do it because I can't. If
Got
I
it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, because if I move my screen, it'll mess everything up. So, go ahead.
Okay. So this is a document that, I kind of like review myself, every day. So we're
Mhm.
just going to go down quickly with it. And if either of you have any, things you want to talk about, these are my key concepts in mindset thinking. I'd just like to review them, myself every day. Like somebody puts a boat on the mirror because that's what they want to achieve.
That's right.
I don't care about boats. I just want to be better at what I do and helping more people.
Mhm.
So I think the first one, if I can share my screen or I could just go over this, it's up to you.
Mhm.
Um, so growth mindset versus fixed mindset. Okay. Somebody might say, well, what does that mean?
Mhm.
Growth mindset is the belief that abilities and intelligence can be developed with effort, learning, and persistence. Fixed mindset is belief that abilities and intelligence are static traits that cannot be significantly changed. Okay. So if you kind of are always thinking in this positive way of, like Edison,
Mhm.
thinking about, okay, I didn't fail. What's the next thing? How do I do this? How do I grow? How do I do this? Right?
Mhm.
Then we're going to be in that scenario. And then when you add the positive thinking, focus on positive outcomes and maintaining optimistic outlooks can improve your overall well-being and your performance,
Mhm.
right? So as we're stepping and we're walking into these positive, I'll call auras, positive thinking, you know, all the stuff that comes at us is going to just bounce off our body like, Teflon, right?
Right. Sure.
And then we move on down to resilience and adaptability, developing the ability to bounce back from setbacks and adapt to new situations and crucial maintain our strong and healthy mindset. Now, I'll give you a quick example of that very quickly. My daughter had a very serious accident. It was 23 years ago. We're still suffering from all the repercussions of it. We all have issues in some way, shape, or form that create very, very negative impacts on our life. We can be, woe is me,
Mhm.
or we can search out solutions and walk in the mindset of it is what it is. This is the worst day it could ever possibly be. Let's make it better tomorrow. And
Mhm.
the reality of that is sometimes it is not the worst day that it could ever be. There will be days that are worse than this, but we understand and we accept that that's going to happen and we'll deal with them when they come. Does that make sense?
Yep. Very, very true.
I'm sure you've had situations, and those that are listening to us are in the midst of some of those situations right now. Like my daughter had a head-on car collision at 65 miles an hour. We've been dealing with that for the last 23 years, right? But there are positives in all things that are negative. We just have to find them, And
Yes.
then the other one that I reflect on every day is self-awareness, understanding your own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors in the first step to making a positive change. If you don't know who you are,
Mhm.
let me repeat that. If you don't know who you are, how are you going to take the next steps
Mhm.
when positive or negative things happen to you? If you're only looking at positive, you'll never be able to handle those things that come that are not, such as I just released a book. I'm excited. I'm going to sell 1,000 copies and I sold 3.
Mhm.
Okay. Is that a positive or a negative thing?
Bring it to me and I'll sell more. And
Okay.
that's a positive thing. But I
Well,
love the way that you said that if you don't know who you are, like look at all the different things. I mean, how many times do people ask us, what would you change in your life? Nothing, because if I didn't go through every little step that I went through, I wouldn't be here. Who knows where I'd be, right?
correct.
So everything happens for a reason. 3 books for
Absolutely.
car accidents, right?
But
Like,
look at it this way. Look at it this way also, Marianne.
mhm.
You know, how do you know that one of the three people that actually bought your book is not going to change their life significantly? You may never know that,
Mhm.
right? But you know that if they bought it and they read it, something positive will happen in their life. So you can't look at numbers as the benchmark of success,
That's true.
right? It's how many people you impact. And a lot of your members are coaches and stuff like that. So your mindset has to be, you start with one, make an impact with them so they can make an impact with others. It's it's almost like, refer one, refer one, refer one, refer one, refer one. Just keep referring one, and you change a million lives.
Yeah, and if three books got sold that day, that's okay. There'll be more books will get sold tomorrow, and then the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and who knows? And I mean, you got to think about, why do you write books, right? To impact people, to help inspire them. So if you have managed to change one person's life from negative to positive, and you've helped to be that person who has inspired them, then isn't that already worth it?
Absolutely.
I mean, if you
No,
have
absolutely.
1,000, that's awesome. If you have 1,000,000, that's awesome. But if you have one life is hugely important, right?
I 100% agree. I mean, we wake up every day knowing that, you know, you just take a deep breath and say, okay, throw it on me. Let's go.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I 5 years ago, I think it was 2020, when things were shaking up and
Hmm.
changing. I was like, oh, what should I do? What should I do? Something. I want to do something. Like, what do I like doing? So I love meditation. I love teaching meditation. I've been meditating since I was 15 years old. So, you know what? I thought, okay, let me go out there and do a meditation. And I'm like, okay, but people don't like, long things, right? So I think
Hmm.
I'll just do something called Meditation Minute with Marianne. And I'm thinking anyone can do anything for 1 minute, even the people that want to meditate but don't feel like they don't know how. So I went online, and on Facebook, I would just post a 1 minute meditation every day. I'd come on, and I'd be on there like at the very longest, a minute and a half, but mostly it was a minute. And like, I was doing this for months and months and months, and maybe 6 months had passed by, and I'm like, maybe people are, tired of it now. Like, you're getting
Hmm.
comments and stuff, but it's like, who knows if I'm inspiring anyone? Like, nothing, no one's really saying anything. It's great, thank you for doing this and all of that, right?
We'll just stop it for 3 days and see what happens.
Yeah, and then what I didn't stop it, and what actually happened just in that moment when I was thinking that, literally like the next day, there was this gentleman who had connected with me, and he said, I just want to tell you, I'm super grateful for what you do here with these meditations. I really hope you continue. I don't know, how long you plan on doing them, but I did want to let you know that they've really made a difference for me. Yesterday was a really hard day for me, and I was seriously contemplating
There
suicide.
you go.
I listened to your meditation, and it literally shifted me like in a minute. And I'm like, okay,
There you go.
thank you. That was my sign.
Hmm. Yeah.
That was my
Yep.
sign, and I took it, and I continued doing it for the next year, basically. Like, it was just, and I thought, okay, good, it's helping people. Like, that was what I was looking for, and it was like, wow, that was big, right?
Yeah. Well, and that's exactly what we're talking about in number 5 here. Practice that, right? Every day. Do something to allow you to, zen out into a space that's just your space, where you can have whatever you want to call it reflect internally into you know, that particular day, because every day, every step is a new day, is a new step, and a new environment and a new learning. What happened yesterday is history, and it's stuff that we need to reflect on, but it's not going to reappear today exactly the way that was yesterday. You may have the same scenario, but the effects are going to be different the way you handle it. And what you were just talking about, visualization, you just kind of nailed it. Imagine your goals and desired outcomes can help reinforce your motivation and focus. All right.
Mhm,
Because what it does is it keeps you focused on what? The positive. It keeps you focused on what? The truth of what you're trying to say.
mhm,
You focus on helping. You're doing the meditations because you're doing something to focus yourself on giving back to somebody else that may help them, whether
mhm.
you know it or not. is not necessarily the reason you're doing it. You know that what you put out there, will not return void in some way, shape, or form at some point.
Mhm.
Correct?
It's true. It's very, very true. And you never know who you're touching. And it's also, I feel, and tell me how you all feel about this, but I feel that it's important that you're doing things from a deeper level, from inside of you, and that it's not, look at, we're all entrepreneurs, we're all doing this as a living. So on earth, we need to have money to survive and to pay for bills, or otherwise we can't do this. But that's not the main reason we do it, right? We do it like I'm not putting out minute meditations for myself. I meditate for a lot longer than a minute every day.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really need to do another minute one. I'm doing it for others, right? So that whole sort of let's do it to help inspire and heal and protect others as well, because let's face it, the last couple of years have been really interesting, and I'm in Canada, you're in the US, you guys just had an election, we're gonna have one at some point. And it causes a lot of chaos and a lot of
Mm-hmm.
chaotic behavior and a lot of emotions. And it just puts people sometimes into a spin. It brings out a lot of fear. It brings out a lot of anger. I mean, these are hard energies to have to deal with and hard emotions. So we want to try to stay in the positive, in the light as much as we possibly can, right? So anything that'll work for you. So if that's meditating, if that's praying, if that's, I don't know, reading books, if that's journaling, if it's breath work for me is huge. Breath work and meditation and going out into nature and walking with my dog by the water. I need trees, I need grass. I love the water. Like for me, that's hugely healing, right? So
Exactly. So how do we handle some of the things that we just talked about before? So I've listed, a couple of, practical tips. You've enunciated a couple of them, already in what you're doing. But being in business, and you're in business, and I'm sure most of the people that are listening are, we're all in business in some way, shape, or form. We either are in business for ourselves or we work for somebody that's in business. So therefore we have to be in business with those that we're working with, because it is their business and they're relying on us to help them, correct? So in either way, everything that we do, we are doing it for us, but we're also doing it for the person that we're working for. And that could be just us, but it's really for your client that you're working for. You're never really working for yourself. At least that's my mindset. If I work for myself, I sit in the backyard with a fishing pole. Okay. But if I'm working for somebody else, then I'm motivated to be the best that I can be. And how
right.
do I get to be the best that I can be? And I think we all realize that we have faults. So let's not get too hard on ourselves when we are not really perfect, right? There's not too many people in this world that are perfect. Some people think they are, but we know they're not, right? So in our business, which is the ranking store, excuse me, where we help people get new clients, get customers, um, get their messaging out there via search and everything else, is that I think right now a lot of people are a little bit anxious about this AI stuff. And I'm going to talk to you in a little bit about that, but let's go through some practical tips, right? And Marianne, I know that you're one who embraces the challenge. See challenges as opportunities to learn and grow rather than threats to your business. I'm going to reflect that in your business and my business and everybody's business.
Sure.
Okay. We have been doing things the very same way, with trying to get online, do search, get customers, do advertising it's been pretty stagnant, for quite a long time, a little bit of nuances. And now what we have is something called AI. So we can look at it two ways. AI is either going to be your best friend, or you're going to be fearful of it because it is complicated and you're not going to do anything with it. And therefore your fear will come to pass, which is somebody's going to overtake you in what you're doing, because you cannot sit at the stoplight when the damn stoplight is green. Let me say that again. when the stoplight is green, you have to go. And right now, we're in an environment where the stoplight is amber, soon to turn green, and your whole way of doing things in your entire life online has just crashed. Does that resonate, make sense with you?
So I'm just going to say this about myself. I am not the techiest person in the world. I typically will go and learn what I need to learn for what I'm doing, and then the rest I don't really understand. It's not something that comes naturally to me. But when AI first came out, even at the very, very beginning, a few years ago,
Yep.
I was like, wow, I really don't understand this fully yet, but I'm in love with this AI. And even back then, and I have actually owned my own little AI that I purchased from someone. I want to say it's been almost 2 years, which is a long time
Mhm.
for me to have an AI. And now, like, some of the things that it can do with books. And I'm going to have Nikki, if she's around, to tell us a little bit, because she actually has a program also. And my program, I think, has a similar thing to it. I just have never used it. I am in love with this concept. You could have an audio,
Mhm.
make it, create an audio book like an Audible, and then you can also have it in numerous languages. You
Correct.
pick a language and AI will do that. And I don't think that's a terrible thing. I think that's amazing. I think it's outstanding. I saw one of Nikki's, and I know she's involved with a company that does it. But so if you want to say a couple of words about that, Nikki, that'd be awesome.
Thank you so much. And yeah, my mom was fascinated because she said, I learned to speak 5 languages in 24 hours.
I love it.
Um, I'm on the Great Discovery platform. And
Mhm.
one of the things they do is they have translation,
Mhm.
and that makes whatever creators are putting out there available to people, regardless of language and regardless of location,
Exactly.
all through the power of AI.
Mhm.
And when we can make that knowledge accessible to so many, wow, what a world impact we can have.
Mhm.
So the and I've been warned about AI so many times, and being the disobedient client, I've still gone ahead and used it
There you go.
because I've had to weigh up for myself what are the benefits. And I don't believe that we have to sacrifice who we are in AI, because we can still have the heart intelligence with the artificial intelligence. So AI is something I'm learning, I'm embracing, and being not a particularly techie person, I love it. I
Mhm.
love that I can create a graphic from a description of myself. I
Mhm.
love that I can reach people in different languages. Could I do that if I ignored the benefits of AI? Absolutely not. So, Patrick, thank you so much for being part of the growth of AI's understanding in the world. So powerful.
Yep. And I always think of this statement: whatever you see today is the very worst it's ever going to be from this day forward.
Right.
Yes.
Think about that.
Mhm.
If it's amazing today, what
Mhm.
can you imagine we're going to be able to do in the future? And that leads me into a book that we wrote, and I'll share that with you at the end here.
Mhm.
With how to navigate AI in your business, right? But once again, that embraces challenge, right? And you said at the very beginning, learn from the criticism, use constructive feedback as the tools of improvement, not as a personal attack. Never feel, like when somebody says what you're doing is crazy, like when you first started doing your AI in your books, it's like, it's going to be plagiarism, it's going to be this, it's going to be that, it's not going to be who you are, you're not going to be speaking. Well, those are all criticisms of unintelligent people who are not taking the time to research the viability of what is happening on any subject, not just AI, right?
Mhm.
So most of the time when you get criticism, it's not necessarily that they know more than you. What it really means is they don't understand.
Mhm.
So it's not a criticism. It literally, a criticism is a question to me. If somebody criticizes me about something, it's like, okay, I've done a very piss poor job of explaining to them why they think, and I need to do better.
Mhm.
So to me, it's really a blessing. I love criticism because I learned from it. And if we're afraid of criticism, it's going to put us into that negative mindset instead of that positive mindset, right, guys?
Yeah, it's hard. I think criticism is a part of life, period. Like you have to listen to your clients, you have to listen to your colleagues. And if somebody says something, hey, you know what, you could do this, why don't you try it like this, or what do you think about this? It's also, I guess, how you present it, but some people just can't handle it. And I'm like, okay,
Yep.
I can't have a relationship with you if I can't tell you how I feel. And if you can't tell me how you feel. If you're going to pretend you're okay with what I just said and it's for whatever reason it's rubbing you the wrong way, please tell me and let's discuss it. And then I'll tell you why I said it. And it's probably a way different reason than what you thought.
Yep.
Right?
Exactly.
So
100%. 100%.
so you got communication. Like if you
And
don't
then
have
I like number three, as well from a mindset perspective, celebrate effort
uh-huh.
and progress,
Mhm.
right? So, like Nikki, when you were saying you had to try it, you had to put the effort into it. The effort produced a result that you may at first did not like, but you put more effort into it. You learned you learn what not to do the next time to get a better result. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Right?
Absolutely. And I think that when you hear both criticism and when you see you don't like something, you're actually seeing it from a different perspective that you yourself can't get. So to hear what people are saying and to celebrate that you've made the effort is so powerful. I'm all about celebration. So I love that you emphasize that, Patrick.
And I like to celebrate it in different ways, and so do you. And it doesn't necessarily have to be with somebody else. Okay. I'll give you an example. When we do something and we find an aha moment, I will walk out in my backyard on my porch and just scream. How
I,
about
I believe it too.
okay? It's
Patrick is
like
just
I don't have to celebrate it with anybody else. I do because we have a team, but it's like I get right now, I just got chills,
yep.
you know, because I can feel comfortable in my own skin saying, we just found something nobody else knows. Now we're going to share it. Now we're going to change lives.
Mhm.
That's the celebration part.
Mhm.
There's a secondary celebration is that when you implement that and it does work and as coaches, you're changing people's lives, there's a different celebration that comes at that point. So I think of it as a two-tier situation. My personal celebration and then the celebration of being able to impart that to change other people's lives so that they can live better in their own skin. Does that make sense?
Mhm. True.
So next time you guys come up with something, I want you to, Facebook and say, celebration, hats, balloons, kisses, whatever. Hey, this may not mean anything to you, but today for me, this was game changer. And if coaches would do that and get that feedback not just rhetoric feedback, but excitement feedback, the whole possibility of how they're dealing with the people that they're dealing with completely changes. I got groups of 2, 3, 4,000 people, right? So I get everything every day, bit in, out, in, out, in, out. And I say that from a perspective that we interact every day, all of us. We're not just getting a comment, right? And so I really get excited when I can share, like today, I got another webinar at 2:00. I'm sharing something that I learned for me that I can share to them because I want them to be excited. So you just have to know what to share and how to get people motivated to take that next step because they want to. Here's the point. You want people that you're working with to be excited with you,
You. Yes.
right?
And I want people to work with me, not for me.
Right. So Nikki, just think about your mom, right? And what you were doing. How excited were you that you now learned something that you can share with those people around you that now in your own mind, you're going to change their lives. because you took the time to learn something that was totally foreign to you, and they probably would not do that. But because of you and sharing that, you have now literally changed the possibility of their path going forward for the rest of their life. It almost gets you to the point sometimes where it can bring tears to your eyes because you know how much you're affecting other people.
Mhm.
And it had nothing to do with money, right? Nothing. You're changing people because they can now do something that can change their lives, and you did not get paid for it.
Mm, mm. My reward and my true actual payment is when someone comes to me and says, "Oh my gosh, you know what? I've learned so much from you." That's one of my favorite things
Yep.
to hear. And I have a client, I have more clients, but I have this one particular client that she's a coaching client. And we had to moderate the payment because of her financial situation, but she wanted it so bad that I was willing to let's mold it out a little bit and let's make this work, right? She is so grateful. And every single time we end a session, she's like, "Oh my gosh, I've learned so much. I don't know how many notes I have here." And it's like, oh my God, it's like a pleasure. I mean, if I didn't need money to survive on earth, I would totally do this for free, right? Like it's that. Right? Right, and free also is a tough energy to deal with, but for other reasons, you shouldn't really be doing a lot of free, but there's always an energetic exchange of some sort. But I would rather work with a person like that than a person that is constantly coming up against me, and and constantly resisting and constantly blocking. And I'm like, okay, we're going to keep doing
Yep.
this until we get through to you. It's just going to take longer and it's going to cost you more time and more money. And, are you okay with that? Yeah, but this is why I can't do it. I said, if
Right.
every single session we have to deal with your limitations and you're defending to me all of your limitations, well, then you're going to get to keep them for as long as you want.
So Nikki, how do you celebrate your accomplishments, your minor accomplishments, your major accomplishments? How do you celebrate internally yourself, to gratify and acknowledge and praise yourself on the back? What do you do?
Well, two things I do. The first is I grab my jibber jabber, which I don't have to hand right now, and I shake him because he laughs. And that's my private way of celebrating. But I also share with my core group of ladies who I coach, I share it with them and I say, this is where I've got to, because that communicating that and the way they celebrate with me empowers me and empowers them. And it empowers me because when I see transformation in people's lives, that's the greatest payment anyone can ever give me. Yeah, I still need the money, and I don't need it. I want it. However, seeing people's lives change and seeing that effect that I'm having on the world is huge celebration for me. And I'll be honest, I don't want to do it on my own. But
Right.
my private little thing is grabbing my jibber jabber. And if you stick around till later, folks, maybe you'll see him when I'm on later, because you grab his neck and you shake him, and he's geared to be there to let you relieve frustration because he
Cool.
laughs.
Cool.
But you know what? For me, I celebrate with him because that laughter is exactly what I'm feeling at the time. The joy, the elevation of the total exhilaration of achievement in some way or other. And sometimes for me, it's just making someone smile.
If we go to our last point there, surround yourself with positive influences, I think I'm going to add real or not real.
I love that.
Jibba Jabba's not real, but he can make a difference in your life,
But Nikki and I will call each other too when we're ready to celebrate something. So it's not just
Yeah.
about me screaming in my own condo here, because I got to be careful how loud I scream, because otherwise someone might call the cops. But
Yeah.
we're all,
But
we usually call each other and go, just did
yeah,
this.
yeah, have a, I think there's two things and accountability partners. One is to celebrate and have somebody walk you through the challenges, and have somebody you can call and just, shake your head and their body and just giddy and jump up and down like, crazy, 14-year-old kids, you know,
It's true.
and have that excitement. So, definitely surround yourself with the positive influences. One, as you're teaching others, you are always positive with them, and yet you're kindly critical in not necessarily a criticism environment, but a teaching environment of what might be wrong, what might not to do. It's not criticizing people, it's just sharing with them things that you now say, well, if you like the color A and the color A represents anger, maybe change the color on your website to blue, which represents something more passive and more comforting, and people are more interested in. That's a terrible example, but you get my point, right?
But it's actually true. And what you just said, blue represents trust and calmness. And yeah, that's cute, Vicky. Here, hang on. Can I get you here? Sorry, Patrick, are you still reading off of this?
Yeah, just this last part here, I want to just kind of go through,
Keep that with you, Vicky.
and I'll kind of share something that, Nikki, you're doing something on books, and other people are doing other things. There are things that we are doing right now. So I put this in here. This is going down the road of creating a salesperson, a person who can answer your questions for the dentist, person who can communicate with anybody with any business to answer any questions 24 hours a day. And so I put this in here for anybody that wants to click on that link. Okay, if you click on that link, it's going to take you to our dental page, and we have our new assistant, Jenny, and you can ask her anything about any information that's on that page 24 hours a day, and she will have a conversation with you, and you will not know, you generally will not know that it's an AI talking to you and not a real person.
Mm-hmm.
This is the new technology that's coming, and we're embracing it, and we're building these things out for all of our dental clients. But it can be if you're a coach, you can have your own AI answering bot. You can have your own AI companion. When you're not around, it can send out emails, it can make phone calls, and it can book appointments for you. So test it out. Go to the page. Just ask Jenny about anything that you read on the page, because it is page specific. You can't ask her, how many stars are in the sky. It's not a chat bot. Okay. It is specifically relevant to anything and everything that you teach it to do. So as you're teaching your students, you can have partial trainings of those teachings in here. When a student might ask a question, it will give them the answer. And if you do this and you listen to her, I've had half of the people that I've shared this with do not know it's not a real person. Okay.
Yeah, there's some really great things. Hang on, I'm gonna.
And then the last thing, if you can take that link on the bottom of the page and open that up.
I did. I posted it over in.
Okay.
Did you want me to open it up and post and put it in here and share screen?
Sure.
I don't know if I can do that.
No, that's okay. You don't have to if you post it. But this is our book that we wrote, Nikki, to your revelation earlier, is how are we going to navigate the
that's not it.
platform of understanding all the nuances of marketing for your business in this new world of AI. Okay. And so there's a shift going on, and we've all done search in Google like the same way for eons. It's never changed except till now. Okay. The way that we have to market ourselves and how we market ourselves, where we market ourselves, is completely changed. And if we don't do what you did and grasp this idea, then your business is going to suffer to the extent that everybody will be ranking and finding your business in a completely different way. And the old way is you're going to see declines. So we wrote this. This is the first of 2 books that we wrote called Search Shift. Do not buy the hard copy, please. It's on Kindle for $3.99.
On Amazon.
Well, Amazon Kindle, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Not everyone knows Kindle is Amazon.
Okay. And then the second thing that I'll leave with you is if you like, Nikki, I love what you're doing. I just keep kind of coming back to you because you're not afraid of what is the unknown. You're embracing it. You're searching it. You're looking for it. There's things that you can do, and you created this and you created that. The only way you do that is by what? Putting your toe in the water and hoping the shark doesn't bite it off. Right? But you have to have that no fear environment of embracing what we talked about earlier. Don't be afraid of what's new. Embrace it, learn it, and use it to your advantage to not only grow your business, but help those that you're teaching, the same thing. Because if you learn one thing with what you're doing, Nikki, on AI, and Marianne, what you're doing with AI, and impart that to the people that trust, know, and like you, and they do it, now you've done something positive in their life that's going to change their life, and they're going to be able to help others. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Absolutely. Can I just say, Patrick, that for
Yeah.
me, it comes from being curious. If you are holding everything at bay because you don't understand it, you're going to just deteriorate and stagnate. But when you are curious, you discover so much. And when I started learning, I've only been working in tech because I also have a story that had me off anything, tech, computers, cell phones, anything, until 3 years ago. And I have to embrace what's new out there and be curious to keep moving forward. And as I embrace it, especially in all these different languages, which no, I don't understand yet. As I've been curious, I've found the platform that makes this available to me. Being curious about hearing from people like yourself who get to read your book. So I encourage people to step into stuff that's frightening because it's foreign, and don't see it as something scary. See it as like something exciting to learn because you're curious. If you don't give it a chance, you can't embrace it, and then you walk away blind. But if you embrace it, you can choose whether to open yourself to it or not. And that's so much of what you're saying here. So absolutely wonderful. I'm so excited, Patrick. You and I get to connect. You Gibber and I. This is Gibber.
That's awesome. Hi, Gibber.
I love it. It's so beautiful. Anyways, thank you so much for that, Patrick. When you said, what am I going to talk about? I don't know. Are you kidding? We've been talking for an hour and it's 10 o'clock and Sifu is here. He has joined us. We all know each other. We all know each other from CLA, and the master of CLA is coming on after Sifu. So you will all get to meet Jose later. But for right now, thank you so much, Patrick. As always, it is absolutely a pleasure having you on here, and we will see you next month as well at Authentic Leaders.
Oh, guys, hey, you can pray for me a little bit because next month I'm doing a seminar in India.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah.
Where in India? Which day? Are you going to be available on the 13th?
Mumbai or something like that.
Oh, nice. Mumbai. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's it'll be exciting and challenging at the same time.
Of course, we're praying. All of us are prayers here.
All righty. Thanks for having me on today, guys. The goal of anything that we do, Marianne, Nikki, Sifu, anybody, the goal that we have is to impart something back to you that you may not have known, before today
Mhm.
that you can use in your business, in your life, in your family to connect with people and have a better life. That's our goal.
Thank
Have
you
a
so
great
much.
day.
And I posted in Facebook all of his links. So thank you again, Patrick.
All
Have
right.
yourself a beautiful day. Thank you for joining us. And Sifu.
All right. Hey, Sifu, glad to see you, dude. Awesome.
Likewise, my friend. Likewise.
All right. Talk to you
Sifu,
guys later.
bye-bye. Sifu, thank you so much for joining us. I know you didn't even need me to read a bio. As it turns out, I don't have anybody's bio. So I think this is fantastic. So I'm just going to introduce you as the amazing Sifu, and I will let Sifu tell you all about himself. Sifu comes to us from, is it Farmingdale, New York?
Yes, it is. Look at you.
Look at me trying to remember that. And Sifu and I are regular partners in the bank code. And so we became our accountability partners through that company because we were both taking this course at the same time. And then we continued, and now we're going to be partners in a venture. I think we should mention that venture. I think we're almost ready to talk a little about it to introduce
Sure.
it. 2025, or maybe even earlier, who knows? But yes, and Sifu he is the owner of a 10,000 square foot dojo in Farmingdale. So anyone close to Farmingdale, go work out at his place. But and that's just one thing that he does. He does like 20,000 other things with his 58,000 podcasts and whatnot. Sifu, I will stay quiet.
Wow. Marianne, what can I say? Love you, girl. I mean, you're amazing yourself. And so many accolades I can say for you. And then I don't have all day, but we could, right? So I want to share with you, and thank you for having me here. Mindset mastery. One can have no smaller or greater mastery than mastery of oneself. Oneself. It's about you, my friends. So this is a quote by Leonardo da Vinci. So I want to explore what mastery really means and how it can begin in our minds. It is said that radio became, and I love this quote, theater of the mind. Back in the day, when you had to imagine as the radio personalities would come on and they would tell stories. I recall sitting in Colombia as a little child around the radio. It was usually in the afternoons and imagining what they were saying. I was picturing, the mountainsides or the cabin or the horses they were riding and all the stories they were saying. And it brought us all together. And that was a beautiful thing. We would interpret it in our own way and discuss it further and even laugh at some of the interpretations that we thought and what we initially came up with. So, once again, Marianne, thank you so much for allowing me to share my thoughts and my ideas with you and your audience. I am blessed to know you. So I do have my own definition of a master, as I'm sure you have as well. I believe a master is someone who has become proficient in a skill through years of dedication, practice, and learning. To me, a true master often begins as an apprentice, like I did, repeating simple tasks, truly simple, and learning from the mistakes. Mastery, true mastery, takes time, and it doesn't happen by accident, my friends. It does not, or inheritance. You're not born with mastery. It's a skill. So I've been practicing Kung Fu for about 49 years, and in some people's eyes, they see me as a master. Yet in my own defense, I'm a white belt that never quit. Therefore, I look to learn every single day. The power of a true master lies not only in what they accomplish, but in the people they inspire. Every day, my goal is to help someone. It's how they share their knowledge. They lift others up and empower others to reach their own potential. Think about this. Albert Einstein didn't keep his discoveries to himself. He shared them with the world, and so many other masters have. His mastery wasn't about self-glorification. It was about contributing something meaningful and helping others expand their horizons. I will ask you some questions, and you can chime in or put it in the chat, or even Marianne, you can chime in if you like. But mastery is not a destination. Let me say that again, as it needs to land for you. Mastery is not a destination. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's the willingness to grow, to learn, and to uplift others along the way. Whatever you're passionate about, bring the mindset of a master to it. Approach it with humility, dedication, and the willingness to become better every day. And remember, true mastery begins within, just like the quote I shared with you earlier. What is a master, you may be asking yourself? I've asked that myself thousands of times. What makes that person so special? So when we think of mastery, we might picture someone at the height of their skill, a craftsman, a musician, an innovator, someone whose talents seem almost otherworldly. But here's the truth. Every master began as something else. Every skilled person you admire once started as a beginner, fumbling with the basics. A master doesn't start as a master. They become one. You can become one. Just like a man doesn't start as a man. I didn't start as a Sifu. We all start somewhere. A man starts as a boy, just as a woman starts as a girl. So mastery is a transformation, a journey. It's not a title we inherit. It's a process we commit to. And that happens over time. The road to mastery is long, and it's often invisible to those looking from the outside. But inside, just like it has been for me, mastery is a powerful calling, a fire that burns from within, something that you don't even know you're attaining. You just have a passion. There's a common myth that mastery is somehow inherited, or simply comes naturally to some people. We look at artists, athletes, thinkers, and believe they were born gifted, born masters, but no one was ever born a master. But nothing could be further from the truth. The truth is mastery requires hours upon hours of practice. It is said that to master something, you have to do it 10,000 times. And I don't believe that. Because some people can do something for 10,000 hours and they may be doing it wrong. So therefore, they need guidance as well. So a willingness to be humbled by failure and resilience to push forward when others may give up. Think about a master violinist. When they were young, the sounds they produced, their parents might have gone, "Oh my God, that is hurting my ears." That instrument were probably squeaky sounds that came out, scratchy, even unpleasant. But they kept they kept going, driven by something deeper, because mastery starts not in the hands or the voice or the body, but listen to this, in the mind. In the mind. Mastery begins with a choice, a decision to pursue something wholeheartedly. This is the mindset of mastery. So, what is the mindset of a master? It is a mindset of passion, of resilience, and of humility. It begins with a passion, a fire that ignites when we find something we truly care about, something that captures our curiosity and drives us to explore. This passion keeps us going through the early days when sometimes my passion wakes me up in the middle of the night. It could be 2:30 in the morning. I mean, and I can't go to sleep until I get this out. I have to start writing. When our skill is raw and refined, when we progress, sometimes that can be slow. And then comes resilience. A master knows there will be a moment of failure, moments when they feel like giving up. How many times have you thought, I can't do this anymore? Right? We've all gone through it. But then you go deeper. And the difference between a master and an amateur is that the master doesn't walk away. They don't walk away. They may take a step back. Instead, they lean into the challenge. They see failure as an opportunity to learn, to grow. With each setback, they refine their skill, taking one more step towards mastery. And their goal, truly, my goal has never been to be a master. And it still has not been. Finally, a master has humility. They don't think of themselves as better than others. They don't need to. They understand that there is always more to learn. That mastery truly is a journey without an end. Think about humility. It allows us to remain open to growth. A master may become highly skilled. Think about the masters you've encountered or admired. Maybe you have not really met a master. Maybe you've watched them from afar. Maybe you haven't had a conversation with one. They're approachable. All you have to do is take the fear out and just go have a conversation with them. If they're not approachable, I'm going to tell you, they're not a master. And that's how I see it. Have you ever heard them boast about their skills? No. Have they ever needed to tell you how good they are? Let me ask you that. Have you ever heard a master tell you how amazing they are? A real master doesn't have to. The answer is likely no, because a true master doesn't need to. They don't. They don't need to proclaim their expertise. Their work speaks for them. Their skills are evident in their actions, in the quiet confidence they carry, in the respect they have for others on their own journeys. Every day we have a choice. What are we doing with our day? A master doesn't put others down or seek to elevate themselves above others. I've never seen a master put themselves even climb on a pedestal. In fact, the true power of a master lies in the people they inspire, in the ways they lift others, the way they lift them up. A master teacher, for example, does not simply teach. They don't teach a subject. They instill a love for learning in their students, a desire to grow beyond, way beyond what their teacher has achieved. For me, my goal as anyone I teach, I want them to be way better than me. And I tell them that. I said, listen, you need to practice, you need to do your due diligence because I need you to take over. You're my future. And they're a little taken back when I say that. The greatest joy a master often comes to realize is from their own success. But that truly is not it. Their true success comes from seeing others flourish because of their influence. Albert Einstein did not keep his findings locked away. He shared them with the world, offering his insights and discoveries so others could expand on them. As a martial artist, I know a lot of people, they go, Bruce Lee, and maybe he was an actor and so forth, but Bruce Lee didn't just practice martial arts. He created a martial art. He did this in solitude when he was laid up in a bed. He taught his philosophy, inspiring countless others. Even in death, he still has his writings, his teachings are still being taught today. Wow, that is hugely fundamental as a master, to have other people continue to follow in your philosophy in the footsteps that you left. Think about the strength and discipline within each master. These masters understood that mastery is a gift, and a gift becomes meaningful only when shared with others. Mastery isn't just about a particular skill. It's about, for me, it's a way of living. And I hope it becomes a way of living for you, a way of approaching everything we do with focus, purpose, and dedication. When you adopt the mindset, you have to truly understand to start to approach every task, every challenge as an opportunity for you to grow. You see setbacks not as a blockage. You see them not as failures, but as steps. It's a step in the process. This mindset that we're talking about doesn't just apply to one area of your life or my life or Marianne's life. It's something that can shape your relationship, your work, your personal growth. A person with the mindset of mastery is always, and I mean always, striving to become a better version of themselves. Every day I ask myself, how can I do what I did yesterday better? Even if it's by a tiny fraction. Because I don't want to live the same day I lived yesterday. Even yesterday was an incredible day. I want a different day today. So whether that means deepening your compassion, becoming more effective in your communication skills, or mastering a craft. In this sense, mastery isn't a destination. It's not, let me say that again. Mastery is not a destination. It should become a lifestyle. It's a commitment to excellence that permeates everything, everything we do. True mastery, as much as the inner journey as it is about the outer accomplishments, this journey requires us to face our fears, our insecurities, our impatience. And yes, it's easy to become impatient when you're trying to achieve something. Don't give up. Don't give up. True masters never give up. True mastery asks us to confront the parts of ourselves that resist growth and change in the quiet moments. Those are the moments that a master looks inward and asks, what can I learn from this? Ask yourself that. You should ask yourself every day, even if you don't do it in the middle of the day, at the end of your day, what did I accomplish today? What did I learn? What can I change? Even if you thought it was perfect, to me, nothing is perfect. Therefore, I continue to work on a subject, a project, myself. You see, real masters, they realize that the journey to mastery isn't about defeating others. It's about conquering their own limitations, their doubts. It's about a lifelong pursuit of self-discovery, of pushing the boundaries of what they thought was possible. When somebody tells me, Sifu, you can't do that, usually my response, quiet, is simple. Watch me. Watch me. I don't have to say it to them, but my actions will reflect that. And in the long run, I will prove them wrong. Think about a watchmaker for a minute, a true craftsman of time itself. What? A time maker. Somebody who is a craftsman. So becoming a master watchmaker takes years. It doesn't take 10,000 hours. It may take way longer than that, sometimes even decades. It's a path that requires a sharp eye, steady hands, and extraordinary practice. For a master watchmaker, even the tiniest detail matters. Every cog, every spring, every delicate wheel must be crafted, fitted exactly with precision. A tiny misalignment in a single component and the entire mechanism can fail. For a watchmaker, their journey to mastery begins by learning the basics. This is true apprenticeship. Understanding the anatomy of a watch, identifying the purpose of each part, and learning how they work together. Wow. Apprentices often start by disassembling the watches. They take them apart. And then they have to put them together, studying how they function and putting them back together again and again, and sometimes hundreds of times. They may work with different types of watches. And I'm not talking about these digital watches. I'm talking about real timepieces. Think about it, timepieces. Through these repeated motions, they develop a deep understanding of the intricacies of the craft. They don't simply make watches. They learn to feel the rhythm of each timepiece to breathe life into a mechanism so that it keeps perfect. I mean, I know there's no such thing as perfect, but I got to tell you, those are so close. Here are two examples of watches that many will never feel in their hands or even see due to the craftsmanship and the price point. I'm going to share with you two incredible watches, and it's going to blow your mind. Are you ready? The Graph Diamonds Hallucination. Take a guess. This is one I would love to take a guess for people. How much do you think this watch is? It's the Graph Diamonds Hallucination watch. Who's ready for the answer? $55 million. It blows your mind. $55 million. You're thinking, how many houses can I buy with that? How many cars can I have? How many vacations can I have? There's another watch. It's also by Graph. It's Graph Diamonds, the Fascination watch. It is $40 million. Another one blows your mind. Another well-known watchmaker is the Patek Philippe. People are not fascinated by these watches. I'm going to tell you why so many people love watches. It's not the watch. It's the prestige these fine watches represent. That's what they're going for. This is the mindset of mastery, the willingness to challenge oneself again and again, to strive for growth, even when no one is watching. It's an integral part of our lives, a fire that burns brighter with each step taken, with each failure faced, with each triumph celebrated. As we think about mastery, I invite each of you to consider your own lives. What are you passionate about? What skills or qualities do you want to cultivate? Remember, mastery doesn't happen overnight. Currently, I picked up a guitar. I have one hanging in both of my offices so that whenever I go to my office, my guitar's in, I have to pick it up. It's hanging on my wall. It became art. Now, in 30 years from now, I don't know if I will be a master. It is not up to me to decide. It is up to the people who hear me play it. Again, it is not up to me to decide if I am a master at that skill. But I will only become skilled at it if I continue to pick it up. I got two of them so that I always would be reminded every time I'm in front of it to pick it up and continue to build on that skill. But with the right mindset, you can begin your own journey towards mastery. Today, maybe it's your work, maybe it's your relationships, maybe it's a hobby, just like I just told you I picked up. Something you love, whatever it is, I challenge you to approach it with the mindset of a master. Approach it with passion, humility, and resilience. Strive for excellence, not for recognition, but for the sheer joy that you feel, for the growth. And know that as you walk this path, you're joining the ranks of countless others who have walked it before you. People who step by step turn their passion into their life's work. And so, in doing so, you too can become a master. In the end, mastery isn't about what you achieve, it's about who you become. Let me say that again. It's about who you become. It's about the deep transformation we undergo, the resilience we build, the wisdom we gain. So go forward with the mindset of a master. Embrace your passions, my friends. Accept the challenges that are put before you and allow yourself to grow. Remember, true mastery is not about being the best. It's about becoming the best version of yourself. I would like to have you recall how I started this whole topic. It's about you. One can have no smaller or greater mastery than mastery of oneself. And remember, that was by Leonardo da Vinci. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mary Ann. Oh, I am so blessed to be here with you, my dear.
Thank you so much, Sifu, as always, so amazing. Did you, sorry, I had to, someone's texting me because we need to change some more times. It's like we have to always be prepared for everything. Did you mention your childhood and I don't want to say it, just in case you have, if you haven't, I just wanted
All
you.
I mentioned is that I enjoyed listening to the radio and the stories that I was imagining because we didn't watch a TV when I was a child, right?
What about
You
the
know, back,
disease you had?
back 300 years ago when there was only radio stories and you had to imagine like sitting around the campfire. And so we did use the theater of our mind.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody wants to know more about me, you know, we can do different things, and we're going to be doing so. But think about the mastery in ourselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's with our imagination, and we can become anything that we put our mind to.
And you've mastered so much. Can you please share with them what disease you had when you were younger?
What did I have?
Yeah.
I had so much self-love.
You don't want to say
I
it?
had polio as a kid. I lost the
There you go.
ability to walk,
There
right?
you go. And now look what he does.
Uh,
10,000 square foot dojo.
and I
Kung Fu
train every
master.
day, every day, every day. I have to train because I know what I lost, and I don't want to lose it again. But you know what I've always gained?
Mhm.
Incredible friendships like that gentleman that just joined us. Jose Escobar is in the house.
Jose, prior to you coming in, it was Patrick Tuttle, myself, Nikki Cruz, and then Seafood joined us. And I'm like, oh my gosh, we're all from the CLA, and we have the master of CLA coming in later.
Blessed to know
Seafood,
Jose.
thank you so much, as always, my brother from another mother. Both you and Jose. So here we go. And actually Patrick Tuttle too. It's like, oh my gosh, I love the men in this group, ladies. Are phenomenal. They are what you should aspire to. Now, they all happen to be my brothers, but I'm just telling you, and they're all taken, so they're not up for grabs, ladies. I'm not doing it for that reason. I'm just saying these are some of the most stellar men I have ever had the pleasure of meeting. And for any of because I do coach a lot of women. Any of you ladies that don't know what a great man looks like, come to CLA and see what a great man looks like. So thank you for that, Jose. Sifu, sorry, see, now I'm mixing them all up because they're all my brothers. So this is the way it works. And I'm an only child, so I love adopting my really awesome men in my life and women. And Nikki's my sister for sure. Even though she's
Thank
got
you. I'm gonna head out because I'm gonna go. I have a bunch of shows today. Thank
Of
you,
course you do.
Jose. You're gonna kill it, and I'm gonna listen to the replay.
I'm
Thank
just
you.
going to mention this. Stay tuned because we won't have time to talk about it, but stay tuned. Sifu and I are starting an amazing podcast together in 2025. Come talk to either of us if you want to be a guest on it. It's a special one. And that's all we're going to say for now. We don't have time for more, but thank you. Mwah. Have a great day, Sifu. Thank you.
Bye.
Jose, I can't read your bio because I lost all my bios and my computer's giving me a glitch. So we're trying something new and we're going with it. So I am going to just introduce you. Jose is an absolute amazing entrepreneur. He is the founder and CEO, I think, of of CLA of Connected Leaders Academy. And he is going to enrich us with his amazing energy right now. Jose, you can tell us a little more. He's also a father of 6 and has a beautiful, beautiful wife. And he is just, I love him. He's my younger brother. Go for it.
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Marianne. I have to first start off, as I always do, honoring Marianne. Should I say Reverend Dr. Marianne Pageant, who has earned her titles and deserves to be recognized for that. She creates amazing platforms globally for entrepreneurs, speakers, coaches, authors like myself to get your brand out there, to add more value and impact to the world, and ultimately to create a win-win-win, right? It's a win for Marianne, it's a win for me, and it's a win for the people we collectively serve. And you know, I just love and honor people that are doing those types of things, creating these platforms. So thank you so much, Marianne. Now, in terms of myself, I'm going to be very brief because I want to give you as many golden nuggets as I can and some thought process and some maybe strategies or some things you can implement when it comes to mindset. Because correct me if I'm wrong, folks, but I believe today's event, today's summit is all about mindset mastery. And mindset is essentially what has put me where I am today. And not that I've arrived by any means. Oh, and of course, Nikki Cruz, now that I see you on the screen here, you're amazing. Anybody who has not connected with Nikki Cruz must connect with Nikki Cruz. She's brilliant. She's phenomenal. She has a heart of gold. And she's doing some tremendous things to add value and impact to the world. So thank you. Good to see you, Nikki. And also Sifu Rafael Gomez, who just spoke. I mean, that guy is amazing as well. He's very much a brother as well. And we go way back to EFC in my corporate job before I was a full-time entrepreneur. I used to work in that company, consulting martial arts school owners. And I crossed paths with Sifu Rafael. And here we are. Now he's a part of the CLA and we're doing cool things. And he's doing tremendous things in business. So make sure you connect with him and Nikki if you haven't. So in terms of like 1 minute of myself, for those of you who might not know me, I think a lot of you who tune into anything that Marianne does might have heard me or seen me or whatever at some point in time. And if you haven't, this is your first time crossing my path, well, hello. And I would love to connect with you over a virtual coffee whenever you have time. I'm always looking to add value to people. I'm always looking for synergy. I'm always looking for win-win opportunities. So in terms of myself, happily married to my wife, Katie. I have 6 kids, a 17-year-old boy in high school, has his driver's license now, has a girlfriend now. So my goodness, it's a whole nother phase that I'm not used to, that I'm kind of learning my way in, how to get through that. But, and then of course I have a 4-week-old, so 1 month old. His name is Dominic and Noah on both ends. So 2 boys on either end. And then I have 4 others in the middle. So 3 boys, 3 girls. And I have a background in martial arts, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai kickboxing. I've been doing that for a number of years, more for self-defense purposes and that type of thing. I have a background in banking. I was a manager at 2 different banks, Capital One and PNC Bank. And then from there, I moved on to life insurance. I sold life insurance for many years. And then I got into property and casualty with Liberty Mutual and State Farm. So that was about maybe 15 to 17 years, corporate suit and tie, 9 to 5, 4 walls kind of a thing. Eventually I got tired of it and I said, you know what, I want to be in a position where I can show up in a t-shirt like I am right now, or a hoodie or a hat, and not be critiqued because I'm not professional enough, right? And also I wanted more autonomy and less micromanagement. So I decided to go into the martial arts industry. I was a coach consultant for martial arts school owners. I helped a ton of martial arts school owners grow their businesses all across the country and even internationally as well. And that really put me on the map with the company. They ended up promoting me to sales director for the US territory. So I was overseeing the country and anything and everything sales. That went really well. And I was improving their bottom line. And I realized, you know what, I should do something for myself. I should start my own business. I launched 2 companies, January 15th of 2022. And those 2 companies in 15 months generated 7 figures organically. When I say organically, I mean no website, no paid ads, no marketing budget, no SEO, no funnels, no AI, no tech, no CRM, and not 1 email was sent out. Everything I built was just word of mouth, organic growth. And the companies I have, Entrepreneurs Bookshelf, Connected Leaders Academy. The Entrepreneurs Bookshelf is my coaching, author, speaker business. I have a number of courses and programs that I sell. I'm a 15-time best-selling author, a few-time international best-selling author. I forgot how many of those. And of course, I'm a professional paid speaker. So I travel the country. I speak on stages all the time. Just got back from Greece. I spoke in Santorini, Greece at a mastermind event there. And I spoke this past weekend at the BCN conference last weekend, as well as my own event, Mastermind Dinner. And now I'm speaking here. So a lot of speaking. I love speaking. And then my other company, Connected Leaders Academy, is a global networking group of entrepreneurs, 436 paid members in 46 states and 24 international countries, growing every day to the tune of about 1 new member per day, all organic referral based, and our retention is very, very, very high. And then, of course, I have live events. I host events around the country. I do 4 global virtual events similar to this. And then I have 4 in-person live events, one of which is this weekend. So I will also be speaking this weekend, not only here, but at my own event, Speaker Mastermind Live at the Omni Bedford Springs in Pennsylvania. It's Bedford, Pennsylvania. It's a little hole in the wall area there. Beautiful. They have a 4-star resort and spa called the Omni Bedford Springs. It's gorgeous. So we have about 15 or so speakers that are looking to level up their speaking game. They're going to come and join this event that I'm hosting along with Brandon Godoris from Warm Heart Life. So we're looking forward to seeing many of you there. And that's going to be fun. So I do a lot of events, of course, branded merchandise like everybody else that I sell everywhere I go. I have anthologies as well. So people pay me to get into my books that go bestseller, international bestseller as well. And I have a mastermind called the Diamond Club, which is more my high ticket offer for folks who want to level up at another level in their business. So there is a lot of moving parts. Now, the reason why I spent about 3 or 4 minutes to even share that with you is because all of that would not have been possible. And I wanted to make it very clear and adamant what I've created, because none of that would have been possible if I didn't have the right mindset. Mindset is the difference maker. Mindset is that slight edge that separates you from the people who want something and the people who do something and actually get those things, right? I don't know. I think it was Lori from Shark Tank. I just saw this the other day. I was watching Shark Tank, their new season. And Lori, I forget her last name, but she said on the Shark Tank stage as one of the judges there, she said, the dream is free, but the hustle is sold separately. Powerful. I've heard that before from somebody else, and I don't know whose quote that is, but it's a powerful statement. And really digest it and think about it. The dream is free, but the hustle is sold separately. Anybody can dream a dream and have this vision of where they want to be in their life. They might have these burning desires, or let's just say desires to achieve greatness in life. And greatness is, interpreted differently by everyone, because 2 people can look at the same thing and see something completely different. So everyone wants to have things in life, not just tangible physical things, but also intangible things like time freedom, right? We all want financial freedom to where we don't have to look at the menu from, left to right. Let's look at the price first before we decide what we want to eat. No, how about you just look at what you want to eat and just pay for it, right? That's called lifestyle. How about rolling over in the morning instead of rolling out, right? If you want to sleep more, sleep more. I've heard this before where, how about the toe test in the morning where you put your toe out and kind of touch the floor with your toe. And if you don't feel ready, then you just pop that foot back in your bed and stay in your bed, because you have freedom. You have the ability to do so. You're in charge. You're the boss. Right? If you want to get a raise, you don't have to wait for your boss to tell you, hey, I'm going to give you a raise, or hey, boss, can you please give me a raise? No, you are in charge. If you want to get a raise, you work harder that day. You just get more resourceful that day. Maybe you put in more time that day. Maybe you get creative in a different way that day. Maybe you launch something new, a new entity, whatever it is. But you have the ability to give yourself a raise. So there's so many things that come with having the right mindset and execute on that right mindset. And it doesn't have to be entrepreneurship. It doesn't have to be entrepreneurship. I know people that have just a career in a typical job, but it's a high level career and they're getting paid a lot of money and they have freedom too, because they get to work from home. And we're now in the era where people get to work remotely in their house a lot, which is, neither here nor there. With the right person, that could be amazing. With the wrong person, that could be detrimental to your business because they might be working 2 hours and milking you for 6 and you don't even know it. So again, it all goes back down to the importance of developing the right mindset. Do you have a dream? Do you have a vision? Do you have goals? Can I tell you something? Most people do. Most people do. Maybe not the third one, not the goals, but they have a vision and they have a dream. A lot of people have that. But most people don't have the right mindset to take on those goals and dreams and visions. They just don't have the right mindset. It's a very fragile mindset. The first time the wind blows, they're out. I can't do it. It's not for me. I tried. You know what Yoda says in Star Wars? There is no try, just do. Try to drop this pen. I'm going to try to drop this pen. It doesn't exist. I'm trying to drop it. No, you either drop the pen or you don't drop the pen. I can't try to drop the pen. You either do it or you don't. That's life, folks. So you either do something or you don't do it. And that's the reality. And we can disagree, and that's okay. We're still friends. Anybody can look at something and see something completely different. Two people can look at the same thing and see something completely different. Have you ever done this test where you look at your finger and you just stare at it? So if you put your hand right above your head, right, and you're doing this and you're looking up at your hand and you're doing clockwise, right? You're going clockwise as it's above your head. It has to be all the way above your head. You're going clockwise. Keep doing that and keep doing this and keep coming down, and look over your head, right? What happened? Up here, it's clockwise. Down here, it's counterclockwise. Nothing changed. The actual movement of your hand didn't change. The only thing that changed is your perspective, right? Your perspective changed from looking up to looking down. And then all of a sudden, you see something completely different. That's how life works. Similar concepts. You have to be able to see things through a lens of a winning attitude. You got to be able to see things through a lens with a mental toughness that is uncanny and second to none. Does your mindset have calluses on it? That shows that you've put in the work. That shows that you've been hit hard before. That shows that when you fall 7 times, you get up 8. Does your mindset have that power? Does it have that ability? Have you strengthened your mindset? Just like you work out in the gym and you're pumping iron, you're doing all these things and bench press and shoulder press and curls and all that. Just like you're doing that in the gym, working out your muscles and so they don't get flabby or weak or lose any density or whatever in your body. Just like you take care of that physically, are you taking care of your mindset? Are you nurturing your mind? Are you strengthening your mind? How do you do that? Well, you should read books. You should listen to podcasts. You should attend summits like this one. You should attend physical summits in person and global events, conferences, boot camps, masterminds. Do you have a coach and a mentor that stimulates you to be better? Are you a part of a community like Connected Leaders Academy that's going to be a place where iron sharpens iron, where people push you to be better? Are you watching videos on YouTube in areas where you're not so strong? Are you paying for courses and programs, investing in yourself and in your business? Ask yourself these questions. If you answered no to a lot of these questions, can I tell you something? What are you doing? What are you doing? Because all of these things are going to help develop the mindset that you're after, the mindset that's required. It is not optional, folks. If you want to be successful in life and in business, you have to have a resilient mindset. You have to have mastery over your mindset. You have to have a mindset that does not collapse upon the first challenge that presents itself. And I'm going to give you a real-time example today. I'm going to give you a real-time example today of something that just happened today. And I'm not going to name names because this is a private conversation, but I'm going to give you an example of mindset mastery, of resilience, of tenacity, of perseverance, of grit, of discipline, of laser focus, of commitment, of follow through. I can keep going and give you all kinds of words. I'm going to give you one story of something that just happened today, and I'm not going to name any names, but I'm going to tell you a story that tells you all about mindset. And that story is quite simple. It's a quick one. We have an event this weekend. called the Speaker Mastermind Live at the Omni Bedford Springs. First of all, who wouldn't want to spend a weekend at a beautiful, beautiful 4-star, triple A, whatever that means, resort and spa? Who wouldn't want to spend a weekend there that has a golf course and has beautiful walking areas outside, has pools and indoor and outdoor, has spas, has all kinds of entertainment, restaurants and bars, and gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous place. Who would not want to spend time there that weekend? Not to mention to learn from myself and Brandon Godoris on how to level up your speaking career, right? You know what I'm good at? I wouldn't classify myself as a phenomenal first-class speaker that has gone to all the courses and all the programs, and I'm this guy who everyone wants to come to learn how to speak well. No, I'm the guy who can teach you how to monetize stages, to where once you're in a room and you speak on a stage, how the people that you network with in that room come into your world and how you can make money from speaking from stage without necessarily getting paid to be on the stage, right? I can teach that because I do it all the time, everywhere I go. Now, who wouldn't want to come to an event to learn from me and Brandon in an environment like that, a beautiful resort and spa? Who wouldn't want to do that? And can I tell you something? When you're learning from somebody like me and Brandon, 1 + 1 does not equal 2. It's much more than that. And for some of you, you'll get that later. 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2 in this case, when you're coming to learn from us, with all humility, of course. So we've put in our time. We've made the mistakes. We've paid the experts to teach us how to be experts. We're doing the thing that we're there to teach. So I had one person that reached out to me this morning, and this is the story of resilience and mindset, all the things that I'm telling you. I had one person that reached out to me this morning and said, Jose, I have a problem. I missed my flight. I won't be able to make it to your event this weekend. I'm distraught. I wanted to be there. I wish I could have been there. Now, immediately, the first thought that came to my mind was, most people, you know what most people will do? Most people will throw in the towel and say, it is what it is. It's all over. I can't do it. I'm going to turn around and go home. That's what most people would do. Somebody who's developed mindset mastery, somebody who has perseverance and grit, somebody who is resourceful, somebody who is a winner, because winners always find a way to what? To win. Somebody who is used to being kicked and punched and thrown to the ground and having life blow them heavily like a hurricane, and you hit a brick wall and hit the ground, and then they understand what it means to get back up. Somebody who's developed mental toughness, has rhino skin, right? Has mental calluses and can handle things in business. And I'm telling you, business is not an easy road. It's very bumpy. That's why it's not for most people. So most people in that situation, I missed my flight. I'm frustrated. I spent money. I get, and the event starts bright and early tomorrow, and the next flight is not going to go in there until Saturday afternoon. And can I tell you something? The event starts Saturday at 8:30 a.m. and the next day, Sunday, all day as a Sunday. So this person is thinking, I'm going to miss 1/4 of the event. I might as well not go. It is what it is. I did my best. I tried. I made a mistake. I missed my flight. Done. You know what I said to this person? I said, okay, you're going to miss 1/4 of the event. I'll see you there. Get another flight. Make it happen. Well, and then a couple other things. Listen, I believe in you. Find a way to get there. Get another flight. You're going to miss 1/4 of the event. 1/4 of the event missed is better than 100% of the event missed. And what you're going to get there is going to be this. Resilience, perseverance, mindset, resourcefulness. Make it happen. Winners find a way to win. And guess what happened? This person is going to be there, is showing up. Now, the only way you're going to develop this mindset mastery across everything that you're doing is if you put yourselves in a position of discomfort on a regular basis. So you become tougher and you become mentally strong. And then the only other way you're going to get to this place is by overcoming challenges that hit you across your entrepreneurial journey. And if you're a business owner and you're an entrepreneur, you already know what I'm talking about. You're going to get hit with personal challenges, family challenges, health challenges, financial challenges, all kinds of things. People are going to quit on you. People are going to ask for refunds. People are going to talk trash about you. People are going to throw your name in the mud. People are going to, bail out of things. People are going to do all kinds of things in your journey. Some of it, maybe you had a little bit to do with, and you're learning as you go. Some of it was completely unforeseen. But let me tell you something. The winners, the people who succeed in life and in business, overcome these things. So when these things come your way, don't take the easy way out. What is the easy way out? I can't do it. I can't make it. I can't do this. I can't do that. I can't. That's what most people do. And I'm telling you right now, if you continue to make decisions like that, where you just look at the thing and say, yeah, I don't think I can pay for this. I don't think I can attend the event. I don't think I can follow through on this agreement. I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can do that. I don't think, and there's a whole long laundry list of things that we probably can't do. And in most cases, there's some legitimate challenges. But nothing out there is something that you can't overcome. I forget who said it. There's a book out there that says everything is figure-outable. Right? That's not even a word, but like figuring something out, everything is figure-outable. So just know that whenever you get a stop sign, whenever you get a speed bump, whenever you get a detour, that's part of life. That's part of business. It is your job to be resourceful and to figure out how to get it done anyway. And the more you do that, the tougher you get, the stronger your mindset becomes. And next thing that comes, you're like, I've been here before. I know how to navigate these waters. The next thing that comes, you're like, you got to try harder than that, life. The next thing that comes is, hey, this is not my first rodeo. The next thing that comes is, hey, you know what? I knew you were coming. Hello, nice to meet you, or nice to see you again. Let's get through this anyway. This is part of the deal. So my battle cry to all of you who are watching this right now live, and those of you who are catching the replay, is quite simple. Stop caving in to the first challenge. Stop settling for the easy way out, which is, I'm just not going to do this. Stop giving in to these things that we have control over. We have control over our attitude. We have control over the decisions we make. We might not have control over circumstances sometimes, but we have full control of what we do about it and how we handle it and our disposition and our attitude. And that all goes back to your ability to develop a strong mind. Okay, so that is my battle cry to everyone here is get resilient, get tough, develop that mindset, put yourself in situations of discomfort. Like Marianne Paget right now is doing Executive Edge 90 with me and many others. Is that easy? No. Is it uncomfortable? Yes. Do you feel like quitting at times? Absolutely. Just now I took a cold shower. Do you think I enjoyed that today, especially when it was cold? No. That's the last thing I wanted to do. Right? Do you think I enjoy having uncomfortable conversations with people when I go through hard challenges? I don't like that. Who does? But you have to do it anyway. I've had many challenges in business already, and I overcome every single one of them. You know why? Because there is no choice. If you have a back door, you're going to use it every time. If you have a spare key, you're going to use that bad boy every time you get. If I am all in and committed to what I say I'm going to do, oh, you better believe I'm going to do it. So commit to the things that you say you're going to do. Commit to the challenges of seeing through the challenges that you know are going to come, and they will come. And if you haven't had any yet, then maybe you're not doing enough. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? You like that song? I love that song. So bottom line is very simple. I don't do karaoke, so I apologize if I cracked a mirror somewhere. But my point is very simple. We have to develop a strong mindset. We have to develop the calluses. We got to persevere. We got to get up 8 times when you fall 7. You got to do all of these cliche statements that everybody says that we all know. But you know what's crazy is that we all know it, but most people don't do it. So the day you commit to say, you know what, going forward, when things come my way that are not favorable, I'm going to plow through that bad boy. And sometimes you got to go over, under, around, or straight through it, but you got to get through it. And you know who it's up to? It's up to you. It's not up to anybody else. Nobody's going to come and get you through it. You got to get through it yourself. And every single time, know this, every single time you cave to a challenge, you are taking 2, 3, 5, 10 steps backwards. I don't care what that challenge is. You're taking steps backwards. If you want to win, you have to take steps forward. And the only way to take steps forward and to win is to get through the challenge, no matter what the challenge is. And I'll say it, and I'll end with this. Winners always find a way to win. I'll say it one more time if it didn't land. Winners always find a way to win. Start winning in your life. Start committing to winning. I always use the hashtag winners win because they do. That's my mantra in life. Winners win. I will not settle. I will not lay down. If I'm having a hard day or a hard time or a hard season, guess what? I'm either up or I'm getting up, but I'm never down. So stay up, persevere, dig deep, and know that you have what it takes to overcome anything. I don't care what that challenge is, but it's up to you. We are done with excuses. We are done with playing small. We are done with being weak. We are done with falling back to our normal tendencies of saying, this is too much for me. No, as a matter of fact, there's more in your tank. You have more to give. You just got to dig deeper. Thank you so much, Marianne.
Oh, thank you so much. I love that. And, you know, commitment to everyone and then follow through is so huge that I can't even, you know what? It boils down to commitment to yourself, really, is what it's all about, right? When you commit to yourself, that's it. You're committing yourself to yourself, but you're committing this to yourself. And that's what Executive Edge 90 is all about. You can lie, but what's the point?
Yep.
You know what? Get into that shower, but I have to, on a cold shower, that's one of my biggest challenges right now is the shower and sometimes the walking, just because I'd like to walk more, but then if I can't be outside, then I just make it up with, I've started with my arm weights again, which is something I needed to do. But that cold shower, there's mornings where I'm like, I don't want to do this. What if I just warm it up a little bit, you know? And it's like, no. And you know what? Today, because I was in a hurry to get ready for this, I was like, no time to overthink it. I just turned on, automatically went into the cold and went in there going, yeah, and it's not that bad. And I'm like, wow, today was like the easiest, it's still not easy. It's still not easy for me. I know he's a pro at it, not me. I'll probably go right back to warm showers again as soon as we're done, but I will do it while we're doing it. But I'm like, this is the easiest day so far. And it's what's today, 15?
That's right.
Like I was like, like this the first day, and I'm like, is he insane? I don't mind doing shiver showers, but you know, you go warm, cold, warm, cold. But this is like, I'm like washing my hair going, I'm gonna die. But I didn't die, obviously. I'm still here and I think it's amazing. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for letting me be a part of that challenge, because it's so good to challenge yourself and to commit yourself and then stretch yourself, right? You don't feel like taking a cold shower, so don't analyze it and just go in. It's got to get done. Anyways, thank you so much. I know you have your event today and you got to go. So I'm super grateful that you were here at all and that you were able to come join us and enrich our minds and souls and hearts. So thank you so much and have a beautiful day, Jose. As always, it was amazing. You're absolutely a rock star.
My pleasure. Thank you so much, Marianne, and everybody who's here and all the people who catch the replay. Much love to all. See you.
And thank you for the CLA, because we all love you.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jason is in the house.
We forgot to tell him thank you for his great haircut.
Jose's awesome. Yes, we have
Oh,
Jason.
wait a minute. I gotta chime in now. Yes,
There we go.
you know, I felt synergy behind the lack of camera, but now I see why. There was something there.
That's it. That's it. It's the Bald Brotherhood. We have our own secret society.
I'm gonna connect the two of you on Facebook.
Yeah.
Love
We
the
should go
background,
back
too.
and forth on bald jokes and see, which one comes up with an original one.
Awesome.
So I
Enjoy.
met Jason through Lori, and no, I just love having him on here because Jason not only is a killer, amazing. So Jason, I lost all my it's actually I'm having computers issues with where I did actually put all my bios, and I'm trying something new because I'm thinking maybe in 2025 I'm just going to do this without reading bios. It's just more authentic.
Just make some stuff up. Like make me like I used to work at the candy factory and I survived like a chocolate overflow or like just make shit up. Like who cares?
But my favorite thing about Jason, well, first of all, not only is he a powerful coach, like power beyond, and a killer speaker, this is my heart. This is why I fell in love with Jason, and not, he's got a wife, not that kind of love, like my other newest brother, is because Jason is highly involved in the field of sex trafficking for kids. So he
fighting it. Yeah,
Fighting
not
it.
not heavily involved in it.
No, not that way. Not that, like fighting the sex trafficking.
Yeah, we take down the bad guys, rescue the kids. Just to be
I was
clear.
gonna say, and rescuing the kids, because I kind of went slow, and then I'm like, okay, yeah, no, make sure everybody understands. He goes and rescues the kids. Look at this, I can't even say it. My heart, just every time I think of him, it's like, oh my God, he's doing so much stuff. Like, and if he doesn't get back to me for a couple of days, I don't really, he'll get back to me when he gets home, whenever that is, So with that, I am going to give you the amazing Jason Cisneros. The other reason is because I love his name. I love saying Cisneros because it's such a cool name, right?
Yeah, it's a great name. I love it. And there's a lot of lessons in like why my last name is Cisneros. That's my real dad. Which I didn't know I had another dad until I was 17 because I was adopted. Right.
There you go.
But there's a lot of lessons in that. What are we talking about today? What do you want? What path do you want me to enlighten for you today?
Okay, so the mindset mastery is the name of this particular right. And this is like, I have literally a full house. I still have people asking me if they could join, and I'm like, I have a full house. And because I have to, when I finish this, I have to leave and go speak on someone else's summit. So, and I need to be there for a few hours. So I literally couldn't even extend it. But mindset mastery, I think that's your field of expertise. Yeah. And with that, please help me welcome Jason Cisneros.
Wild applause. The crowd goes crazy.
I know. I need to get some fake applause or AI applause. Nikki, you're in charge, or I should put Patrick in charge.
Hi, Nikki. Good to see you.
Hi, welcome, Jason. So good to hear from you again. I can't get enough of you.
It's so great to be here.
Lori's group, so we had the pleasure of meeting Jason. So he's amazing.
Please. Well, that's great. Well, today I'm just gonna kind of go off of, not knowing. I love actually showing up sometimes and just not absolutely because I know we talked about two topics and I couldn't remember which one we were gonna talk about. So I kind of like going off.
Authentic Leaders is December 13th.
That's the one. And I'll be at my daughter's surgery. Yeah.
Surgery, so you won't be able to make it. So Mindset Mastery is pretty much.
Well, I'll demonstrate authentic leadership while I'm talking about mindset mastery.
And you have a whole hour. So this time I made sure I had enough time for you, because last time we were crunched for a half an hour and I'm like, he needs more time. I need to listen to this longer.
No, this is good. This is good. We'll roll with it. I think, when it comes down to mindset mastery and the whole subject, it's been a journey. I mean, those of your audience that are kind of new, I'll just briefly go over my my beginning years. And again, not to talk about myself, but to understand we're all the same. right? I happen to be in a really great position in my life now, but that was, oh, I'm glad this happened right at the beginning. I've been having a little trouble with this one camera.
We have a full moon today, and it's just making chaos with technology.
There's chaos in the universe. Well, guess what? We have mindset mastery, so we're gonna roll with it. And so I'll just start briefly, give that a little bit of that background for those of you that don't know, and then we'll roll into where mindset mastery sort of took over in my life, understanding that we can master our own mindset, and then we'll kind of go from there. But again, I tell my story, the things that we're going to talk about, and Marianne knows this about me, is that everything that I say when I show up here, it's important because she draws people together to be coached, right? To be inspired, to be led, to be educated, to be given, most importantly, a new perspective or a different perspective for you to be able to play with, right? To be able to say, well, let me try that on for a little bit, because you're just watching. Like, nobody's forcing you, to think a different way. We're just saying, here's a different perspective. Maybe try that on for a minute, right? And see how it fits, see how it works out. And so for me, I believe that for all of us, where the beginning of my life aligns with everybody, is that we all had parents, and we were all young, and we were all influenced and led by the examples of the people that were around us, the environment. What did our parents think about money? What did they think about, Black people, white people, gay people, straight people, Christianity, Muslim? What did, excuse me, because all of that has an influence of why we believe the way that we believe. And so you're raised that way, you engage in the world, either completely in lockstep with that, or you're so far against it, like it doesn't make any sense, that you go completely opposite of it. It doesn't matter, because either way is an informed, it's an informed way for us to begin the process of decision, right? And the Greek root of decision is to cut off from all other options, right? That's to decide, to cut off from. And so, but in that early part, while we're still in formation mode, and I know 50-year-olds that are still in formation mode, by the way, but while we're still in we're not really filtering it through right and wrong, because we haven't built those filters just yet. And that starts to take a deep root in us, for good and for bad, right? My upbringing, I was a guy who was very abusive. My mom married a guy that was a drug dealer, abusive, all those kind of things. And so that's what I saw. I saw my mom thrown through walls. I saw her thrown down stairs. I started stepping in front of her when I was 9 years old, and somewhere around 8 or 9 years old, and taking her beatings every time I could, but I couldn't every time because I wasn't home some of the times. And so for me, thank God, I saw that. And my mother, who I love more than anybody else on the face of the planet, at the time, now it's my wife, but there was I was forming a belief that that's not okay. You're hurting somebody I love. And the juxtaposition is, this is my dad. I didn't know he was my adopted father yet. But this is my dad that's hurting my mom. I want to not be somebody that hurts women. Right. And so that was my juxtaposition. And, but the anger that was built up in the fact that I'm in my own home under constant threat from the time I can remember, the anger that builds up from that, made me a bully. And so I got good at, I started delivering drugs when I was 12 as kind of a mule. And then I got so good at fighting, because I was fighting a full grown adult, that I became a collector. Anybody that wasn't paying for their drugs, or not paying for them on time, or, going to drug deals, making sure that there was some muscle behind them. I started doing that from the age of 16. And it was all out of pure anger, right? My nickname back then was Psycho. And it was because in that mindset, my highest and best use of my life, the highest and best outcome, my highest and best exit from this world was to go out in a blaze of glory, taking out, rivals and or cops. That was kind of the life I was headed towards. And the result of that, a lot of my friends are dead. A lot of my friends are in prison from that time frame. I've got family members that have spent most of their adult life in prison. And the one saving grace, I'm a Christian now. And when I got beat up along, all those times, all that time ago, I had a Bible in the room with me as I would get locked in my room for my face to heal. My grandma always made sure I had a Bible. I just read it because it was the only thing there as a series of stories. I wasn't religious. I wasn't tied to the deeper meaning to it. It was just something to read through my swollen eyes or broken nose or whatever. And so, coming out of that, I had people that I believe now that it's not that I believe, I know that God placed angels in my life along the way. And again, I want to stop and say this isn't my story, it's your story, because everybody that's listening to this, either now, live, in the future, whenever, you've had those instances where they stepped in, they put the right person at the right time who said the right thing. Maybe it was a stranger, maybe it was a family member, maybe it was an event, maybe it was somebody on TV, maybe it was some words in a book. But we've all had interventions into our pre-programming that we didn't choose. None of us chose our parents. None of us chose our beginnings. None of us chose any of that. But then there comes this time where you see, oh, there might be something different. There might be somebody different. There might be a different road to go down. And for me, it was my fourth grade teacher, Mrs. Ivy, who taught me the power of words. And she knew that I was getting beat. It was obvious to everybody. And in her life back then, there's nothing you could do. Like, you just didn't get involved in the family stuff. And so for her, she taught me to fall in love with the written language. And so she gave me a dictionary and she said, why don't you start writing stories? And what it did was, and then in writing stories, I'd read the Bible and I'm like, oh, there's other books that I could read, and Old Yeller, and, and just going down the list of books. And what I now know is that she was teaching me that we can transport ourselves out of our current circumstance with the power of words, both in reading and in writing. And I know that, in our 5-second attention time frame that we live in, that reading and writing is almost like that, this TLDR, too long didn't read. It's like, that's now for 5-sentence text, like TLDR, because our attention spans have been weakened, which means that we are the shorter your attention span is, the more control people have over you. And so the way to lengthen that attention span is to deepen your knowledge through the written word, and getting involved in stories, fiction, nonfiction, things that you care about, those kind of things, is to fight back against what you see the mob, or the group, or whatever you want to call it, is fighting back against that, is to extend your attention span. So that did that for me. And so I started to learn through the power of stories that the more words that I had to describe a scenario, the more power I had over that scenario, and the more ability that I had to shift and modify what was happening to my favor, right? To look at failures and to look at what was going on with my adopted father and all of the stuff that was going around me, to shift that and go, you know what? This is building somebody that's going to use all of this pain in service of other people later on in life, right? Just the shadow of that thought started to show up. And it showed up through reading stories of superheroes, and stories of men and women who rose above their scenarios, and that was what was impacting my mind in a formative way. Now, the outside world wasn't changing and come to these epiphanies all at once overnight, but it did build a strength and a standpoint for when real life angels stepped into my life, like her, like my football coach after her, like a few business coaches, like a random stranger, people that loved me and said, "Hey, Jason, this gang stuff, it's death or jail. Like that's where it's going to end up. And you have so much potential." And that's what I want to stop and say to everybody that's watching this, is that you have so much more potential. And I know some of you are doing great. Some of you are having a hard time. But at the end of the day, what matters is that you have so much more potential than you think you have. And sometimes it just takes that sentence reminding you, right? I was listening to a soldier the other day, and he said, when we would go in special forces and we would get ambushed, he said there was really only two choices. He said, you throw a grenade and you run towards the fire, right? You run towards the firefight. And that's been my approach. That's been the solution in my whole entire life. If there's a place where I feel like I'm being ambushed by life, I pull the grenade, I throw it, and I go, I'm coming at it, not running from it. I'm not going to disappear into a protection mode. I'm not going to disappear into fear. I'm not going to retreat. I'm going to go forward. And, in the beginning, I didn't know these things. And that led into me having panic attacks. That led into me losing all my businesses, a divorce, literally led to me living on the street for a period of time because I didn't know how to manage my mindset. I had no mastery over my mindset because I thought it was separate to me. I thought I was born with it. I thought it was something that was granted to you by two parents and their DNA came together and had a fixed outcome based on what I saw around me. And what I started to realize, during that period of time, again, mentor stepping in, a pastor at a homeless shelter, being able to go to a Tony Robbins event by selling some marijuana on the street to be able to afford to go. All those kind of things kept me driving towards new information. It kept me driving towards, reinvigorated, putting new information into my mind because the information that I had in my mind had put me in the position that I sat. The position that I sit in today is because of the things that I have gathered in my mind, the beliefs that I have curated for myself. I'm no longer operating on somebody else's operating system. I'm operating on my own, and I know how to feed it. I know when it goes off track. I know how to bring it back. I know the things that I want. I know the people that I don't want in my life. I know the subjects that I'm not going to participate in. I know, and so that portion of our life called mindset mastery is the predicate for your change, right? It's the predicate and the precursor for where you are today. Relationships, physical health, the amount of money in the bank account, how you feel about politics, how you feel about men, how you feel about women, how you feel about money. All of those things are because of beliefs that you picked up and formed. What I would say the biggest outcome, the greatest goal for today is to say, find a quiet spot. If you have somebody in your life that you trust with everything, then sit down with them. But if it's just you, that's fine too. But just sit down and say, in physical health, right? Just pick 4 areas: physical health, relationship, money, and your level of joy. And just write on one page, put joy, right? How much joy what do I believe about joy? Do I have to earn it? Where does it come from? What's the formula that has to come together for me to feel joy, right? And then you go through relationships. What do I think about relationships? Where have I been the challenge in the relationship? Who do I keep attracting into my life? Let's look at our physical health. Where do I eat? What is my constant? Is it always going to be tomorrow that you're going to figure out a diet that's going to assist you in getting to your outcome? And then money. What do I think about money? Is it, all rich people are evil? Money is evil, blah, blah, blah. Like what are the beliefs? And then what you have in front of you is the formula that has put you where you are. It's literally the descriptor of saying, oh, I am where I am in all areas of my life. And then you can look at them and you can go, you know what? My relationships are I have great relationships. What's the model and the belief system that puts you in a position that you have great relationships? Now you have a formula at least to duplicate and upgrade the other 3 areas where you may not be doing well. Right. And vice versa. Let's say if, I'm doing great in money, but my relationships suck. My health is terrible and I'm miserable all the time. Great. What's your formula for making money? And then duplicate that over, and now constantly be looking to fill your mind with content that is going to drive you forward and get you closer to what I call the end game. And the end game is simply this. What do I want? If it was the best, like if this pen that I have in my hand was Mickey's magic wand, and I handed it to you, and I said, what does the best day of your life look like? And it's right here. All you have to do is describe it down to detail, right? And put that down on paper or whatever it is. Here it is. There's Mickey's magic wand. You need to write that out. So you take where you are. We do this in business all the time, right? Where you are, my relationships, my money, my joy, my physical health. And you go, here's my perfect day. And you look at what is the gap, right? What is the gap between where I am and my perfect day? And trust me, your perfect day, once you reach it, you're going to have another perfect day, right? Once you reach a goal, you should, as you're approaching that goal, you should reset another one. But that perfect day gives you the opportunity to say, okay, my perfect day is I wake up, whenever I feel like it, 8:15, whenever, without an alarm clock, without that heart race. I got to get up and make money today. But I just wake up peacefully. I wake up peacefully and the doors are open and I can hear the ocean because I live on the beach. And I see the wind and the sun. The wind is gently blowing the curtains. And I can hear the waves crashing. There's no other sounds. I can hear the birds flying. I roll over and I see the person that I love the most, laying there smiling at me. We get up, we make some breakfast together, and then we jump in the car. We go down to the airport. We jump on a private jet. We go to Paris, right? And we sit there on the Champs-Élysées looking at the Eiffel Tower, and we have a wonderful dinner. And then we jump on the train and we go to Switzerland, and then we jump on another plane and we go to Brazil on the beach and blah, blah, blah. Whatever your perfect day is, right? Then you break that down and you go, okay, what has to happen in order for me to live that perfect day? And you go back to your methodology, your algorithm that's put you where you are today. You say, okay, what am I going to do? We all have the same 24 hours, right, Marianne? We all have the same 24 hours. Elon Musk has 0 more time in a day than I have, right? And yet, what are they doing with it? There's a system. There is a blueprint to how the outcomes get achieved. And you've got to become masters, right? Instead of saying, well, I am the way I am, you get rid of some of that thinking that is not serving. It served you to this point, but it doesn't serve you to get to your perfect day. And I think that would be, a remarkable shift. And I know it's a remarkable shift because it's what I did. I don't know where I learned that perfect day exercise. I learned it somebody. I'm not the originator of that idea. But in my growth, that was a super helpful exercise. And I did achieve that perfect day. And I then went on to make another perfect day, and I lived that one. And now the speed at which I get to that perfect day is remarkable. I think it took 10 years to get to the first one. Then it took like 5 years to get to the next one. It took me 3 years. Now I can pretty much set down in 6 to 6 weeks to maybe 18 weeks, I can pretty much achieve my perfect day because I've gotten good at it. It's a new pattern. It's a new exercise. And what doesn't enter into that are all the things that we know hinder. One is I've tried everything. That kills any opportunity. If you say if you wake up one day and you go, you know what, I've tried everything, then your meeting that perfect day is literally going to be out of reach because now there's no more resources in your mind. There's always more resources, by the way. Right? What's something else? I've got this great opportunity to learn from somebody, but I don't have the money. Right? That is one of the biggest killers. Like, you know, I overpay, and I probably shouldn't say this publicly, Marianne, but I pay way too much for everything. I do. I don't negotiate. I don't ask for stuff for free. I don't, like, if I need something and they tell me the first price, I pay it. And I know that I've overpaid for it, but I don't have a lack mentality. I think that if I'm asking somebody to discount what they're doing or discount their product or service, I think that comes from a place of scarcity. Now, I know there's people out there that they live to save money, right? I live to create abundance. It's a different mindset, right? This mindset mastery. I live to create abundance.
I
And
agree.
what's
agree.
that?
I agree. My one of my spiritual gurus taught me to do that many, many years ago. She goes, don't negotiate. I mean, other than in real estate, because I do real estate, I'm a real estate
Right.
agent, I have to do that part.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't negotiate.
Yeah. Well, buying a business, of course, you're going to negotiate. Buying, you know, something that, yeah, like real estate, it's an investment. So you want to make sure that you're making the best investment possible. But other than that, there's so many other things, you know, and it's just been interesting, you know, to have that abundance because I wasn't always there. I didn't always have that mindset. I had the mindset of, you know, people are trying to screw you. I had, how do I protect myself? Those kind of things. So that mindset mastery is just picking a new set. That set may not be ideal either, that new set, but at least it's different. And you can measure the results in those 4 areas that I said: your personal joy, right? Your physical health and vitality, energy level, however you want to define it, your relationships, and your money. And if you're measuring those things, now you're in the realm. You're not quite a professional yet, but you are now in the stadium and you're on the team and you're practicing to become a professional. If you haven't taken the personal responsibility, and I'm doing a show on this tomorrow. My only live show I do is on Twitter at the Jay Cisneros on 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. every Saturday, where we talk business. You know, that's what we talk about. And I'm going to do a show tomorrow. There's a big fight coming up tonight, and that's going to be Mike Tyson, one of my all-time heroes, you know, in the boxing game, and Jake Paul, who's one of the greatest YouTubers, social media minds that's ever lived, and they're fighting. And and I'm going to go through the business breakdown, the mindset breakdown of how all of this, because there's going to be 100 million. Think about this. They announced this fight a year ago, and thus far, it has produced $100 million. So let's talk about mindset mastery for a second. You know, I want to
I
get
want
me some
that business.
I want to get me some of that money, right?
I want that business.
Right. And that's $100 million on one event that is going to probably, if I get my gambling numbers right, Tyson's going to knock him out in the first two minutes. So for 2 minutes of work, let's say that it goes 5 rounds, 10 minutes, right? Because these are 2-minute rounds. It's been a sanctioned professional fight. But for 10 minutes, these guys are going to take home $40 million a piece in their pocket. 40 million after expenses right now as it sits. It probably is going to go a little bit higher than that, but let's say it's 100 million, right? $100 million because a YouTuber sat down, had the thought, wouldn't it be crazy if I could put together a fight with Mike Tyson because of that one thought, and then didn't allow all of the things that may stop you or me or whatever that we throw in there. I don't know anything about boxing. I'm not going to be able to get a hold of Mike Tyson. Nobody's going to want to see this fight. I'm going to get killed. He's going to get killed. Like whatever, like none of the doubts came in, right? That absolute willingness to non-negotiably decide that you're going to win at something is a core component. And that's not built overnight. It's not something, I think maybe you can be born with it, and it could be trained into you with the right parenting to get the inception thought of it. But it takes trying and failing to build it into a true belief, right? Because if you do one thing and you quit, and then you don't change your approach, but you still have this I can win at anything approach, that's delusional. It's not backed up by effort. It's not backed up by strategy. It's not backed up by any new approaches. It's not backed up by data. It's just backed up. And all of us know somebody who's delusional, right? All of us know somebody and we can point to in our lives that is delusional, or a time when we have been delusional. The opposite of that is that mindset can be strengthened like a muscle. And it's by failing small as many times as you possibly can in a 365 day year, right? And so failing small is part of the muscle. And out of that 365, let's call it, let's say half, 150 times you failed and 150 times you won, and the other times you just broke even. You have 150 more times that you built that muscle that, yes, what I do can succeed. And so I'm going to be watching that fight, but I always look at everything from, what are the lessons that my business community can, the Built to Exit B2X business community can learn from. And this is a really great lesson of just sheer mindset mastery. There was a 3-part mini series that they released on the way to the fight, right? Which is tonight. The fight is actually tonight, but there's three sessions, and it's fascinating if you go into it with the mindset, not of being entertained, right? If you're consuming anything to be entertained, that's good if you're in your downtime. But if most everything that you're reading should be informing whatever is powering financially your desired outcome, right? So I always look at everything through the business lens to say, what are the lessons that I can learn? And by the way, mistakes are something you can learn from. So if you watch somebody make a mistake, the Fire Island debacle, I learned a lot about business from watching that thing fail. Watching $100 million be pulled out of the air, watching campaigns that just went by, like $1 billion on the Democrat side was raised, and then to end that with $20 million in debt. That was a phenomenal business deal. To watch Trump's campaign spend less than 500 million and then win the race. Like there's a lot of great business lessons that we learn by paying attention to the things that are around us. So whatever your vocation is, if you look at everything that's going on to say, where are the clues that I can pull out of that to apply to my own situation, you're gonna be much better off. It's a strategy called cross-pollination. I've now bought, turned around, consulted for, looked at, financed, invested in so many businesses in so many different verticals that I've got all the greatest, like from commercial janitorial. There's some great things that we could do there that we applied to, of all things, animation, right? And things that we learned in animation, of all things that we applied to car washes. And there's all of this great information that's around us if we set our mindset mastery to being a perpetual and continual and permanent learner, right? That's where we got to set our mind and get over the fact that life was set up against you, right? Life was set up for you. Life was set up for your success. Life was set up for you to stand out. Life was set up for you to win. And not all of us winning, there's 8 billion people on the planet, and winning looks different for each and every one of us. If your winning is being defined by somebody on social media, then you are being controlled by social media. Your end game should be thought of by you, and thinking through things. How do I want my relationship to be? What do I want my body to look like? What do I want my levels of energy to be? What do I want my levels of health to be? What do I want to, how much joy do I want to have in my life? How much laughter do I want to have in my life? How many people do I want around me? How many people do I want to influence? How many people do I want to impact? Right? What kind of stories do we want told in our family for the next 2 or 3 generations until we disappear into the absolute world of nobody knowing who we were, that we were even born, or what our name was? Those are the good questions to be able to ask yourself. And Tony Robbins, who's my mentor for a very long time, he says that the power of your life the quality of your life is in direct proportion to the quality of the questions that you ask yourself. And so challenging yourself to ask yourself powerful questions is really, really at a super high level. So anything that I've said that has jogged a question for you, Marianne, or anything that you want to know that I
No,
haven't
but
said?
wait, I wrote it down. First of all, before I forget, I want to ask you this about Tony Robbins. Did you used to work with him? Were you one of his coaches?
I wasn't one of his coaches, but I was one of his speakers.
Speakers, right?
Yeah.
So I knew you worked with him. I thought I heard it, and then I'm like, yeah, did I ever confirm that? So first of all, that's amazing.
I spoke to over 3,000 businesses while I was with him.
Right. I'm sure, like, he's so awesome, right?
Amazing.
I'm actually going to be going into a magazine that he's on the cover of. I believe
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's going to be cool.
Success?
No, it's CEO.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
he's on the cover.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it's I like going on magazines. Actually, the PR lady was supposed to speak today, and she got held up in traffic because she's from Chicago originally, but she lives in Bali with her family, and she's currently visiting and doing business in Australia. So like the time different, like by the time we coordinated everything, it'll work out next time. But I wanted to comment on this part, which I thought was fascinating. The shorter your attention span, the more power people have over you. That is a fascinating statement, because I have a ton of clients that are ADD, ADHD, including myself a little bit at times, and my attention span can get quite short. And also, it's funny, I'm also involved with, I'm a level 5 coach with Bank Code. So I don't know if you know Sherry
Oh,
Tree.
yeah. Sherry Tree. She's
Right?
amazing. Yeah.
Right. So I just am waiting for my official certification, but I've completed all my courses and everything. So I'm super excited about that. And it's such a great program. And the A personality, which is like so totally, well, first of all, I'm between A and N. We're like one number apart, right? When you take the advanced, you actually have you get an actual number, right? And I'm like one number. So I'm either an A, and let me tell you, when I do real estate, I'm an A. When I do coaching, obviously an N, right? More of a nurturer. And A is just this like really action oriented person, and let's do this now. And that's actually part of the personality.
Right.
I'm like, I need to calm this part down, because I'm always meditating on more patience. So I was like, I can totally relate to this energetically, because I am a doctor of metaphysics and I do work with energy. So this to me makes sense. And now it's going to stay with me, and it's going to be, oh yeah, you can't be patient. You want people, controlling you. This
Right.
looks stay with me. So I love that. So just that alone is already so super amazing. So thank you so much for that.
I love that. And, it's interesting, the idea of attention spans and you know, the approach that we take, we give so much of our power away.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we give so much of it away, and then we blame the people that are taking it
Mm-hmm.
because their attention span, their focus is much better than ours. So they're busy getting that's their whole intent, right? Marketers, they're good at it. You know, there's messages everywhere. There's like marketing everywhere. There's somebody that's vying for your attention all the time. And for you to be able to sit back, like you'll appreciate this, I think more than most, because in business, I have found that the greatest thing to do 90% of the time is nothing.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. There you
And
go.
and as a business owner, like, what do we tell everybody? Well, I'm so busy. I gotta, oh, you know, here's my Calendly, like blah, 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 oh, blah, blah, I'm so busy. When I hear that from somebody, I know they don't have systems and processes in place that are going to create their freedom eventually, or they're free now. When people call me, like you call me, I'm like, yeah, sure. That, I mean, I just look on my calendar and I go, hey, cool. I would love to be there on the 15th, but
And
next of December, but my daughter's having surgery. It
Mhm.
wasn't because I've got 72 business things and I'm going to be rescuing a kid and blah, blah, blah. You don't hear that from me. You've never heard that from me.
But you might be rescuing a kid.
I might be,
Not on
but
the
I would let
15th
you
of
know at the
December.
time, right? It's
Yeah.
there's precedence levels, and my life is set up. It's not based on anybody else's decision-making tree except for mine. You know, if I need to be there for a kid, you would understand that, right? It's a higher priority than doing a speaking gig, right? But if there's somebody that's like, hey, I just want to talk about something and have a tequila with you. No, I'm with Marianne today, right? Because we're impacting lives. Like it's those types of, you want to be able to build, grow, and strengthen and give nutrients to your own decision tree.
I'm just having a look to see if there's any questions in the chat. I'm not ignoring you. I'm not being ADD at the moment. Oops, sorry. No.
Chime in for a second. I think, Jason, one of the most powerful things about this is you are such a master in so many ways and things. And when you share your humble beginnings and where you were and when you didn't have that mindset mastery, it inspires so many people to not look around and say, I cannot get there. I cannot be there. So I want to thank you for that inspiration for me and for other people, because we get to grow that mindset mastery. And that's what you've been saying.
Yeah.
I love what you said about we blame other people for our decisions, because I have an acronym for joy. It's just own yours. Your joy is
love that.
your responsibility.
Yeah.
And you get to make the choices. Other people are not responsible for your reactions. So I love that you emphasize that. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure.
Oh, it's awesome, Nikki. I love that. And my grandfather used to have, he had these amazing sayings, you know, and one of them was that you can't be offended if you won't be. Right? In the world, how many think about all the people around you, and I'm like, and it didn't, again, when he said it, I was young and stupid and, you know, I knew everything and all that kind of stuff. And unfortunately, all of his wisdom is coming to me now that he's passed, right? Where I'm thinking, oh my gosh, he was such a sage. Like you can't be offended if you won't be. That literally means that it's my choice. Like all of these, I have chosen so many times in my life to be a childish a-hole for no other reason than pride. You know what I mean? Like for no other reason than I had such a weak character that I couldn't stand the idea of being wrong. Thank God those days are behind me. You know, it's just, there's so many really, really, really amazing lessons that we get to learn. So anyway, I enjoy these conversations a lot.
It's absolutely amazing. Sorry, I'm just still looking for any questions. I don't see any though. Your internet connection is unstable. Oh, thank you. I know that that's
The education has been so concise The people have no questions. They're like, I know what to do. If and really the takeaway, Nikki, to your point, to your earlier point is I always laugh because I get caught up in sharing because I'm so passionate about the fact that we get to share our thoughts. We get to share the lessons and I forget sometimes that the real lesson that's going to be left behind by any legacy or whatever that I leave is that if Jason Cisneros can do it, anybody can. Like that's actually whenever I'm feeling myself and I'm feeling proud, I'm like, it just goes to show you that anybody can do anything. It's not because I was born special. It wasn't because I was born with great tools. It's not that my IQ, although I have a decent IQ, it's not that that's higher than everybody else's on the planet. No, it's literally the lesson. I think that's the hilarity in God's formation of my life, is to say, you're going to be the example of that I'm going to hold up going, if I could help Jason do this stuff, you have no damn excuse.
That so powerfully follows on from what we heard from Sifu, what we heard from Jose.
Yeah.
Nobody is born a master. And Jose was saying, take the action.
Yeah.
I would never have imagined I would be sitting here on a summit talking to you.
Mm,
So what are you going to do to make that happen? Who are you going to surround yourself with?
yeah.
Because those people who you look and go, oh, I'm so terrified of them, they're so big,
Yeah.
were you one day.
Right.
So that is so powerful. Thank you for that.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
This summit rocks, Marianne. As always, your summits are always amazing, but this one so far has got me glued. Can't
My
take
summits
enough
are
notes.
amazing because of
It's
my
going to be
people.
it's going to be replay to catch up with the notes. And it's because you bring these people together, Marianne. I've got to celebrate you for that.
Oh, thank you. I love it.
You are the catalyst.
This is literally, I don't know if it's my most favorite or my most favorite
Right.
out of all of my businesses, because I get to, I still get to make a living with it. And that part is amazing, but I get to bring so many amazing speakers to the public and offer it to them for free, because let's face it, in the public, there's so much diversity with finances. This is free. And this is like being at a summit. It's virtual. You can be in India, you can be in Germany, you can be in the States, you can be in Australia, Bali. I wouldn't mind being in Bali right now. You can be anywhere and still, get value out of this. And it helps my speakers to get them out there, to get them seen, heard. It is my favorite thing in the world, a win-win situation. Win-win. We get to enrich and empower people and learn and inspire and everything good. All the goodness is wrapped up in here. It's all what the light looks like, right? And get out of the darkness, at least for a day or 6 hours.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. So thank you again so much, as always. So amazing. I mean, what can I say? Jason Cisneros, I love saying your name. Is it Greek? Do you know? Is your dad Greek?
No, it's Spanish.
Oh,
from Spain.
Spanish.
Yeah, from Spain.
Cisneros. Oh,
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind going to Spain either. Look at me.
It's gorgeous. It was funny because I was like, because I was adopted, when I was born, I had one last name, and then I was adopted into another last name. And then my, when at 17, when my mom told me I was adopted, I was like, well, who's my real dad? And Cisneros is actually my real true family name. And so I started doing research, and I went to some family reunions and all that other kind of stuff. And I'm like, oh, so we're Hispanic. And, my grandmother at the time said, no, we are Spaniards. It's like there was some sort of, sorry, grandma, I'm Scottish on the other side, so we don't care,
Scottish and Spanish. As no wonder it's Cisneros.
Yeah.
But it sounds almost Greek to me. Like, and I
Yeah.
don't mean in that, Greek, but it actually sounds Greek. So
Yeah.
I love it.
If I
I
was to
love
put
what
on
you-
my Spanish accent, it would be my name, me llamo es Jason Cisneros. You know, there you go.
See, that's all I
See.
got. I gotta learn some Spanish. I gotta get that
Awesome.
Duolingo out and let's do some Spanish. Anyways, enlightening and inspirational as always. And I don't know what to say. I mean, I know everyone enjoys this. So
It was great to be here. I love what you do. It's important what you do. And I hope you have massive, massive, overwhelming success, so much that you don't know what to do with it. So you and
that's
Nikki
how I
both.
feel. That's how
Yeah.
I feel. I got an award for this particular for the summits, like for the Empowered Talks. Not my
Nice.
whole Empowered company. I did get other awards for publishing and whatnot, but I got a specific award from global recognition people for just this. And then they liked it so much they asked me to be a judge. So I said, okay, I'll do it for the next 6 months. Let's see what happens later, because I don't want to commit like to all kinds of extra work. I don't know how much work there's involved, and my schedule can only handle so much. I have so many new things in mind for next year. So we want to wish you all the best, and I'm sure everything is going to go great with your daughter's surgery.
Yep.
On the 13th of December, we'll be thinking of you, and hopefully next year in January, we can get you on to the next one.
2025, baby. Here we come.
Woo-hoo. So thank you again so much, and I'll see you definitely next year, and I'll probably end up talking to you before that. I did connect you with Jose, so you guys could talk to each other.
Awesome. Yeah, he seems very sharp, and I like him. So.
He's pretty cool. Yeah.
Thank you. Have an amazing day, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you. We'll see you next year for sure. Thank you again.
Bye-bye.
Nikki, it's you and me. I was going to say it's happy hour, but it is happy hour. It's just not that kind of happy hour. It is APL Go hour. Do you have all your boxes? Because I usually rely on you now. You're muted, honey.
I definitely do. Have them all lined up and ready here, and super excited because you've been on the summit and I have too. But I don't know if you saw that our new product is going to be available tonight.
Oh, it is. I did not, because I am not keeping up with the anything. So I don't know. I'm so excited. So good. Now I can start talking about it. Well, first of all, APL Go is a company that both Nikki and I are a part of. Nikki is one of my team members, and I absolutely love her to death. I have been taking this throughout today because I started off with a little bit of a sore throat, and this is what they look like here, like this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to switch over to this because this one has better lights. Hang on. Nope, I don't want to blur my background. That's not what I want to do, people. I want to have this one. Okay, so this one here, yeah, this one makes it a little bit easier. Somehow the light on this works a bit better, or maybe not. Anyways, this is what they look like. They are lozenges. They're candies. We call them DNA candy. And then, of course, this is the box. This is what I've been taking all morning because sore throat and a bit of a cold, like a bit of a cough, sort of kind of starting, not really fully blown, but starting up. And so that... Actually, that was the product that I started with when I first joined the company. It's coming up to, oh my gosh, what is it, November? It's going to be, in a couple of weeks, it's going to be 2 years for me. Yes, because I joined in December, I believe. I believe it was first or second week of December. I can remember that far back. And yeah, so that was the product. That was the first product I used because I just ordered my product, it arrived, and I woke up with a horrifying sinus issue and bronchitis. I had like that, when you get that tickle just before you're about to get a cough, and I was all stuffed up, and I'm like, what happened? Where did I get this? And I mean, those were the days of you just go anywhere into a crowd and pick anything up. And I was like, oh my gosh, I called the girl who signed me up, who was Linda. She's not with us today because she's working. And I said, Linda, what should I take? Like, I can't breathe. I can't function. This is like, my headache is killing me and I've got a full day. And she says, take the alt, which is, this one. She goes, and take about 4 or 5 of them throughout the day, start with 2 right away. Don't even wait. And, so I went along and I'm on my Zooms and I'm talking to my clients and I'm doing my calls and and all of a sudden, oh yeah, and I forgot, which is kind of funny because my ears got plugged up. And my ears don't really plug. Like I must be having one heck of a cold if my ears are plugged up. It doesn't really happen very often at all. And by about 4 or 5 o'clock, I noticed my ears had unplugged and there was no cough and there was no more sore throat. And I was like, wow, that was fast. Is that for real? Like maybe we'll see what happens tomorrow because, I'll probably wake up with a cold tomorrow again or something. Even if it's not as bad, it'll still, it'll happen. Nope. I progressively got better, believe it or not. And the next morning I woke up and nothing. And I'm thinking, are you for real? I had like maybe 6 of these throughout the day and they're candies. And I said, no, really? I was with another company for 6 years and the company is good. I don't want to say anything bad. I'm not even going to name them. The company is a good company, but this product was significantly quicker and better and stronger. And it is because it is made from the DNA of the plant. The DNA of the plant. It is 100% absorbable. And one of the best parts about it is that it is infused with negative ions. So I had just started putting together a meditation that had the DNA. I was going into the mitochondria of the cell inside of my meditation. I was doing all this healing. And as most of you know, I'm a doctor of metaphysics. So I'm always putting together different meditations for different healing for different people, customizing it. And this product blew my mind. And it was just one of, I think, 17 products at that time. Since then, we've got a few new ones. The latest new one that we got, well, the latest new one is this one, but in terms of product was the PFT for weight loss, which I was, they were like, oh, we're looking for a bunch of you guys to do the weight loss test. And I'm like, I'm in. I lost 16.5 pounds in 30 days. We didn't have a particular diet. I do intermittent fasting most of the time. I did some fasting. I tried not to eat too much sugar. And not only did I, like, when I say try, I really didn't have to try very hard because what part of this product did was it took a lot of my sugar craving away. And it went right into the visceral fat. So the visceral fat, if for those who don't know what it is the fat right around your belly, and it wraps itself on the inside. It wraps itself around your liver, kidneys, around your organs, and then it slows down your organs. And so that's why, sometimes people will get diagnosed with like fatty liver. That's part of it. I find that helped me. I have a device that I use and I can tell my progress. So it's quite fascinating. But in 1 month, I lost 16 pounds. And then I continued for the next 2 more months. And so in 3 months, I did a total of 31 pounds. I did not work that hard. I walked maybe half an hour a day, which I do because I have a dog anyways, and I do a little bit of yoga in the morning. I did not eat super healthy. I totally cheated. There was a couple of parties. It was August, like pool parties, like, come on. So there was, they asked us not to drink any alcohol for that month that we were doing the study. I didn't, but afterwards I did a little bit, not like, I'm not a big drinker to begin with. And I drive a lot. So I absolutely 0 is my tolerance from me. If I'm driving, I'm not drinking, period. But, there was a couple of parties and stuff. And so, you'd have 1 or 2 drinks. It's not like a big deal. And like I said, my appetite for sweets, which I have a big appetite for sweets. Sweets are my weakness. I'm not the salty girl. I'm the sweet girl. I love my sweets. I was eating after these 3 months, I'm going to tell you at least at the very least, I was down to maybe 30-40% of what I would typically eat of desserts. So, and just because I simply did not have the craving. So of course it works on everyone differently. So 3 months, I lost a total of 31 pounds, and I have kept off about, I think we measured it as six was like the most. So somewhere between 6 and 3 pounds extra, I kind of held on to, I suppose, or came back. And that's actually not bad. So when I'm my normal self and I'm not doing some sort of, I'm a big emotional eater, not huge anymore. I've healed up a lot of that, but every once in a while, if I get stressed, I'll go, and I do like apple pie. In the fall, I live in a country that's cool, so apple pie is super awesome in the fall. It's not the only thing I eat, but anyways. So that was that product. I didn't mean to stay on that product for so long. This is our newest product. I just want to show it to you. I am wearing it, and so is Nikki. I just got mine 2 days ago, and I can finally talk a little about it because we've been waiting for it for so long. It has, oh my gosh, it has so many wonderful things in it. I don't have the thing. I don't, Nikki, if you have it, and we could talk about the ingredient, the list, but I just want to show you how it comes to you. First of all, this is how it comes in this beautiful little box. You open the box, see how, open that, there's a card with a number. So we all have a number, and then we open it like this, and it comes out like that. And isn't it gorgeous? So this has, Nikki, do you remember, do you have one of those signs that you can basically dictate? Because I know that there's like lava and there's crystals in here, and oh my gosh, so many good things. And sorry, I was having so many tech issues and trying to, my first speaker didn't show up, so I didn't end up putting that in front of myself, but I'm sure.
Yeah, I will. Give me a moment. But the other cool thing about these is each one of these is unique.
Mhm.
And they are individually numbered. And I just find it amazing that every person I speak to, the number relates to them and where they're at. I just find that really cool. That's just me. And if you give me a second, I will pull this up. I have it on my cell phone. Here we go.
It's all good. I'll just talk about what it's done for me in the 2 days that I've had it. So I've taken 2 for myself, and I have one in my bedroom on the one night table all the time. And at night, I can't sleep with anything on like this. They would get all, I move around too much. So I take it off at night. I put it on the other night table, and my dog sleeps on the floor beside me. And so I have noticed, actually, I haven't even talked about this. Even Lucky's metabolism has been significantly better for the last 2 days. So, and I can see that he's calmer, and it's had an effect on him. So Lucky is my dog. For me, I definitely feel a sense of peace and just calmness without the sleepiness. Sometimes you feel sleepy and you're calm and everything, but you also feel kind of sleepy, and that's why you're calm. No, this is just a calmness, which has come in really handy this week, because this week has been interesting, to say the very least, with energies and various things. So that is the first thing I can say. The other thing that I've noticed, and I don't, Nikki will get around to telling you what she did, although I did speak with Julia, and she said she kind of found the same thing. A little more balanced, a little more strength. And for me, I have a very heightened sense of smell to begin with. This has heightened it even more, which can be good and can be not so good, because it depends. But it's very, very strange, and it also very aware and more sensitive to the energy, but not in a I can feel the outer energies and it's throwing me off balance. Not at all like that. Just very, very positive. And also I was speaking to, I was talking to my spiritual guru, and also Julia, who is our upline for the product. And we were both saying how this The minute I put it on, I could feel there's a correction coming. And I don't know how else to put it, but things started happening where I started to, I was put into a position and I'm like, and there was a situation that wasn't even real. It just, because it appeared that way, I was just like, I was panicking almost. And I'm like, wow, this is going to be really good because I can feel myself releasing this. And I'm going, wonder if this is, and then I put it on the next day and something again, not exactly the same, but similar happened. And I'm like, this is interesting. This is going to be really interesting. So I haven't had it that long. Nikki's had it a few days longer than me because she's in the US and everybody in the US gets things faster than us. And I'm going to stay quiet for a change. So go for it, Nikki.
I just want to say both my husband and I are wearing the pendants, and we are seeing different results because I do believe it works personally with you. And if any of you are out there thinking, oh, they're talking about energy, that's weird, can't get into that. That's where I was not so long ago, until I realized that, you know what, God created this energy. God created the things that are going to positively affect us. So don't be closed-minded about it, because I do see the benefits. And one of the biggest benefits my husband has seen is that it's given him a lot more clarity and a lot more focus. And he is taking some of the candies, which we'll probably talk about later, and it enhances what the candies are doing. It does affect you. So I'm just going to read straight from the flyer. This medallion is crafted with two powerful materials: white silica powder from quartz and black Japanese volcanic rock. These natural elements work together to create an energetic shield that protects you from harmful electromagnetic fields, EMF, and negative frequencies. By amplifying positive energy, the medallion helps promote emotional balance, reduce inflammation, and support overall harmony within the body, aligning your physical and emotional well-being. Through the unique combination of these materials, the medallion emits negative ions and facilitates the transfer of beneficial plant DNA blueprints to your cells, enhancing your body's natural healing process. The inclusion of silver plating adds superconductive properties, further enhancing the energy field, ensuring comprehensive protection and optimizing your energetic balance. The medallion not only safeguards, but also amplifies your energy, fostering an optimal environment for healing and well-being. And I know that Marianne can speak to that from the metaphysical side. I can speak to it from the side of, I'm feeling the positive impact. I don't understand it. I'm learning more about it. But yes, I'm feeling the impact of it. And there was a limited supply, so I can't wait for the next lot to come, because I really believe that people who are looking for healing, less pain, the testimonials I've seen on video have been incredible. So you're on mute.
Thank you so much. And welcome, Amanda. Oh, she's not quite in yet, but I know she doesn't have one yet because she wasn't, when these came out, like we knew they were coming. So they come, everything, the company's head office and all the manufacturing is out in Moldova, a very beautiful small country out in Eastern Europe. And it's absolutely amazing. We were waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and literally waiting for the minute that it came. So they came out and they basically sold out, 1,000 of them sold out in less than 45 minutes. So that was for all of US and Canada. And it was only available to the associates, because when we get something that's limited like that, it goes to the associates first, and then it goes out once we get more. Now we are getting more. I don't know if we're going to have enough to offer it up to regular just customers, So you can sign up with the company as an associate or a customer. So it's best that you all sign up as an associate. And if you'd like to sign up, either all three of us work APL Go, Amanda included, Nikki included. Nikki is in Texas, Dallas, Texas. I am in almost Toronto, Ontario. And Amanda is in little sort of northern Ontario. She's a little bit further away from me. And we all work together and we're all on the same team. And also we all do similar things. So Amanda and I do books together, and Nikki and I do, oh my God, we do so many things together. It's crazy. Actually, me and Amanda do more things too. So we're here to talk about one thing. So I will stray off with my ADD all over the place if you let me. So someone's got to wheel me in. So I'm going to let Amanda talk a little bit because she's actually working on a book for a client for me. So I need to release her soon. And I'm going to let her talk and tell us her experience with APL Go. So it's not just this amazing product. If you are interested, please connect with me or Nikki or Amanda. Hopefully we're going to get, I'm hoping that we'll still get the other 900 that are coming and they're supposed to be on their way now. So I'm hoping that they'll be here before Christmas. And then we'll talk about the new product after Amanda has a chance to speak. Amanda.
Thank you, Marianne, for having me. And I'm glad to be here. And so a lot of people know I've been taking the product for quite some time. And I've had really amazing results with it, with all of the products that I have tried. And it's hard to pick a favorite because they're all wonderful. But my most recent experience that I started the BRN, which is the brain, and I started that one a couple of months ago. And I love that one because sometimes as a mom, my brain, it's really hard for me to focus and, you know, keep an attention span. So that one is one of my favorites. Lately, that one has been working really well. It's a good one for people who like have a short attention span, or, you know, they get distracted easy. It gives you such clarity and gives you that alertness. So I love that one. And I've been doing the heart one as well. And I've noticed that over the last couple of months, I've had my circulation has really, really improved with that one. And of course, I've talked about in the past the MLS, which is the detox one. And that one, I love that one. And the flavor is absolutely amazing. It tastes just like I don't know if you guys remember at Halloween, you get those cheap little lollipops, and it tastes exactly like that orange lollipop. And I just love that one. And I have to be like, okay, you've had enough of those ones today. You got to get onto another one. But those ones are my favorite. And the other one that I've been really just absolutely impressed with is our GRW, which is an award-winning product. And with the kids, I have kids and they're always, you know, bringing home colds and flus and germs and all kinds of stuff. So everybody got sick over the last 2 weeks, except for me, because I take my supplements. So that one is absolutely amazing. And I always notice when everybody else is sick around me, I will sneeze, but that's all that ever happens. I never get an onset of like coughing or sniffy nose or any of that kind of stuff. So that one is fantastic, especially for immune. And it's our #1 product, our best-selling one, and it's an award winner. And I specifically like that one because the flavor's great and it actually works amazing. So I've been able to dodge colds since I started the products, but most recently I have not been getting sick at all, which is awesome because I can't afford to get sick. So, and nobody else probably can either. So that one I love. And all of our products are fantastic. And I've also done really well with maintaining my weight. And, you know, just I was having problems sleeping and all those kinds of stuff. So I've been taking the Relax at night, and that one seems to help as well. But yeah, I think that they're all fantastic products, and there is 18 of them. So, you know, there's always something for everybody. But yeah, if you want to know more about the products, just message us and we're happy to share all the details. So thanks for having me, Marianne.
Thank you for coming, and you're not allowed to get sick. Sorry. I have too many books coming up. And between the two of us, because Amanda has her own books and we write forwards, like we work together, like we're all so intertwined, like it's crazy. I love it. Let's talk about the brand new product just for a teeny tiny bit. And thank you so much for that. I just want to mention, actually, before we get into the new product, the MLS that Amanda showed is, and we have Nikki White, Vanna White. MLS kills off parasites. And if you think you don't have any, Candida is a parasite. So if you have Candida, this is your internal work. This is not a cream to put on anything. This is an internal, and it's going to kill off all kinds of parasites. I give this to myself because I have a dog. If you're a pet owner, you have more parasites than the average person. And we all have pets, all three of us. So I take this one very regularly, and so does my dog. And brain. BRN is the brain one. It will help you with, for sure, brain fog, but I have some serious cases of advanced dementia. People taking this, and they have had some very good results. That's kind of all I'm allowed to say legally. But I did have a friend, her sister has pretty advanced dementia, and she has taken some of these, and they've been able to, she recognized her for the first time in 2 years, put it that way. So I believe that if you couple up the brain with the new product, I think that's going to be the ultimate result. So the new product I can't show you. If someone's got a picture of it, I'm trying to look for a picture. I just, of course, when I need one, I can't find it. But the new product is all about stem cell regeneration and telomere extension. So if you don't know what telomeres are, if anyone's got shoelaces, if you look at laces and that little plastic thing at the end that holds the lace together, that's kind of what we could compare a telomere to. They're like little nerve endings. And so as we get older, they shorten, and people with dementia have extreme. So this is actually going to reverse aging. So it's not going to slow down aging. It's going to actually reverse it. So if you want to know more about that one, we have a list of ingredients somewhere. I just don't really know where any of this is. It's all new. We don't have the product yet. It's been, we knew that it was in the country, it was at customs, and now apparently we can get our hands on it tonight. So I'm so excited. I'm so excited. What time, Nikki?
I didn't see a time. I will check yet because I did post it in my Nikki's Healthy Candies group. And I just want to clarify, in case any of you misunderstood, when Marianne said, I have a number of cases of dementia, she is talking about clients. She is not suffering from dementia, and she won't because she's taking all her candies.
I never
So
will.
Exactly.
You know
So
why I never will? I just want to say this because this is important. Thank you so much for pointing that out, Nikki, because both of my parents passed away from dementia. My mother had full-blown, really aggressive Alzheimer's, and my dad had dementia, and it was more from being diabetic and so on and so forth. And diabetes is supposed to be like the dementia, diabetes 3 is basically dementia. So I have both parents with dementia, and so people are continuously telling me I'm going to get it because everyone's a doctor and everyone knows everything. So I'm like, no, I'm not. I will never get it. First of all, my brain is way too active. Like it doesn't even have time. I don't have time for dementia. So it's not going to happen. There's too much going on. I read too much. I do too much. And I take all of these wonderful products. And I believe that with this BRN and this new product, there's no way. Like, no way. I'm going to go out on a mission. I'm going to start doing some extra videos for dementia I've done some with meditation for dementia caregivers, because that's important. But I am going to stop talking now and let Nikki talk, because I know she needs to.
Talking about that, and I'm still processing it from my cell phone to the computer. But talking about that, my favorite product and what I started with here is the NRM. Marianne mentioned diabetes. And like so many of us, I was a total skeptic. I bought a box to support someone because I've had health challenges in the past, huge health challenges, and I have heard so many people say, this is the absolute answer. This will work, that I've become so skeptical, I wouldn't try anything new. So I bought this box. My sugar was high one day, and I thought, oh, well, it's here, I may as well try it. And my sugar came down within an hour from 225 or 222, I think it was, to under 119. And I was measuring my sugar the entire time and saw it coming down. And this is incredible. Then I thought, oh no, it's coincidence. Because of course we have to be skeptical about these things, you know. So I turned around and said to my husband the next day when his sugar was high, I turned around and I said to him, oh, you know what? It's crazy, but try this. And it worked for him. And it really is a powerful tool to managing your blood sugar. If you monitor your blood sugar, this is one of the candies that you can actually measure and see the results on a sugar meter. It works, it's powerful. And a lot of people have said, doesn't it take your sugar too low? I've never experienced it taking my sugar too low. That's the first thing. The second thing is you may be saying, I'm not diabetic. What do you think you do to your sugar when you go out and you celebrate and you take that extra dessert or eat that huge meal? You're affecting your sugar levels. And this is a good time to keep that on hand. So that was the one thing. Now, this new product that's dropping is called LFT. And the telomere help supports normal cell division, youthful appearance, wellness at the cellular level, cell renewal, antioxidant properties that help neutralize free radicals. It protects against oxidative stress. Who has stress? Natural recovery after illness. Who doesn't have illness? And supports energy levels and reduces fatigue. The ingredients include rosemary leaf, turmeric root, ginger root, milk thistle seeds, spirulina, black pepper fruit, Japanese knotweed root, pomegranate fruit, red grapefruit, and Siberian larch. You hear that those aren't chemicals. Those are all natural. And these candies taste amazing. If you've got a sweet tooth and you think, well, I need to control anything else in my life, because we all need some more control, pop a candy rather than a sweet, because it does take your craving away. But you've also got something put in your mouth at that time. And last thing, my cats were really sick. I thought my cat was going to die. I dissolved this in water and gave it to my cat. And my cat is very much running around, being as much of a lovable nuisance as she's always been. My other cat has an allergic reaction to mosquito bites. Now, we live in Texas. You know that the Texas mosquitoes are this big. And this cat's whole nose is raw. And of course, she keeps scratching it. So we've been giving her, in fact, we've been giving her the alt. And wow. but how do I know what of these 18 candies to take at any one time? You know what? We have such an amazing community. What do I take? And if I have a customer, and I'd love to see you have health benefits from this too. None of us can guarantee you're going to have the same benefits we have, but I would be very surprised if you don't have any benefits from it. So I would encourage you to jump in and do it. And the last thing I'm going to say, there's so many products, I could be here forever. The last product I'm going to
Not going
talk
to be the
about
last thing you're going
is ice. I had the most terrible heartburn. And I was talking to Mary Ann. I could hardly talk because my throat was so raw. And I have such bad reflux and GERD that my ears burn. And Mary Ann said, take ice. And I took an ice and thought it's not doing anything and lay there in agony. 10 minutes later, I was fine. So I pop 2 ice when I have bad heartburn. And it's an incredible product. I see that you're also nodding your head. Tell us what experience you've had with ice.
Me? Are you asking
Yes,
me?
you.
Nikki? Okay,
Yes.
sorry. I love the ice and I love the alt, especially when you get like I get allergies usually in the spring and in the fall because they're, doing all the farming and stuff, right? And so I was having a lot of sensitivity. And so I have used the ice for sore throats and I've used it. And like you said, it works like right away. Like it's I would say within 30 minutes, I noticed that it's not bugging me anymore. And I don't even notice because it just goes away. And I'm so used to it that sometimes it takes me a minute. Oh yeah, I don't have that anymore. It's gone. So I love those ones. And especially when you get colds and stuff, I give those ones to my kids and they'll complain about their throat and stuff like that. And they'll take those. And then I don't hear any more complaints for the rest of the day. And so that's how I know they work because, with kids, when something's wrong, they'll let you know. And they're very vocal about that. And so as soon as I give them the candies, they're usually okay. And I don't hear any more. So we've had really good experiences with that product in particular in our house.
And, I've just heard it's going to
all
drop
of
at
us.
7
I was
7
going to say
p.m.
it's at
tonight.
7 p.m., just so you know. I know, I just looked it up. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so excited. So that's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if anyone wants one, come talk to us prior to that. I'm going to be on here. We're going to be on here till about 3, maybe 3:30, depending on what time we actually finish. I do have to hop on to another summit. So feel free to contact these 2 beautiful ladies. And after that, I will be available. So if anyone wants to go on a 3-way, I'll make myself available for the rest of the day. This is all I have now that I know that this is coming. I do have to walk my dog quickly, and that's it. That's all I'm doing. So I'm all yours and whoever needs me because we're so excited. Stem cell regeneration, people. Telomeres, like we're not kidding. Like I'm so excited. I can't even handle it. And I do want to point out, I mean, this is, maybe not that important to some people, but I know for sure that it's important to a lot of other people that travel a lot. And I have a lot of my colleagues and people that travel literally on a monthly basis. They're on 1 or 2 and sometimes, unfortunately, 3 trips, which is not unfortunately, I shouldn't say that, but that's a lot of travel. They are easy to take because they're already in their own little package. Look, like they're already hermetically sealed. They're so easy to take. There's no liquid. You don't have to worry about anything. And they're not disgusting pills that I have a really hard time swallowing the pills, the ones that have the powder. It gets caught, and then you're like, if I cannot do it without a full bottle, oh my God, a full bottle of water, a full, or if it's a small bottle, like a full glass, just in case, because it's crazy. So these are so easy to take, and kids love them. Kids will take a candy. You heard from Amanda. Just give it to them. They're not going to take it. Oh, hi, honey, can you take an aspirin? Yeah, because that tastes really great. Melting in your money. Melting in your money. That's funny. In your mouth. Thank goodness my social media girl knows how to edit stuff out. It's all good. What a great product. And in the US, so us in Canada, not just yet, but we're still hoping this year. We're still hoping, and we're thinking if it doesn't come this year, then next year for sure. Skincare. Okay, not only is the skincare absolutely amazing. So the person who invented this skincare and had it put together, first of all, it's manufactured in Germany, which I'm just going to say this. They just don't know how to mess anything up. So first of all, it's made in Germany. It's chemical free. And the owner's wife wanted to get some skincare when she first got pregnant with her first child and wanted a skincare that had no chemicals in it, right? So in Europe, they have much higher standards than we do in North America. We allow something to the tune of roughly, it's around 3,000 various chemicals in small amounts that are allowed to come in. They only have 1,200. And in some places, I think even less. And so but those are teeny tiny amounts and whatnot. So that already tells you that it's a better product, the fact that it's made in Europe. And then, so she couldn't find anything. So what does a girl do when she can't find something? She makes her own, right? So then she had them put into glass bottles because she understands the not goodness of plastic bottles, but not just any glass, but Venetian glass. So this particular product sits in a gorgeous Tiffany colored Venetian glass bottle. Like, you cannot go wrong. This is an amazing product. I've tried all the products now. I've had all of them. I had to go to the US to get them because they're not available in Canada. And I did bring some back with me, but I cannot wait until we're able to get it. So I'm super excited about that. And I too have also tried ice. It's a really great digestive enzyme. But like I said before, if you take, like, let's say if you have any kind of digestive issues, so whether you're younger, whether you have IBS or you have whatever, we have something called the metabolic reset. It's all the products designed to help around the metabolism. And if you take that one, so I took it for more than a month because I'm 62 years old. And if you've lived a little longer than 40 or 50, even 50, you're starting to feel stuff. Like I started to feel things at about 55, 56. But at 62, you really have to pay attention. It matters what you eat. It matters what time you eat it at. Long gone are my days of, being 20 and just eating whatever at 10 o'clock at night and going to sleep and not feeling anything. That's not going to happen at this point. But you can clean up your microbiome a little bit. You absolutely can clean it up. And that in turn gives you a better metabolism. And if whatever needs to happen happens after that. So sometimes that's weight loss, and the weight loss comes off easier. It's not I'm on this hardcore diet. I can only have so many. There's no calorie counting. There's no nothing. They just actually, even for the month that we were doing it, they said, make sure you have sufficient water, according to your body weight and so on and so forth, and stay off the alcohol for a month. And try to, cut down completely if you can on sugar. And then if not completely, then, as close as possible. And so that was it. Like they didn't say don't eat this or that. I mean, they're not going to encourage you to have fries and onion rings. And the Lord knows on this side of the world in North America, we have all kinds of wonderful things that taste delicious, but are not good for us. So anyway, so that worked. And once you clean up your microbiome, everything else functions so much better. And you'll see that you don't actually need as much of the product. So I used to have to take a digestive enzyme all the time. And now I don't need it as much. Like if I were to eat something a little heavier, a little bit later on in the day, or, early evening or whatever, like 8 o'clock, I don't really eat by 8 anymore. I usually try to finish by 7 if I can. But it happens, sometimes I'll have this or that, and maybe, but not always, because I've cleaned it up a lot too. So that's another really great thing. We do have a coffee. I don't have anything here to show you, but we do have a coffee. It's an instant coffee. It is chemical free. So it's amazing. And that one is now also available in Canada. Yay. And the US. So we have that. And we have like, oh my gosh, we have so many, but I can't not talk about this product. Okay. This is like one of my number one products right now. So I'm just going to tell you, if you're not already in your late 50s and early 60s, as you get a little older, like I had a broken leg when I was 8 years old. I had some other stuff happen. I've fallen, I've pulled my muscles, my hip and my groin and my knee and all that kind of stuff was nasty. And so all those little pains, they all start to come out when you get a little older. I hit 60 and it was like, holy smoke, what's going on here? This is my new best friend, SLD. This is an anti-inflammatory, people. This is the most natural anti-inflammatory I think you will find. This is my savior. I do not fly without this because my feet will swell up. They always have. It's just the way, it is. This, I don't fly without it. And if anything starts to hurt in the morning, or even if I've had some super inflammatory foods, I'm going to try to see if I can find this. This helps tremendously, and I can't find an STP. Do you have an STP?
Yes, I do.
Oh, good. STP. So, Amanda, yours is a little fuzzy. There's an STP right there. That one is for pain. Okay. Not only will this take down regular pain, like a headache, like a backache, like all of that. Oh, that's the other thing I should mention. Since I've been wearing this, no backache at all for 2 days straight. And I've had some serious backaches. So
I'm going to agree with that, because my husband woke up and said, I must have slept skew, and he was in a lot of pain. His pendant hadn't arrived, so I lent him mine.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, is it working? He said, yes. I said, can I have it back? He said, no.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to wait for his to arrive. And really, I have severe back pain. I have injections in my spine for it. I have found huge reduction in that pain. So,
and for me, I've had some serious back pain, and this is significantly better. So the STP combined with the SLD, because if there's pain, there is for sure inflammation, and you need to know that, and then you need the two. And so these two we have 3 price ranges. These two are $25 each in the US and $31, $32, something like that in Canada. It's an automatic switch over. So those two, I don't want to leave today without mentioning them, because these are probably my number one sellers. This and Relax, if anyone's got one. I might have a Relax if anyone's got one. I don't know if I have one. Nope, I can't find it. I thought I had one. I probably do somewhere, but God knows where. Let me see. Oh, I want to talk about HPR. No,
Here's the Relax.
okay, good. There's the Relax. And I think all 3 of us use this. I actually give it to my very anxiety riddled dog, who is now 10 and a bit, and he gets really anxious. Oh my gosh, firecrackers. And July 1st, in Canada, it's July 1st. For you guys, it's July 4th. I dread it. I dread holidays because we have a little park right next to my building where I live. And we have fireworks all the time, and he shakes, like it's absolutely insane. So I've got to give him the Relax, and then he sleeps all day, which is kind of funny. But I do want, oh, sorry, go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Talk about beauty.
Okay, right. I know I said I wasn't going to tell you about another one, but I can't help it. Can you
See?
see how my hair's a little fuzzy and a little wispy? And most people would think that's a bad thing. It's a great thing. I've started taking the BTY,
Mhm,
the beauty. The difference I have seen in my skin, the
mhm,
elasticity in my skin, and all these little wisps of hair. This is new hair growth. I've had years of taking cortisone. It
mhm,
affects your sugar. It affects the elasticity in your skin, and it definitely affects your hair.
mhm.
And this has been amazing. So can't go without saying this is another one of my favorite products. In fact, every one I tried is a favorite product, but this is amazing, 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 amazing. And I love it.
I think most of the women, we really love it, but I also have some men that have had some really great results with growing back some hair. And it's due to BTY and GRW. So GRW, I find, well, first of all, they both make, but like it'll grow and then you'll have like these little hairs. So I have a ton of those now too. And because let's face it, menopause, the hair's falling out. A hormone imbalances of any kind, you don't even need to be, ladies, you don't need to be, like I got plenty of 35 and 40-year-olds taking it because they've got unbalanced hormones, which we will go on to next. But the GRW and the BTY, your skin, your hair, your immune system. I don't know what else I can say. It's a must. And the award that Amanda was talking about, that it's an award-winning product, GRW in 2020, when it was all about the immune system, won an award out of 423 products as top immune booster in the world at the time. I did want to just read, we've told you a lot of what the product is, and we will continue because we still, I believe, have some time, right? I had to go recharge my phone, so I can't see. But I did want to tell you what it's not. So it is dairy-free. All the products are dairy-free, gluten-free, vegan, non-GMO, halal, kosher, pesticide-free, soy-free, nut-free, alcohol-free, cruelty-free, non-toxic, egg-free, FDA approved, and drug-free, and in Canada, Health Canada approved. So awesome product, amazing. I mean, we've got ashwagandha is probably one of our #1 products. It's in like so many of our products. It's insane. And if you all have allergies, if you have like an allergy to bananas, like bananas are in the Relax. So the just so you know, the company actually started with Relax. Relax was the first product, and it's our #1 seller. And I think it probably still is. It helps people sleep. So if you can't sleep, Relax. If you a little bit ADD, ADHD, whatever, anxiety, we have Happy and Relax. I believe Amanda could probably tell you a little more about that. I do take Happy sometimes. I don't know. I think I just take it because it just makes you feel good. Relax. I don't really have a lot of problems sleeping because I work so many hours. By the time I hit the bed, I'm like out like a light. So not much, but every so often there's stress. So like today, we all woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning because somebody decided to do fireworks really loudly, and a lot of it. So much so that the police is now cleaning up the area, and I think they're gonna end up having a car there all the time because it's a tiny little park. It's really not even much of a park, but there, it seems to attract a lot of kids to do, you know, because there's no, you can't really do, like if you do it in front of your house, that's not, I don't know. I don't really know how safe that is. I don't know that much about fireworks. I just know they're loud. And I didn't, you know, I heard it and boof, my dog jumped into bed and I'm like, what? I'm like, oh, now we got to do this. And then, but then I went back to sleep because they stopped. But yeah, that's actually a really amazing product. And I do want to talk about hormone balancing. Oh, sorry. I do want to let Amanda talk to you about Happy and how she uses Happy and Relax. Go for it.
Yeah, so I actually had some hormone issues personally, and I've been taking the Happy and the PWR, the Power, the apricot for women. You can take either or. There's the lemon or the apricot, but I really enjoy the apricot one. And so I had this issue where I was having cold sweats and my hair was falling out, and I was very let's just face it, sometimes as women, we can get a little moody when our hormones are out of sort. So, I still take the Happy all the time because I love that one and I need it. So I take that one and the Power Apricot, and I don't have night sweats. My hair is not falling out anymore. It's actually coming in really long and thick. And I take the BTY sometimes as well, or yeah, BTY, and that one helps with the hair growth, as Marianne mentioned earlier. But with the Power Apricot and the Happy together, like it was very, very powerful for me. And all of those kind of hormonal symptoms that I was experiencing kind of went away. I didn't have much of them at all. And even boys, cover your ears, but when you have your monthly cycle, sometimes you get the cramping and the bloating, and I found it was really helpful for that one too. So those are two products that I love, and I take them every month. So if you have like hormonal issues, they really do make a difference, like a huge difference, especially at night. Because I probably woke up, I wake up quite a bit during the night, and when I take the Power Apricot, I'm not waking up at all. So that one is an excellent one. I love that one. And the Happy too. Those two together, they work really well together, especially for that week of the month.
So I would just add the HPR, which is a mild liver cleanse and a liver support. And liver is the one that processes your hormones. So it's also our biggest filter in our whole body. So it is hugely, hugely important to keep that clean and functioning properly. And one of the things also that I want to mention from a menopausal point of view, with the hormone balancing, I use them for that. So the Power is more for testosterone. The Power Lemon is more for balancing out testosterone. The apricot is more for estrogen. And so what happens is I have been taking it now twice a day, and my hot flashes are down to, I don't want to say zero, because I don't know, once in a blue moon I'll get one, but I am like at 0.5% of hot flashes, and not that so much as, and I believe it's the Power for Lemon that did this, but you really should take both, because we all have both hormones and we all need balancing. And if you add the HPR, that whole concept will then balance itself out. And so what it's done for me is, and this was the reason I just one day just got the sort of idea that, hey, it wouldn't be a bad idea if you took these twice a day. And I used to get up maybe anywhere from 4 to 6 times in a night, depending on how much water I drank or tea or whatever before I went to bed. And I now get up maybe once. If I drink a lot, then okay, twice, but it's sometimes once and sometimes none. I can sleep the whole night through without even getting up. So that is huge. That is huge for menopause, because I've never had to get up so many times in my life. It's like crazy. It drives me nuts. And it disrupts my sleep, and I'm a really good sleeper, so I hate that. So this really helps me a lot. And I find that it is strengthening my bladder and my kidneys. And so that's exactly what we were talking about in one of the seminars, because we do have a nutritionist that the company hires that has numerous letters after her name, and she tells us everything, how everything is. So I think it's a combination of everything, because I keep feeling better and better. So I always say, hey, I think I'm aging backwards. And then when we got this product, we knew we were getting the stem cell regenerator. I said, oh my God, that really is aging backwards. And then they're like, yeah, this is actually aging backwards. This isn't even preventing aging or slowing it down. No, this is going backwards, like literally going backwards. And I'm like, wow, that is so exciting. So I'm going to say whatever we just said, add the stem cell regeneration, unless you're 20 years old and you don't need the stem cell regeneration just yet. But, you know, also depending, there's plenty of 20, I have a lot of 20-year-olds that are anemic, that are, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Bulimic. You know, there's all kinds of different things going on, and IBS is such a disruptor of everything. It just causes so much, and celiac disease, you know, like there's so many digestive issues right now that, you know, and I've had really, really great results with some of my people on that. So I can't stress enough about it. I don't know what else to say about it. What else, what other products do we have? What did I miss?
Oh, we have,
Oh,
GTS.
GTS. Oh, I'm gonna leave Amanda to say that, because that's one of her favorite products, if not her favorite.
That one actually got me like into the whole APLCO world because I was an avid energy drink drinker. And I was drinking 2 and 3 of those a day. And so what happens is there's so much caffeine and sugar. And I got the bloat in my belly from the sugar and my digestive being all out of whack and all that kind of stuff. And that one there I did with the STP, and that was the first products that I got really into. And I actually don't drink caffeine anymore. I am completely no more energy drinks. My belly is gone. I don't have any issues now. I was able to get off taking the GTS and the STP, and I was really happy about that because sugar is something that will take you places you don't want to go with your health, especially in large quantities. Like in the energy drinks, there is a lot. And the caffeine, it gives you the jitters and all of that stuff. And with the GTS, I was able to actually feel like more energized. So I would get that afternoon, you know, kind of fog burnout everybody gets, and they go for their coffee in the afternoon. And, you know, so I was able to not do that anymore. And I just take the GTS and the STP when I'm feeling a little, you know, like I need something, a little pick me up. And so I've had a lot of really great results with that one. And I'm really happy that I don't drink that stuff anymore because it was really bad. So that was the first product that really got me going with it. And every product has just wowed me. So that one's an excellent one.
I know it's said perfectly. So for you, it was GTS. For me, it was ALT, and Nikki NRM. Was it NRM? Yeah.
Correct.
And now it's still ALT. So I just want to say, because I don't think I mentioned this, I had a cold because it was December, but I also had extreme seasonal allergies to the point where I was taking a product that I could just buy over the counter product at the drugstore that shall remain nameless. And it does rhyme with drill. Anyways, I was taking it and it was doing the job, but I mean, you know, to take anything for 3 months like that, that's really hard because it was a really long season for me. And when I got these, I just changed it. So this is at least all natural. And so I did 3 months of this on, you know, more than one a day. I don't really know how many I was taking. It's been a while, which is beautiful. And this year, so for a year, for 2 seasons, I did that. So it's three months in spring, because spring is worse for me than the fall. And then the fall is about a month and a half to 2 months. So that one's a little bit easier to take for whatever reason. Fall seems to agree with me. So I had that. And this year, I think I took maybe 2 boxes for the entire 3 months. It was maybe one a day, if even, sometimes none. And I was like, no, how many have I taken? I said, what's going on? And I'm just like, is this because it's been an extremely warm year? And it could be partially because of that, but there's no way I would have been exempt for 3 months. So, so that's how good it was. And then for Nikki, of course, NRM. I'm just going to try to see if I can reset.
I just want to add to everything that, I'm one of these people who, if it works, that's great. Tell me. Let me experience it. Let it work. There are those of you out there who want to know the details, the science behind it. We have all of that available for you. So if you're looking for white papers, if you are looking for the information behind it, because that's the kind of person you are, and we'll be talking about that later, nothing wrong with that. But we can help you there. We can put you in the right direction. And as Marianne mentioned, we have a woman who is fantastic at explaining all of that, writing that stuff, you name it. So we are becoming educated, but we can certainly put you in touch with those white papers, the scientific findings, all of the background. If that's not you, that's fine. That's not me. I don't want to read it. Just let me try it and tell you that it works.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And Nikki's absolutely correct. We've got plenty of people who are interested, who need, they have many questions. There's people like me who ask almost no questions because I make decisions very quickly. I signed up as a diamond, and you don't need to know what that means right now, but if you want to know, that's, we can certainly discuss it. And I did it quick and fast, and I joined. And the day when I could, the first day when I tried the product, the next day when I woke up and there was no symptoms, I could not believe how quickly this worked. And I was beside myself. And I said, you know what? I walked to the computer and I deleted my account from the other company. Not because the company's bad or anything, just because this product is significantly better, and I couldn't not do it, and I can't do both. So it just makes sense to do both. But
and I know our time is up. However, I don't know why I didn't mention it before. Folks, there is a special till Sunday night. So if you want to know about this, you want to find out more, come on, connect with us. Special until Sunday.
Well, the special's pretty. I believe if you buy, is it 200? If you buy 200, you get 200% or something, isn't it? You get like $400 worth of products. But our specials are good. Our specials are not shabby chic. They're like awesome chic. They're like Chanel chic. They're top of the line. It's pretty intense. You get some seriously good product. The special is on, Nikki says, till Sunday. What time? 7? Something
It
like
was
that.
extended, so as far as I know, it's till 7 p.m. It was due to stop yesterday. So connect before everything sells out.
It's amazing. Thank you all so much for listening to us. We're super excited about this product, and so we want to spread the good word. And also from a business side, it's a great side hustle. I've been with the company a little bit longer than the 2 ladies have. I have been already on how many trips? I've already won 4 trips. One I missed out on. I had a wedding to go to, so I couldn't go on it. One was in Dubai. So the trips aren't just anywhere. They're like, this was a cruise. This was a week-long cruise to Dubai, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, Sherbani Yas Island. Then we spent a couple of days in Dubai, and that's a lifetime. It's a trip of a lifetime, right? Like it doesn't happen just whatever. And so, yeah, it's absolutely amazing. So Tammy has joined us now. I want to give her Tams. I can't really give you more than 5 minutes because we're kind of done. But I know she's trying to sneak in through work. I just came back from Cancun. We have a trip going out to Dominican Republic. I won a cruise already to China and Japan. Like, these are not, some whatever 2-day events. These are like real awesome trips. And certainly we have the best compensation package in network marketing, and I've been in network marketing for 30 years. So this is one of the other vehicles that I love healing, helping people heal with. So maybe Tammy can't make it. Michael, are you with us? Are you able to join, or did you need another minute? What would you like?
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, okay, very good.
Just staying out of the way.
Oh,
I need to really help my beauty, so you guys need to help me.
you have a lot of hair. You have a lot of hair,
We
Michael.
have a candy for that.
We have a candy for pretty much everything. Michael, why don't you come join us on camera and I will introduce you. And look at my amazing Michael Faber. I have been trying to get this young man onto my summits for how many months now? Hang on. So, as you all know, I've already announced the no bios today. So I have first of all, Michael said that I can introduce him like this. So the business brain behind the beard and the founder of Unleash You Now. He is absolutely amazing. He just pulled off the best virtual summit ever. Like absolutely amazing. I am so jealous of his studio. It's off the chart crazy. Off the chart crazy. And you know what? I am so impressed. I can't wait till I can actually come there physically and hang out with you guys. Like it is, I'm just like, I was going through Facebook and I'm trying to get, to whoever I'm trying to message. And I'm like, oh my God, of course Michael pulled it off because he's a friggin' genius. Michael, with that introduction, I am going to introduce you, and everyone, please help me welcome Michael Faber.
I didn't know if we were going to have a conversation, talk about mindset and beauty. I was in. I was like, I'll do it. Someone told me there was a candy for that. I was like, for what? Made me nervous. I was like, hold up, what are we talking about? Candy for? I'll take it. I like good candy. Thank you guys for having me. I'm excited to be here. I've been a long time listener, first time caller. I actually begged for months to be on this. I was rejected a good amount of time. I had to show my worth. And finally today I did. I'm excited. I feel like we finally won. All right, to be here, to be with you guys. It's an exciting place. I love how you guys continuously pour into people and love on your people and try to encourage people to live the life they desire and the life they want, which is truly winning. Right. I want you guys to do something with me. I'm more of an interactive guy. I don't want to sit here and be like, all right, like that's not really my style. Thank you for the compliments on the virtual arena too. It is beautiful. We worked. I stood there and watched. A lot of people worked real. I don't know anything. I always say I'm the dumbest dude in the room 90% of the time. The only time I'm the smartest person in the room if there ain't no one else in it. You know what I'm saying?
Lying. He's super smart. Don't believe anything he says. I loved him before I met him, and then I met him in Maryland earlier this year. He's amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I paid you good money to lie for me. I'm kidding. I would though. No. They did amazing work to make that arena come to life and create excitement in virtual. I always want to do that when I do something. I want to do it different. You know me, my style. I'm gonna do it different. Before we get rolling, I want us to do an exercise that I do often with people. I had to stop doing it for a year because I had to win a bet, and I did, but the year's up, so now I can do it again. I want you to write 1, 2, 3 or type 1, 2, 3 and leave room to write in between. And for the line number 1, I want you to write a goal you have that's very meaningful for you to complete. I was given stern instructions today that it has to be about mindset, and I better not embarrass or disappoint. That was my mom. She said that, but I feel like that would everyone agree with it. So number 1, something you have, a goal you have that's very meaningful for you to complete. It means something to you. It's important. You get excited thinking about it. You know those things, those goals where you get excited. You're like, oh man, this is going to be crazy. All right. The virtual event was one of those. If we could pull this off, this is going to be crazy. Then you see this 10-foot high, 30-foot long LED wall, and you're like, what did we do? It was so big, it went through the ceiling. I literally have a team coming in next week to raise the ceiling so we can do it next time without breaking the ceiling. So number 2, I want you to write, when you complete that goal, what feeling will you have? When you complete that goal, what feeling will you get? So the first one, that's a goal that's very meaningful. It means something to you. It's important. Second one is, what feeling will you get when you complete it? It's done now. How do you feel? And the third one, what time frame can you complete that goal by? Now, for this one, I always love the optimist. I'm not a big pessimist fan, but I get you guys too. We need the opposites, right? But for this one, I want you to be a realist. I always say, like, I'm more of a neutral position. I try not to be like, I'm super optimist where it's like, everything's great. Like, everything's not going to be great. That's okay. That's life. Also, everything's not bad, right? I kind of sit in the middle. So in this one, try to sit in the middle with me and be like, don't be like, I'm going to be a billionaire and I have $5 and I'm going to be a billionaire tomorrow, right? Like, because that's not going to happen, right? So let's be in a way that we can actually accomplish this and receive this goal. I was just like, dang, I already chased one person out. I'm on a roll already. No. I was like, shoot. Sorry. I used to do stand-up. I was really bad at that too. But it was, people would leave faster than that. So I'm doing better, I guess. Now that you have 1, 2, 3, I'm going to be a real pain in the butt here. And anyone listening, you can share it in the chat. Anyone that's on here, you can share it. And anyone that's on here, if you want to come on and share it, that'd be great. What your goal was. Because then I'm going to say you're wrong. But I want you to tell me your goal. What are your goal? What's the goal you wrote down? What did you write down for number 1? That's the important part. So what do you write down for number 1 right now? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to hear about. And that's what we need shared with us. So if you could say it, write it, do whatever, put it in the chat. Write number 1. Blue Ocean Strategy is the best way to go. What's up? Michael Martin Humble's in the house. Michael Duffy's in the house. What up, guys?
Hey,
Go ahead. All right. So you're going to tell me your number 1? That's good. Let me pick on you.
Because I was actually just earlier, I was on the phone with my lawyer already. So this particular one requires a lawyer, and it's in a good way. So I was just actually, you all know I do real estate. So I was dealing with this really awesome new lawyer that I just got introduced to, and he does a bunch of different things. And I asked him and I said, can you register non-for-profits? And he said, oh yeah. And he goes, you know, in Canada. And I said, yes, I know. So in Canada, it's a little bit different. As a non-for-profit, do all these things, and then it needs to be recognized by the government and termed as an actual charity. So that's a process that I have little control over, and it's more of a government thing. But I am making the appointment to go in. I have to do some stuff next week for it. And then the following week after that is when I'm going into the lawyer. So this is going to be actualized in 2 weeks. I'm going to have the profit. I'm registering it. And then the rest is pretty much out of my control because I don't know when it's going to be termed a charity, but you can work and operate in a limited kind of way, but still you can do it until it gets into charitable anyways. So that's that. How am I going to feel?
Hold on. No, wait. Just stop right there for a second. I love the excitement. This is where you're going to block me after this and never invite me back. But it's a great part. It'll be exciting. All right. So you said your goal was to get this charity nonprofit up and running, right? And that can happen on your end 2 weeks. The rest is undetermined their end. Right? Love that.
Yeah.
What if I said you were wrong?
Okay, I'll take
right?
it.
Yeah, you're nicer than most people I know.
I
most people are like, "What? All right? Don't tell me I'm wrong." Thank you.
I trust that we're going in a great direction.
All right, fingers crossed. All right. If not, I'm sorry already. So you said that was your goal. Then you were about to say what you wrote for number 2. What was that?
So I'm super content and satisfied and excited to get going and started by helping people. But also I've wanted to do this for a very long time. And my general excuses were, I don't have time. I got to get this done first and that thing. And I'm like, you know what? Life is short. Get your shit together and just get out there and do this already and stop whining.
Yeah, I love it.
That was my self-conversation. So here I am.
I love it. I love it. All right. Now I'm going to take a pause here with you. And I'm going to go to Nikki because I was hoping that you would turn her camera on so I could pick on her too. All right.
I was just saying, if you're going to pick on me, maybe I should turn my camera off and
All right.
hide.
No, ma'am.
However, it's always so constructive. I am going to launch my podcast. It's going to start in January. And I am both excited and nervous about it. The adrenaline is going. I've got a lot to learn. I'm working with a coach and just growing in it. But there is that hesitance and there is that nervousness and that desire to want to have people be powerfully impacted by it. And every now and then, I must be honest, I have this question going, can I do that?
Yeah,
I
of
know I
course.
can, but I still ask it.
Heck yeah,
So-
you're human. I'm glad to know you're human like the rest of us. That's good. All right. So
As
now
I
when
say to my ladies, I don't have my halo to polish and my wings yet.
not yet, hopefully a long time though, but you're doing the job of one. And so now when you accomplish this and this podcast comes out in January, how's that going to feel?
Amazing. And at the same time, the beginning of a huge growth thing. So more nervousness.
I like it. I like it. They're the best things. All right. So now we got those. Now, Tammy, you're not safe here. All right. This is a non-safe zone. So you're here. That means you're here. And I like making everybody feel like we're part of something. So Tammy, what's your goal?
Well, thanks for including me. I thought I was getting away with that.
No.
Well, one of the things of my goals is websites. I usually assess people's websites and show them how they can monetize on them. But I haven't had my own to show. I've always been showing other people.
Ooh.
So now I have mine. And so reason I'm excited about that is because I believe websites are supposed to do a lot of things for you. They're not a glorified yellow pages. And so I want to share that from example with the website that I now have. And so I'm excited about it because it's been something that's been on my list of things to do. Lots of things have gotten away. I'm a mom of 3. I still make my husband's lunch. You know, there's all kinds of stuff, and not having the money the way that I wanted. And also website people telling me what they want to do, which they didn't take my vision into it, you know? So finally I found the right people that I'm doing that with. And how it's going to make me feel, well,
so hold on. So what's the goal?
Well,
what's the goal first? Because you said a lot there. I want to know clear goal.
The ultimate goal is for me to be able to show other people how they can monetize on their websites
Through
with
yours.
various things on the website other than just everything about them.
Right.
And the goal is also for me to highlight and feature other people. The website is not about me. It's about others and serving them.
It's about us. Right. All right. So it's to show it through your own website, how to monetize and how to shine a light on others that are doing great things as well. Love that. How will that make you feel when you do it?
It's going to make me feel great because I don't want to just be making money just for the sake of making money off of others. I want people to make money. I want people to get the exposure. You know what I mean? And then, of course, in the background, there'll be something from me. But I really want to, it's going to make me feel good because I think people are going to realize that it's not about me, it's about them. And they're going to feel special, more special.
So secretly, I hear you saying you're excited because you get to contribute. No longer do you get to make, but you also get contribution, which is a huge human need.
Yes.
Right. 1 of the 6 human needs.
Yes.
So that's awesome. I love that. All right. So now what if I told you all of you that told me your goal are all wrong? Right. So I'm equal. Right. Every single one of you is wrong. All right. And it's okay because I'm going to tell you, I'm going to explain to you why you're wrong, but yet you're also right. But the logical brain is going to confuse us. The logical brain actually limits us. All right, like me doing exactly what I'm doing right now in life, the logical brain would say was never possible. All right, like I was a mess up. Like I was a screw up as a kid. I'm still a mess up, but I was even a worse mess up when I was younger. All right, I was in and out of trouble. shouldn't be here doing this. Why would anyone be able to speak to you? Why would they ever give me a microphone anywhere? I don't understand. Still, I question it, right? So the logical brain limits us, all right? And we need to understand that this thing is think it's working for us, but also it's always meant to keep us alive and survive, and with the least amount of friction as possible. Unfortunately, we need some friction to get going. All right, higher levels create more friction. All right, so we have to say, hey, brain, thank you, but we need some of this. I want some of this. I want to keep growing. I want to keep going. All right, that's the difference for a person that's satisfied with having a mortgage on a white picket fence and a gold watch, and an entrepreneur that buys multiple white picket fences. All right, there's a difference. Right, we're all the same. The difference is what we let our brain talk us into, or what we talk our brain into.
Yeah.
All right. So look at that. I got it. Yeah. Now I'm doing good. If Nikki agrees with me, I'm doing good. All right. So now that we take this, let me explain what I mean. All right. So you guys actually understand. What you wrote for number 2, I want you to circle that or highlight that or make that the focus. What you wrote for number 2. I also want you to be detailed. Number 2, why I said something about contribution was one of the things that you were seeking, is that you really want to contribute to help people, is because this thing that we're feeling beings. You ever accomplished something really cool and then thought, man, I thought it was going to feel better or different or bigger? True, right? Dude, every time we do something, I'm like, man, I thought this was going to hit harder for me, right? I don't know what's wrong. I did it wrong. Then I started thinking I was wrong. I was like, man, something's broken in within me. Everything I do, I'm like, that's cool. All right? I thought it would be better. All right? It's like that feeling is the same thing you don't want to hear when you're on a date. I thought you would do it better, right? Like these are things that you never want to hear or feel that, right? So we don't want that to happen to us now. So what we do is we highlight or circle that. Now, I want you to take that's your goal. That highlight, that circle, that thing, those feelings you're trying to get that you think you're going to get from this thing, I want you to make that your goal. Now, this is why I say this. What happens is when we want to feel this thing, our brain goes, how can we do this? And we put a target up. One target. Right? And if we don't hit it, then we're a failure and we screwed up. We're horrible. And we're just not good at this. What's wrong with me? Right? And then comes in self-doubt, self-worth issues, right? The science momentum tells us that when we start thinking our potential is lower, we start believing we're less. That means we'll take less action, and that typically leads to less results. And then that horrible cycle of momentum will take over our life, where we stop trying that hard at different things that we feel we're not good at. Right? If you give me a basketball, I'll shoot that thing 1,000,000 times. Why? I feel like I'm pretty good at basketball still. I can still shoot. All right. I was a heck of a player back in the day. Right? It was like Kobe Bryant, then me. We were close. I'm kidding. But he was much better, but I was close in my mind. So, but you give me a basketball, I'll shoot that thing all day long. You give me a bow and arrow? What? I probably wouldn't even touch it. I wouldn't know what to do. I'd be like, what? Like I have to pull the pointy side or not the pointy side, right? Like I won't have any idea. And it's the same like playing games with kids, right? Like when you play video games, right? And you're like, oh man, let me play this video game. But then the kid plays the video game and you're like, wow, that's embarrassing. Right? The kid's so damn good at this and I stink. All right. I don't want to play this game against this kid no more. Right. I used to be a basketball coach too. And we would have game night. One, it would help the guys stay off the street and play games, but also we use it as a fundraiser. Kids would pay like $1, come in, get some food and soda and play video games. And every once in a while they would talk me into playing a game with them. And I get my butt whooped. And no offense, I don't care how old I get. I don't like getting my butt whooped. It's weird. And it hasn't changed yet. I'll let you know when it does. All right. So why we have to tell our brain, hey, listen, this is great. You just decided 1A for me. This is 1A. This might be the mountaintop. This might be the big one. Well, what's 1B? Right here, what can you do daily to get that feeling? What can you do every week to get that feeling? What can you do every month to get that feeling? Now, if we know the human body, right? I'm a big human behavior guy. Me and my mom, we both went to school for a long time. My mom went to school, college, like 14 years. I went to school for like 18 years. I beat her in years. My mom has 2 doctorates. I have 0 degrees. I don't know who did it right or better. Clearly, the degrees say she did, but I spent more time. I don't know if that's good or bad, whatever. But it was confusing to me when I learned that. I was like, how do I get more time and less degrees, right? But I'm big into human behavior and neuroscience. So if we know how to rig our body to perform at its best, to feel its best, here's a question for you. When you feel good, are you better in the relationships you have? Right? Oh boy, I know when I feel good, I'm like, man, come here, Brianna. That's my daughter. Come here, Brianna. I love you. Let's go do something. You want to do something? Let's do something. Right? I'll take you over here. Let's get ice cream. She doesn't really like ice cream. I like ice cream. Right? But it's okay. We'll do it anyway together. And I'll eat ice cream. Right? But it's when I'm feeling good, my relationships are doing good. Hell, when I'm feeling like I could do better, you know what's crazy? My health does better.
Everything's better.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Now you get it. Right? And when I feel like I can do better, man, my wealth gets better. It's crazy how that works.
It's
Right?
true.
Heck yeah. So let's rig ourselves for ourselves. All right. So if we know that feeling we ultimately want, how can we get that more often? Because if we're getting that more often, this, like we said, the science of momentum, then we'll say, man, my potential, I could put a 10-foot high, 30-foot long LED wall in a building that's 9.5 feet high and 27 feet long. I'll tell you, the dimensions did not add up when we started putting the screen up. And that's why it's curved and the thing was through the ceiling. But I felt so good. I was like, we could do it. Right? Everybody else was like, oh, you're nuts. Right? And I might be, but it worked. Right? If I was feeling down about myself or feeling like I can't do this, I've been like, you're right. Walls aren't long enough. Ceiling's not high enough. We're out of luck. We can't even do it. Right? But when we have the potential, we start believing more. That means we start doing more and we get more results. And with more results, we have the opportunity to get and do more. Right? So when we're talking about mindset, let's control this thing of ours. It's the most powerful thing we got. Right? This is the most powerful thing we have, and we all have it. All right. And like I told you, I'm typically the dumbest one in the room. So if I can do this, I know you can do it.
You are so
If I can do it, I know you can do it. I am not special. I am not special. I am very simple. I'm simpleton. I am the KISS method. I keep it simple, stupid. All right. I am KISS. That's what all my buddies call me KISS. Everybody's like, that's a weird nickname. I'm like, yeah, it's keep it simple, stupid. I don't complicate anything. Right. Let's make it easy.
I love
Right?
it.
Life is hard enough. We don't have to make it harder. Right.
I love it. Love
So
it.
let's control our brain and go get those feelings we want more often. You like contributing? How can you contribute today? You make a lunch for your husband every day, man, make an extra lunch and drop it off at somebody else. You know what I mean? There you go. You contributed more, right? And listen, some people might be a little weirded out that you gave them lunch, but some people will love it. Right? Like, who knows? If you made me lunch, I'd be excited.
She makes me lunch sometimes. We now, right now, this minute, have 2 Canadians and 2 US people, 2 Americans on and then all the lives. There's a lot of people watching, actually.
I thought I was the only one from America on this thing.
Nah. Almost
I was
all.
I
like-
just sound like I'm not from America, but I'm
Right.
right here with
Oh,
you.
hold on. Aren't you in Texas?
Texas.
Yeah. I was gonna say you're the most American there is. Right? I'm in Delaware. People don't even know that's a state. Right? Most people, when I say I'm from Delaware, they say, what state? I'm like, its own. Right? It's the only one that everybody says where for.
So you
Right,
mean they
well-
say, Joe, where?
Exactly. So let's control this thing, control this trap for us and make it work for us so we can live the way we want to live and get the results we want to get at the highest level possible for us.
This is a good place to be a control freak.
Hell yeah.
This right here, ourselves, right? I always say to clients and stuff, I say, you start listening to yourself telling other people what they need to do. That's when you start needing to do it. So,
Hey, yeah. Hey, it's hard to see the picture when you're in the frame. That's what they say, right?
Mhm.
And listen, I never controlled this for most of my life. Most of my trouble came because I was just quick to react. They used to call me lightning. I was quick to strike. Right? And now, well, I just sit and wait. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to react. You're not going to get me to. All right. A couple of things we can do. How can we slow ourselves down to create clear thought? I'm not a woo-woo guy. No offense if everyone's here a woo-woo person. It's cool. I'm not judging you at all. I'm just not a big woo-woo guy. Look at me. I can't be. I would lose all kinds of credibility. Right? I don't call it meditation. I didn't even know that's what it was. If someone told me that's what it was before I did it, I probably wouldn't have did it. Right? I just took a second. And every morning I started thinking of 3 things I'm grateful for. Right? What are 3 things you're just grateful for in your life? I'm grateful to be here with you guys. Right? I'm grateful. She looks like she might kill me after this, but for talking like this on our show, but I'm just grateful to be here and see you guys.
not even close.
Be able to sit, kick it, right? Impact some people together. Like, this is dope. This is the best part of life. Let's get it. Right? I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful that I woke up today. You know what I mean? Some people didn't. And heck, there was a lot of times in my life where I didn't know if I was going to, you know what I mean? So it's today we're here. Like, I'm grateful for it. Man, I'm grateful that in a couple hours, 2 hours, I get to go see my mom. Man, I'm grateful for that, right? Like she's dope. She's an awesome person. She's hard on me, but it's okay. I earned it, right? But I gave her a life of torture, so it's okay.
Tell your mom
But
she raised a great son and give her a hug for me.
thank you. I'll do my best. I'll tell her. She won't believe it. I'll have to bring her back to the video to show her, but it'll be true. I get to show her that there's proof. But say 3 things you're grateful for, and end every day with 3 things you're thankful for. It'll change you. It's hard to be grateful and pissed off at the same time. I learned that because I used to be real pissed off, and now I'm grateful.
I love that. I love that, Michael. You're the best. Awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for taking the time out. I know you have a crazy schedule as well, and this was also a bit last minute. So thank you. Thank you. I know you had your own, what was it, 3 or 4 days, your event?
3 days. Yeah, 3 days, 2.5.
Yeah, he just finished, so he's still recovering from that. So thank you so much. I love having your energy on here, and we look forward to having you here on December 13th.
Lucky number 13. Let's get it.
For authentic leaders. Now, if there's an authentic leader in the crowd, people, Michael Faber is your man. That is for sure.
I blend. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, and have a great day. Beautiful. Chris, welcome. Chris, I lost my bios, so I leave it in your hands. I've introduced you, and this kind of happened, and I think I'm gonna continuously do this because it's so much more fun when I'm not reading the bios and everyone just gets to introduce themselves a little bit. So I've had Chris on here several times. He is amazing, and I'm going to let him tell you all about him. Do I need to make you a co-host? Yes.
You can. I'm not going to share too many slides. I'm going to,
But you
I
have
may
some.
share a little bit, but I'll try to freehand, if you will.
Okay, just let me do
So, Michael, if you're still on, hello.
He's
It's been a
gone.
while since we've connected. Hi, Tammy. Hi, Nikki. Hi, Marianne. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
There you go.
Always fun to do these things, and it just so happened to work out pretty well. So what I'm going to talk about today is why your marketing sucks and how to fix it. This is a topic that a lot of people really enjoy. I get asked to speak about this a lot. And just as for some context, I've been in marketing for 20 years, marketing and sales, mostly marketing. It's followed me around for a long time. And I've gone from working in some agencies to owning my own to being a social media marketing adjunct professor, and just recently published my second book called Marketing So Easy, It's Fun Again. So I've had the opportunity to try a lot of different tactics and strategies, both on my own businesses and my clients. So I can tell you with confidence what works and what does not. More importantly, what doesn't work, because I've seen it firsthand many times over. And the topic of why your marketing sucks and how to fix it is an interesting one, because I'm not kidding when I say probably 90% or close to that. 90% of the businesses I talk to don't like marketing. They think it sucks. They hate it. They think it's all kinds of things that is not good. And so we want to talk about that today. And the first question I'd like to ask is, and it's a rhetorical one for those watching online who maybe can't join the conversation, just raise your hand if you'd like to make marketing easy, or raise your hand if you want to make it fun. And then more importantly, raise your hand if you want it to actually work. Because so many people, they do it. They do. Well, I have a website, Chris. Well, I have social media. Well, I paid for SEO. But what is it getting you? You know, a lot of people don't know. They can't quantify or qualify that. They'll just say, well, I already have a website. Okay. Well, a beautiful website doesn't make it effective, right? Or a beautiful website doesn't make it rank well. So if people aren't finding you, doesn't matter how beautiful or ugly your website is, they can't find you. And so I want you to think about that, because I really genuinely think marketing is easy if done strategically and consistently. You'll want to remember that, because I'm going to come back to this in a little bit. So as I navigate through this conversation, I could talk about this for 3 hours, and I say that without joking. The first question I like to ask, and I ask this on stage quite a bit. I have an opportunity to do a lot of these workshops, and it's always incredible to me when I ask this question, which is raise your hand if you have and use a strategy. Now, I ask this question a lot, and it's less than 10% every time. It's not uncommon. I'm in a room with 300 people and less than 10 of them raise their hand. And then my follow-up is, just to see if you're cheating or cutting corners here, is keep your hand up if you have it in document format. Because people say, oh yeah, Chris, I've got a strategy. It's right here in my head. It's right here. Well, that doesn't count because that's not a real strategy. That's a hope and a prayer. But if you're actually using it, that means you have it printed like in a document format, not in Word somewhere that's, somewhere on the cloud collecting dust. This is something you've actually referenced in the last 6 months. And even then wouldn't be a great strategy if you're only looking at it every 6 months. So that's a question that's very interesting because, in my opinion, that is the number one reason many businesses fail or come up short, or as I experienced growing up in a family business, stuck in the hamster wheel. I'd see family members or friends of the family who were entrepreneurs, owned restaurants or whatever, and they were always grinding. They were never able to get anywhere further. All they did was GSD. They'd show up, they'd get shit done, and they were able to have some level of success because of their hard work and tenacity and their hustle. And that's great, but it doesn't really advance you anywhere. And so as I got into my marketing career, I started asking people why. I start just trying to get down to the basement, the real foundation, the core problem. And then I figured it out that none of these people had a plan. They said they had a plan, but they didn't have a plan. And so it became very evident that when I started building strategies for clients, they loved it and it was working. But the thing that I found was they weren't really using it because it wasn't easy enough. And so, in my opinion, why a lot of people hate marketing or why it doesn't work is because they don't have a game plan. They show up every day and they're doing things without any rhyme or reason. And their message and their content and everything they do doesn't coalesce. They're talking at people rather than with them. And they're just throwing out a bunch of random crap, frankly. And if you wouldn't like it, why the hell would I like it? That's the question I like to ask. So your marketing sucks because you don't have a strategy. Now that could be the end of the presentation, but it's not. I'm going to tell you how to fix that. But what I really want to hammer on, and I've done this on my previous topics here, is do you run your business without a strategy? Would you, if you were the head coach of a sports team, would you show up and run that without a game plan? I mean, I coach 4th grade girls basketball and I show up to my tournaments with a game plan. Now, granted, we can only do maybe 2 things, but we have to know our skill set. We have to know who we are, what we're good at, what we're not good at. We have to know how to score baskets and maybe how to stop the other team. And if we can just work on 1 or 2 things every week, we've got a game plan to continually grow. Might be slow, but we can get better. It's a game plan, not much of a game plan, but it's a game plan. And that's a much better recipe than not having one at all, I would argue. But here's the problem. And if you've heard me speak, you've heard me say this before, most entrepreneurs operate on what I call the light switch theory. And I know Marianne and a lot of us have done this before, is we've got all these businesses and all these things going on, mostly good, but we show up every day and we're like, oh, I got to do something for my podcast. So let me just churn out a podcast episode. I've got to increase my sales for this business over here. So let me just make some phone calls. Doing that is reactionary marketing, or in this case, reactionary entrepreneurship. That is not proactive and it's not strategic. It's the opposite of that. So we can't flip a switch and expect results. So we need to think about this proactively, which means we need to take a strategic approach and actually have a game plan. But don't worry, the game plan doesn't have to be time consuming, difficult, or expensive. It just needs to be a game plan, much like my 4th grade girls basketball game plan. So let's talk about why your marketing might suck. So you say, Chris, I have, or I'm going to build a strategy. Wonderful. We'll talk about the components of that shortly. But these are some things that I hear all the time. So I start to do some audits. I start to talk with clients. And so often people will say to me, well, Chris, I tried that. It didn't work. I tried that. It didn't work. That is what I call a toe dipper. You can't be a toe dipper in business or in marketing. You can't say, well, I did 10 podcast episodes and that didn't work, so I stopped podcasting. Well, I tried TikTok and I posted 3 videos and I have 5 followers to show for it. Well, that's not a large enough body of work to know if something is truly effective or not. And so I hear this a lot with Facebook ads and TikTok and strategies and tactics and name anything. And they're like, I tried, it doesn't work. The truth is these things all work and they work exceptionally well. And they're all exceptionally easy. But again, we need to be strategic and consistent over a long period of time for these things to actually work. So let's talk about a few other reasons why your marketing might suck. Number one, your budget is probably too small. Now, I said the word budget, and I want to underscore that. I know dozens and dozens of businesses who they're very successful, but they're not getting to where they want to go because they don't have a budget. And I don't mean you have to spend money on Canva and all these other marketing tools that you have or CRMs. I'm talking about money spent on ads, Facebook ads, Google ads, etc. You have to run ads. It's absolutely imperative to do single digits. It's 5%, give or take. And so ultimately, if you're going to be successful in digital marketing in any capacity, you have to rise above the noise. And we do that not just by great content, but by running ads. And so when people say, oh, yeah, I ran that Facebook ad for 3 days and I spent $5 a day, $5 a day is the bare minimum. That's what Facebook requires you to spend, because any less would be nothing. It'd be a drop in the bucket, to say the least. And so you need to try multiple times, multiple campaigns, different content, different targeting. Otherwise, you'll never know if it really works. And it's not even scraping the surface. It is barely dipping your toe in the pool. So we have to make sure that we have a budget, we're proactive with it, and we're consistent with it. Because if you don't have a budget on social media, you are fighting a very difficult uphill battle. You're swimming against the current, as I often like to say. Now, I mentioned before that you're a toe dipper. Now, I want you to kind of switch that mentality into jumping into the deep end. And as Marianne would know, and I use her as a guinea pig sometimes here because she has a podcast, multiple podcasts, soon to be more. And she's been committed to those things, just like these summits, for a very long period of time. It's only then will you know if people like the idea, if people support the idea, if you can generate more revenue from the idea. So what I'm imploring you to do is jump into the deep end. Don't just dip your toe. Don't just put your leg in and walk into the pool up to your knees, say, oh, the water's fine. I want you to jump in the deep end with me here and try some things. Now, we might only be able to try 1 or 2 things, but that's the mentality I want you to have before we go any further. So number 2, number 1 was budget. Number 2 is your content is average. I want to dive into this for a little bit because I think it's important. When I go to most websites, they're just full with stock photos, just generic, cheesy photos of actors that don't even look good, and it's not helping your business whatsoever. Stock photos tend to feel very sterile. It makes people feel like you're possibly a fly-by-night company, because why can't I see you? Why can't I see your people, your customers, your service? People want to see your business. And if they can see it, they can believe it. If they can't see it, they start to have question marks and red flags. And so we need to focus on quality over quantity. Your content says a lot about your business, whether you like it or not. And if you're using stock photos, what it says is, I don't care, right? You're making yourself invisible, in my opinion, because people want to see you, whether you're a speaker, you're a coach, you're a therapist, whatever. People want to see your business, and we have to leverage photography of some sort. It doesn't have to be a photographer, could be iPhone photos, but we just need to show our face. And the question I'd like to ask to you is, what does your content say about your business? You should ask someone you don't know super well, to go through your website, go through your social media and say, what does my content say about me? What does it say about my business? What's your first impression? Because we're often not the best judge of it because we're generally not our target client or target market. And the question I would ask after that would be, don't people want to see you? What is that first impression that you want to provide? And so we have to be conscious of that because our content says a lot about who we are, whether we like it or not. Now, the next one, and I think most of us has fallen into this from time to time, is that we are often too focused on selling. And by selling, we often talk at our people, not with our followers. And the couple of good examples of that are GoDaddy or HelloFresh. They're big e-commerce online businesses, and they're going to be transactional by nature. But I don't like being transactional. I don't like following companies that are transactional because I unfollow them. Just like I oftentimes, if and when I watch TV, which is not very common, when do I go up and get a snack or a drink or use the restroom? During commercials, because I don't like ads. I don't like being sold to, and nobody does. And so I want you to think about this for a moment, but social media is social media, not selling media, not transactional media. And so you can sell by indirectly selling. You can sell by adding value to your newsfeed, and being a resource, being an educator, being someone who inspires and empowers people. And that's what's important. People want to follow you because of that, and they will unfollow you if you are too transactional. The next one is a lack of social listening. So often I see people use social media for the exact opposite, like I said. But they'll just go and they'll post. It's what I call posting and ghosting. They're there for the transaction. They're there for the posting. They're hoping they're going to get a piece of business. They're going to get a piece of the pie. But unfortunately, business doesn't work like that. And many businesses don't want the feedback. They're too busy and they don't see comments and posts and questions as an opportunity. Every comment you get is an opportunity to spark a relationship. That's an opportunity to generate a sale or a lead. It's a digital self-awareness, in my opinion. So if you're not listening and you're not commenting, you're not engaging, you're not going to get real far on social media. So ask for the feedback, because that is where most people have grown their following and their community. More importantly, think of it as a community. The next one is you have unrealistic expectations. Boy, have I seen this a lot. That's why people say, well, I tried, it didn't work. Well, was the expectation that you were going to generate sales in 2 days or 2 weeks? Was the expectation that you threw out a 20% off promo code and you were going to get all this business? Because that's not how it works. Again, people don't want your sales. They don't want your promotions. They want you. They want value from you. That's why I follow people, is because they entertain me or they add value to my newsfeed. It could be empowering me, inspiring me, educating me, entertaining me. So have realistic expectations is, yeah, I want to increase my business 10% over the year by using social media. Not, I'm going to run an ad and hope that I get all these clients, because that's not how social media works. It takes time, a lot of time, and a lot of consistency. So don't assume that people are going to like your content unless you're creating really good content over a long period of time. Don't hope that a post is going to drive traffic, and don't do the same thing over and over and over, thinking that for some reason tomorrow you're all of a sudden going to get this engagement that you weren't getting for the last 2 years. So this is a marathon and not a sprint. I put that in all my contracts, all my work that I do with clients is you're running a marathon. You're not running a sprint. And sometimes it's a marathon of sprints, if you will. So hoping and praying is not a strategy. Showing up every day and just posting and being consistent is not a strategy. You have to have a real game plan with some substance to it. The next one is you're just a little too inconsistent. And I see this all the time, but platforms will reward you for consistency. Believe it or not, if you are anything like me, I've been working on my YouTube channel lately, and I've been posting every single day, every day. And guess what? Every single short that I get, over 400 in reach. Now, I'm not crushing it, but that is certainly a stark contrast from when I was inconsistent. Some days I'd have a lot, some days I'd have a little. I'd go 4 days in a row. My shorts would get 0. Now I'm super consistent. I'm scheduled. I'm doing things around the same time, the same types of content, and it's paying off, but it takes time. And also, my messaging, my branding, my content, it's pretty consistent. The frequency of what I post is pretty consistent. People want consistency and platforms want consistency. Algorithms will reward you with that consistency and, of course, with quality. So if it was working, you don't want to abandon it. If it's not working, you do want to abandon it. And I know consistency is hard for folks because we lead busy lifestyles. Many of us who attend these types of workshops have multiple businesses, lots of responsibilities, including family and homes and all that good stuff. But consistency is one of the main pillars to success on social media. All right. So I'm going to wrap up these excuses and then kind of transition to a new part of this. And I just want to say this part so far is with success online, you have to stop making excuses. We cannot make them because none of us are perfect. But these things are all things that we can control. None of this is terribly time consuming. All of it is mostly low cost. And most of it is also very simple. So there's almost no excuse not to follow the plan that I've provided so far, because again, you can use scheduling tools. You can get more engaged. And again, commenting and listening, it only takes a few minutes a week. It's not that hard. Or you can pay a VA to do it for you. That's the beauty of that. And it will work if we make it easy. It will work if we make it simple and eliminate the fluff. If we stop making the arbitrary goals, and we'll talk about that in a moment. If we have an advertising budget, if we are realistic with our expectations, and we commit to consistency. So it's easy. It can be fun if we make no more excuses. I want to talk about the goals for a second because when you make a strategy, goals are very important. However, most people make them arbitrarily. I say that because I've seen this firsthand where I'll work with a client and they'll say, well, I don't really have a plan, but I have some goals, loose goals. Of course, they're in their mind or they wrote them down somewhere in a notebook. And they'll say, Chris, yeah, my goal was 20% more website traffic and 12% more sales. Okay, that seems decent, but where did you get that number? Well, I Googled it. Google said that was a good number. Okay, well, what's that based on? Well, Google said it was good. So it's based on nothing? Well, no, I mean, it's based on nothing. You made that up. That's an arbitrary goal. Now, it wouldn't be arbitrary if you looked at the last 3 years of your revenue, if you looked at revenue patterns, if you looked at maybe the economy and some other benchmarks in the industry, you did some research and you actually said, what is my current? And then what could it be with some additional add-ons that I'm going to add to my strategy? Only then would you have a realistic goal that was not arbitrary. So we have to make sure that we're not just pulling these things out of the loose air, because otherwise the probability is pretty slim we're going to achieve those things. Now what I want to do is I want to transition for a few moments into my strategy framework because I think that's important, and then we'll wrap this up. So now that you know all the what not to do's, you want to focus on building a strategy that's simple and easy, because again, if it's easy, it's going to be fun again. And if it's simple, there's a higher probability it gets done. The more complicated we make things, just like our marketing, the less likely it is to be effective. So if you want your marketing strategy and your content to resonate, it's got to be simple messaging, simple yet effective. And the same is true with our strategy. Simple things work. Difficult things don't tend to work. So let's take the complexity out of it and let's focus on a one-page plan. But just know that when I say strategy, I'm also saying recipe. These two words are synonymous. So I often hearken back to a time when I wrote my first book, and I use the word recipe a lot. So if you travel the world and you say, hey, what's a good recipe for a pot of chili? Well, you'd get a million variations, none right, none wrong. What you choose to make depends on what you have in the proverbial pantry. How much time do you have? Who are you cooking for? What utensils do you have available to you? So if you don't have a lot of time, you're probably not doing it in a crock pot or using things like brisket, or maybe you want to go the vegan/vegetarian option. There's thousands, if not millions of variations, but you have to craft the recipe. And only then, if you follow the recipe and use those ingredients, will you get the outcome you want. I've got roughly 11 ingredients. I'm not going to get to all of them today. I'm just going to start very high level. And I'm going to talk about a few of them for a few moments. Now, number one, the first step that you would take before you do a strategy is you would do your research. And this is the thing I ask all the time is like, oh, what's the first step of building a strategy? People say, oh, well, get a template and do this and do that. No, that would not be the first thing or the second thing that I do. The first thing I would do is run an audit. I would go through and I would review all of my company's marketing. And I would look back over the last year and see what works and what doesn't. I would look at competitors, or even if they're not direct competitors, I'd look at other businesses in the landscape and see what is truly working. And only then would I have some benchmarks of ideas and concepts and tactics that I could add, and as many that I could probably eliminate as well. I could then craft a vision for what I want things to look like. And now, once I have some metrics, once I've looked at my data and my content, I could really see what works and what doesn't. Now I have some data to put into a robust and intelligent strategy. And that's really what's important is I want to start by crafting a vision, and not a vision statement like you have on your website, a vision for here's what my marketing is, here's what I want it to be, and here's what I want it to achieve. If you don't have that, you do not have the foundation for a strategy. Now, from there, you're going to craft a couple of SMART goals, measurable, attainable. You're going to have a time frame for which you're going to achieve these, and so on. But you really only want 2 goals. If you're independent, entrepreneur, solopreneur, 3 would probably be too many. If you have a couple people that work in your company, you have some folks who help with your marketing, maybe 3 goals would be enough. But you never want to go beyond that because we can only do so much. And the more goals you have, the more you potentially dilute your effort and your message. So you're going to start with an audit. You're going to create a vision. You're going to generate some SMART goals. And now we're going to talk about what kind of platforms we want to be on. We can't be everywhere because, again, you do not want to dilute your time or your effort. Now, maybe you can be everywhere, but that's not the case for most businesses. Also, what is your positioning statement as you build this out? How are you positioning yourself in the market? Now, this is really important, and I want to touch on this before I wrap it up, is I'm mostly a marketing consultant. So if I just said, Marianne says, Chris, can you introduce yourself and tell everybody what you do? And I'd say, yeah, I'm Chris, I'm a marketing consultant. You should say, so what? Boring. That's what you should say to me, and rightfully so. If I don't have a good way of introducing myself that sticks and resonates, I'm not a very good marketer, and you're not a very good at whatever you do. So you need to tell people how you do what you do, because a marketing consultant just tells you what to do and that's it, right? Very transactional, very short term. That's not me. So for years, I struggled with this. So when people go to my website, here's what they're going to find is, hi, my name is Chris. I make marketing so easy, it's fun again. So easy, you'll have no excuses. I help clients get strategic and consistent in a way that helps them generate more revenue so that within 6 months, they fire me. And they'll fire me because that means they're making additional revenue and now they can afford to hire someone internally. That's my positioning statement. That's my promise. So I educate, I empower, I inspire people. My goal is not to be a long-term fix. It's to be short-term. And that philosophy has helped generate so much more referral business that I don't need to suck the life out of all my clients in perpetuity. I want to help them. I want to be the bridge for them to get to the next level of their business. So that's a good positioning statement. Could it be better? Probably. But you need to have one that's really compelling, that separates you. Because if you don't, here's the thing, and this is where I want to end it, is you are a commodity. You could be a coach. You could be a consultant. You could be a chiropractor. It doesn't matter. If you are not different, you're a commodity. So don't think about good. Don't think about better. Don't think about best. Think about different. How can you differentiate yourself? And if that is in the strategy, if that is in the game plan, you have the foundation for something really special that is going to stick and land with your audience. Let me just see if I got anything else in here I wanted to throw in. But ultimately, I'll give you a couple tactics here as I wrap this up. Is number one, you got to be proactive. You got to be strategic. And there's no better time than now to start an email newsletter. to start a YouTube channel, to get out there and do the thing that you think's maybe been holding you back, to get in front of more folks. And that's so often where the magic happens, is when you step outside your comfort zone. And so I want you to think about that. And it does require you commenting on posts. It does require you to add connection requests every single day, be adding people to your network. So we can't just be out there and we can't just post and ghost. We can't just be out there and all of a sudden expect for something to happen to us. We need to be proactive with our marketing and our marketing strategy. So that's where I'm going to leave it. This is just a quick call to action. It's a QR code to a book I just launched. Very proud. I just crossed 110 reviews on Amazon. Self-published it just about four and a half months ago. And it is everything I talk about in these workshops. It's everything. It's my marketing manifesto. So if you're looking for a way to make marketing fun and easy again, this is exactly it. And I'd be honored if you'd, take a look at it. But it's a great way to get into the framework of marketing that's simple yet effective, and to the point to where it should be, right? Your marketing should work for you. And I really believe marketing is easy if done consistently and done strategically, more importantly. So, Marianne, I'm going to end it at that. Any questions, comments, thoughts?
No, perfect. As always, thank you so much. So important to be consistent, right? Oh my gosh, and to have a strategy. Thank you so much, Chris. You can stop sharing if you want. Okay, there you go. Perfect. And that way we get a chance to look at you. Thank you so much, as always, taking time out of your busy day to come join us and enlighten us. Chris takes care of my Empowered Talks website. And I need to be a little more diligent in sending him information regularly to put on there. It has been crazy busy, but it's been a good year, and I love having Chris on here. So he will be on here again December 13th. Are you available? You're gonna have to, yeah. So he will be with us. He's pretty much with us every month. Thank you again so much. And I see our next speaker is here. And I did not know that it is your birthday today, Marcus. And I was actually telling Chris I've lost my bios, and something's going on with my computer because I work off of 2 computers. And so I am going to let you do a little more of an introduction on you. I do know that you have a podcast, because I've been on it, and I believe, if I'm not, you are a coach.
Yep, that's correct.
Also, it's your birthday, so happy birthday.
Thank you.
And I know you're an ex-football player, but I don't know which team you played for, because I can't remember, because I don't watch football. Sorry. I love you all. You can tell us a little more about that. I know all the guys are going to want to know which teams you played for, so you could tell us a little more about that. That'd be awesome. And with that, everyone, please help me welcome Marcus Ogden.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Marianne. So yeah, my name is Marcus Ogden. I am from Washington, D.C. I live in Fuquay-Varina, North Carolina, which is about half hour outside of Raleigh. I am from Washington, D.C. originally, went to Howard University, had a fantastic time playing for the Bison. I then left Howard and I was drafted to the National Football League by the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I played for the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Baltimore Ravens, the Buffalo Bills, and then I ended my 6-year career with the Tennessee Titans. So I played for all the AFC teams, well, not all. I played for all AFC teams, and a lot of them in like the AFC North and in the AFC South. So I had a really fantastic time playing in the National Football League for almost 6 years. From there, I got out of the NFL, and I struggled for about 6 months, give or take, with addiction, painkillers, alcohol, nightlife, gambling. I tell clients today, if you do not have the willpower to get through the hard times of life, it doesn't matter how great your skills are, because a skill is what you are taught. Like, I was taught how to be an NFL athlete, offensive lineman. I was taught how to I went to school to become a financial advisor and work at Merrill Lynch. I mean, I had skills in that regard. But if you don't have the willpower, or we call it attributes, to see things through no matter what, then it doesn't matter how great your skills are. At some point, you will burn out along your journey. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. So unfortunately for me, I didn't know what to do. And then I really refound my purpose by starting Caden Premier Enterprises. Caden Premier Enterprises was started as a small concrete contractor in downtown Baltimore. We were just doing sidewalks, small demolition, just some basic things in that regard. But unfortunately for me, what happened is, I say but because, again, I didn't have the logical systems in place to sustain what happened next. So when my mentor went out of business, it opened up for us to have all of the work in the city of Baltimore and the state of Maryland for minorities in site work. So we did earthwork, grading, stone, excavation, sediment and erosion control, you name it, we did it. And we went to over a $20 million a year company at our height. So we were doing really well. I was actually living what I thought was my dream. I thought emotion, from an emotional perspective and from an emotion-driven standpoint, I thought I had made it. Like, I'm making all this money. We have a multiple 8-figure year business. I have just turned 30. I was just 30 years old at this time. But unfortunately, again, from a logical perspective, the systems were not in place to sustain that type of business, especially as I was getting so arrogant, so cocky, just so in a place where I am the man, I am the best, I am this, I am that. And because of that, I didn't listen to anybody. I didn't do what was necessary to get where I needed to go and stay there. So unfortunately, as the company grew, my ego did as well. And in April of 2013, I go completely bankrupt, lose everything. And when I think about it, all the logical blocks that you need to keep a business, people, systems, a plan, capital, all these things, skills, all these things were gone. And when they were gone, I became gone. So I ended up losing everything that I owned. My home was foreclosed on in downtown Baltimore. My cars were repossessed when I got here to Raleigh, North Carolina. All of my money was gone. I was a 7-figure individual in the bank. Things were going great. Things were going well. And I literally, when I got here to the Raleigh area, I had $400 left to my name. That's all I had left. I ended up working at Merrill Lynch for a short time. I got fired from that job about 2 months later. Again, all my fault. I had no knowledge. I wasn't working on the skills that were needed to actually be successful in that career. So I was fired. Went to a construction company the next day, knew a guy from the gym, said he needs some help in his sales store. He brought me in, but I didn't learn from my mistakes. I didn't get a contract. I didn't get anything in writing. So I was fired from that job 5 days later. The only job I could get was working as a custodian in downtown Raleigh for $8.25 an hour. And that was a point where I said, I'm not doing well, but I still hadn't hit rock bottom. One of my favorite quotes by J.K. Rowling's, rock bottom is the moment that I rebuilt my life. And I needed to hit that, unfortunately. And I ended up hitting it in September 2013 when somebody's trash, rotten meat, maggot-filled garbage got all over me, my body, my skin, my clothes. I ended up sitting down on the curb, wiping myself off, crying for about 10 minutes. And I realized at that time there was no accountability, no responsibility in my life. I was always blaming somebody else. And I just came to this thought, right, Marianne? One of my places to go is the gym. I love going to the gym to take care of myself, to look physically better, mentally, the whole 9 yards. There are so many mirrors in a gym. And when I realized in the gym, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and realize if you want to change something, you have to be the one that's going to do it. You, nobody else. And what happened is when I was on that curb, I finally realized I was the one that put me on the curb, not my business partner, not my employees, my team, my people, not the developer, not the contractor, not the city of Baltimore. It was Marcus Ogden who did a bunch of work extra that he should not have done because he really did not know what he was doing. And he trusted somebody when he should not have trusted somebody. And it came back to cost me everything. So once I accepted that, I said, I put me on this curb. I'm going to have to get off this curb myself. So I said, what can I do? Let's start speaking. That was in September 2013. Started speaking just like anybody else. Another favorite quote of mine, Rutherford B. Hayes, the 19th president of the United States. Every expert was once a beginner. And what happened is I realized when I was starting in the speaking business, I could bring no value to people. I didn't know really what I was doing. I didn't know how to tailor talk. I mean, literally, right, Marianne? I just got off a call with one of our clients, Taylor Morrison, right? Taylor Morrison, they're a big home builder. This is page 1, page 2 of all the notes that I took from that meeting. I wrote them down chicken scratch, then I hand wrote them nice and legibly so people could read them. And I sent that off to my team because to create the PowerPoint for Taylor Morrison, that they know that the talk was created for them, not for anybody else. And that's what I didn't learn when I was in the business beginning. I didn't understand how to bring value. I didn't understand how to tell stories that matched the theme. And I went nowhere fast, not a paid job for 2.5 years. Finally went to a program, got coached by Mel Robbins, who's a world-renowned speaker. Went to her audio book, Kick Ass with Mel, which was a big 2019 #1 globally most downloaded audio book. And Mel changed my life. She said, Marcus, you want to be a great speaker? Be an inspirational keynote speaker, not a motivational. She said, motivation is garbage. It's short-lived. So when I got that from her, I then said, all right, let's change the approach. I started getting paid more consistently. And the last going into our 9th year, we have worked for over 70 Fortune 500 companies as a speaker. We are now, because of Jose and his awesome book, a 5-time best-selling author. 1 international, 4 in the US. We have a podcast called Get Authentic with Marcus Ogden, ranked in the top 0.5% most popular podcast worldwide. We are a consultant. We are a coach. We are all about adding value to people. And again, this is what it's all about. Here's my challenge to people that are here now, going to watch later. The mindset that you need to have, are you willing to develop it and always keep telling yourself positivity in times of hardship and or struggle? Again, one of my favorite quotes by Bruce Lee, do not tell your mind negative thoughts in a joking manner. Your body cannot dissimulate the difference. One of the oldest companies in the world is a company called Kongu Kumi. Kongu Kumi, which was founded in 578 AD. They are a construction-based company out of Japan. And their CEO says two things. Number one, they don't get drunk on their success, which means they do something, they're like, this is good, but we keep moving. And second, he said, if you are in the room and have the same idea or thoughts as me, I can never get a new idea or thought. And that comes back to the mindset to get people around you that are different than you, right? You have to have that approach. The best people in the world that I feel have a great mindset and move as a unit are Navy SEALs. There are three things that Navy SEALs say are going to help leaders develop the mindset that is necessary to get where they want to go. Number one is attributes over skills. Okay? Attributes over skills. There's a saying, attributes are what you are born with. It's what you have inside of you. Grit, determination, adaptability. Those are the things that they call attributes or willpower. A skill is something that you learn, like a craft, how to speak, how to be a financial planner, how to be a health coach. It's something that you learn on the outside. I tell people, if your attributes are stronger than your skill sets will always have the ability to shine at their brightest. It is all about your inner fire to keep going. When people have skills and they lose a job, if you have willpower greater than the skills that you had in that job, you will find another job. If you have skills, but because of being let go, you don't have confidence in yourself, you lose your grit, you lose your tenacity, you are going to have a really hard time finding another job. It all comes back to what we have inside of us. So again, the saying is, skills can be taught. Attributes like discipline, grit, tenacity, adaptability are critical for your long-term success. So if you're listening to this, be sure to lean into your attributes over your skills. The second thing, moving horizons. All right? The number one thing that breaks people's mindset down is challenges, hardship. When people get hit with challenges, when hardship comes their way, what happens is most people freeze. Most people say, oh my God, what am I going to do now? They don't think about a plan. They get overwhelmed because a challenge is in front of them and they don't know how to deal with the challenge. The SEALs say that the way to do that, the way to move your horizons, is break down overwhelming large challenges into small action steps. Two, keep your stress down and to keep momentum going. Short story, Marianne, maybe about 2 months ago, maybe about 1 or 2 months ago, we had our podcast moved from, we were on one carrier to another platform. Nobody told us until after the fact, right? I get a phone call from my producer that, Marcus, we're trying to upload in Spreaker to Apple. It's not letting us do it. Something's going on. I then get a text that somebody moved a bunch of former NFL athletes to another platform and didn't tell anybody. And so what happened is when they moved us, right, Marianne, all the links broke. So we were not publishing on Apple. We were not publishing on Spotify. They're like, well, I'm like, guys, what's going on? Oh, we're on this new platform, Simplecast, and we're going to do this. It's going to be great. And da, 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 da. I'm like, well, that's fine, but we're not publishing. Like our episodes are not getting published. Nothing's happening. And so then he's like, well, let me call, customer support. And we tried to call, they don't take live calls, right? No live calls. So what happens? So then because they only do automated, like through like a chat bot. That's it. They have chat bot. They don't take live calls. Marianne, I was so frustrated. I was so upset. But what I did, I said, okay, well, what do I tell my clients? Just do it a step at a time. So I called our producer. I said, Ben, here's the problem. I said, okay, Marcus, let's go and do some digging. So what we did was we moved my show from Simplecast back to them under their new account. That was number one. Step two, we contacted Apple, found out who our Apple link was through first, the RSS feed, went to my old employee. Her name is Ben, B-I-N-H, went to her. She then gave us the information, uploaded it. We're back on Apple. Spotify took us about 2.5 weeks because Spotify didn't recognize our new RSS feed from our old one. They had to throw out the old one, put in the new one, and now after about 3 weeks, finally, we're back up on Spotify. So again, the challenge was just so huge. Like again, right, man, you understand this. We were at risk of losing all the downloads on Apple, all the 5-star. We have over 500 5-star ratings on Apple. We have almost 150 5-star rated reviews on Apple, and we would have lost all of that, the downloads, the reviews, the ratings, if we couldn't get the new RSS feed embedded to who put it into Apple in the first place. So it was very stressful. It was slowing down momentum, but I did exactly what the seal said. It was small action steps. Call Ben, move it back over, call Apple, get it set back up, call Spotify, go through their process, get it back up. And now here we are, we're back in business. But again, a lot of people would have saw that challenge as so large, so overwhelming, they wouldn't know where to begin. And what happens is if you don't know where to begin and you freeze, nothing happens. So that's that from here. Move your horizons, break down challenges into small steps. And third, embrace dynamic subordination. As a leader, you do not know everything. And you know what? You're not supposed to know everything. The human mind can do a lot of things, but it cannot. And it was not designed to do everything. So you have to always remember that at your core. So if someone is better than you at a task, at doing something, have the mindset to allow others to do what they do best. So you are doing what you do best. This way, everything moves in unison, in togetherness, in harmony. And that's what so many people do not understand. We're not here to have an ego. We're not here to have this big, audacious personality. We should be here to learn from one another and help one another and move everything forward. That's what you should be doing. So I'll talk about one more thing, Marianne, about 3 things that I do to keep my mindset going forward. So if it bends, that's fine. It never breaks. Number 1 is you have to focus. I tell people all of the time, focus on what you want, what you desire. It's so critical. You have to focus and get that into your mind. You have to visualize it so you know that what you're wanting is where you want to be. Number 2 is you have to lock in. I tell people when you have focused on what you want, eliminate distractions. Don't look at shiny objects. Don't take your eye off the ball. Be very, very focused and locked in on what you want and what you desire. That is everything, because people are going to always try to say, well, you know what, you have this focus. Well, how about you try this? Well, you're focused on that. Why don't you try that? And so what happens is it takes your eye off the ball. So you have to lock in on what you want when you have discovered what that is to what you want. And then third is you have to attack. Action is the foundation of anyone and everyone that is successful. You cannot have life, or you cannot live your life always trying to play it safe, always trying to sit on the sidelines and watch others be in the game. At some point in life, you have to get into the game. But you have to also remember this: life is not linear. Life is not designed to give you what you want all the time when you want it. You will not always be successful. You will lose some days. You will not get that new client. You will not get that new consulting contract. You may not get to have that speaking job you desire, but it doesn't mean that you're still not great at what you do. I have a saying, no is next opportunity. I have a shirt that says it, right? No is next opportunity. If people would learn to lean in to their attributes over their skills, they'd be so much better off. If you learn how to have a mission that is all about people, and you value others, and you have the mindset to serve and to have a mission of helping others, then the plan that you have, or the plan that you should create, will be a lot more easy to execute. And then another thing, dream big, right? A great mindset should have the ability to dream big. But when you're dreaming, also have systems in place to help make your dream a reality. So many people talk about what they plan on doing or why they want to do it, but you have to also tell me, how are you going to do it? What's your plan? What are your systems? What are you going to do when life doesn't give you what you want? What are you going to do when you get hit with a hardship? Or what are you going to do when life knocks you down? These are things you have to think about, because it's not going to just be easy. It's not going to be cut and dry. You know, I am now recently divorced. I filed 2.5 years ago. It's been official for a year. I was living in a small, broken down, roach infested apartment, right? It was horrible. I only had 2 weeks to get out after going to the mediator with my ex-wife. I found this place because it had 2 bedrooms, fully furnished, but it was not good. I did not like it, but I had no choice. What I would do in that apartment, I would literally visualize, I would vocalize, I would vote, and I would venture out to get where I wanted to go. I would visualize what I wanted to do and have a new place. I would vocalize that I do deserve opportunity, success, and fulfillment. I would vote by doing something every single day positive to move myself forward. And I ventured out and I found people that I could connect with, that I knew were good people to start giving me a new frame of mind. And by doing that, I was able to buy my dream home 16 months ago, give or take. And life is so much better today, because I understand that life is not going to always give you what you want. But that doesn't mean you still can't have what you want. It just may not come as quick as you like. It may not come when you want it. But mindset is this: it's conditioning your mind to believe what your heart knows is achievable. So again, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing I'm going to say, in times of extreme darkness, focus on the light. You are the light that can help yourself, help others, blaze a trail to get where they need to go. But you have to be that individual that's going to shine bright and help others that might be lost find their way. Marianne?
So true. So true. I love it. All of this was so wonderful. Thank you so much, Marcus.
No problem.
You are officially our last speaker. It is now just Nikki and myself. Thank you so much, first of all, for making the time out of your busy schedule anyways, but in particular on your birthday. So extra happy birthday to Marcus, everyone.
Well, I appreciate you, ladies. And if you need anything, let me know. And I'll see you all on the next group call.
Yes, we got to get you into my next book. I think you're
absolutely.
perfect.
I look forward to it. See you soon, Nikki.
See you later. Bye. Have a good day. Enjoy your birthday.
Talk to you later.
Awesome.
Blessings.
And this brings us to our last little quick segment with me and Nikki, and then that concludes our day. And we both, I think, I know I have to go on to another summit to speak, and I think you do as well, because we're popular. Yeah. What can I say? People love us. It's not our fault. So the last little bit that we wanted to discuss, and so because I'm aware that mostly it's entrepreneurs or people looking to become entrepreneurs, which is kind of the whole purpose of this, is we both remember what it was like when we started. This is what I wanted to come out and offer beginners in particular, but anyone obviously can benefit. And I see a lot of senior people watching here, which is great. But it's always such a struggle at the beginning, and you're kind of dazed out and you don't know which direction to go to. You don't know what to do. You don't know what not to do. So this is the perfect place to come on and listen to what other people have done and what we've done that's worked and what we've done that hasn't worked. And, sometimes we do a little of both, and it doesn't mean that because I've done this or you've done this, Nikki's done things that have worked better for her than for me. I've done things that might have worked better for me than for her. Same thing with you. We don't know what's going to work for you. It just depends on where your heart and your passion lies, right? That's usually, if you have passion and if you feel good, that's the one that's going to work for you, right? So, and the other thing is too, we want to offer up different income possibilities, right? So I'm a firm believer that your income should come from multiple sources. And so therefore I have multiple sources. I have about 6 or 7 multiple sources. I have properties. I also sell properties. I have books. I am a coach. I do the summits. I do books. Like, there's so many things, we do classes, all kinds of different things. So another thing that we do is something called bank code. And you all may have heard of it. And I'm going to let Nikki speak, and then I'm going to put my link in there on my page. And Nikki, you're certainly free to put yours. Oh, there's Marcus. He wants back in. And so, hey, Marcus.
Welcome back, Marcus.
Did you forget something? Did you leave something? Did you leave your wallet here? Oh, I think he just made a mistake. That's okay.
He's probably trying to get into a different meeting and jumped into this one.
And clicked the wrong one, right? So here's my code. It's wavers between this and this. It goes,
well, this is not my code.
This is my code. So these are cards. We have fun cards. And we also have them digitally. And so that's what I'm going to post on my Facebook page, and Nikki will probably post them on her Facebook page. So yep. We're both with bank code. It really does help us. It helps us to understand ourselves better, right, Nikki? But it also helps us to understand others better. And it's not so I can sell to you better, but so that I know what your needs are better, and then I can give you what you need or what you want. I don't think with either myself and Nikki, we come from a higher place. And not that you're lower, it's not that kind of higher place. It's just we come, our hearts come from a place of wanting the best for everyone. You know, we don't exclude people for anything. And we're always trying our best to understand people the most. And so here's what we think might help you. Here's what we think. So this is great as a business, but it's more for understanding people. I mean, I am now able to you know, patience is not something that comes naturally to me. That's something I had to grow. I had to grow patience, and I'm still growing it because I'm still not where I would like to be, because I want things done fast. I have a lot to do. I'm a little bit ADD. You know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I have much, much, much more patience than I did when I was younger. I was a disaster zone. When I was younger, I had like nothing. And even on a really busy day, even now it's challenging for me, but I definitely have more patience and more understanding for other people. And I love understanding other people because it's fascinating to me now. You know, the most fascinating thing in the world is people, the way they think, the way they feel, which is one of the reasons I do this in the first place. And so I love that. And so we just wanted to come on and share, you know, this amazing, like I'm going to tell you, I picked up a new real estate client simply because they are a B personality, which is blueprint. And they're very structured. They're completely the opposite of what I am. They're much quieter. They do things differently. They need some schedules, but not too many, you know, and it's really great. And I was able to answer this person's questions in a way that they could understand me better. And we had an hour and a half chat, and we sealed the deal. And I sold the condo. It was fast because the energy was so aligned, right? I mean, there's other things that have to work here. It's not just enough, but I mean, we were so aligned. And he was ready to sell, and he was flexible. And I told him, hey, this is the best way to do this. And he listened to pretty much everything I said in terms of real estate. He goes, sure. He goes, I trust you. We sold it in less than 3 days. It was 2.5 days on the market, sold, and it was closed in 3 weeks later. So it was fantastic. And that's just like one example. I mean, there's so many things. And so I just completed the level 5 coaching program. So I look forward to teaching this, to sharing it with others, because I think it's just amazing. It's so good. I mean, if I could get into every single school in all of North America, I think that would be the best place to start. Unfortunately, sometimes schools aren't the most open to this. So I will let Nikki give you some rendition of how she feels about it, because Nikki will think of details that I won't. So she'll remind me, and then I'll probably have some more to say. So Nikki, go for it.
Well, the thing that amazes me about this is I thought I was quite a good communicator. And when you begin to understand more about yourself as well as more about other people, you can communicate better, because when you're listening, what you're hearing, if you're understanding how they communicate, is very different to when you're just listening. And we tend to be drawn to and attracted to people who are like ourselves because the communication and the conversation is easy. However, there are so many other people out there who aren't like us, who we also get to impact, who we get to work with in relationships and in business. And when we begin to understand a little bit about them, which is what Bank Code does, it gives us an understanding of how you communicate, how you think, and it gives you guidance as to how to better communicate. Then I can speak to somebody who is completely different to me. And that has so much power, because communication and listening are powerful tools. But you can listen and not understand what you're hearing. One of the most powerful things that I experienced with Bank Code is they were talking about different bank code types. Now, I am a this, my husband is a this. Those are two very different things. This is a knowledge. This is a nurturer. And my knowledge almost falls off the page altogether. However, knowing that, I've been able to increase my understanding and my ability to level up in the area of knowledge. But listening to this, the thing we were on, okay, that's a nurturer thing. Listening to the thing we were on, I discovered why I so often think my husband's ignoring me. He's not. He's a knowledge-based person. He's processing. He's thinking it through. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here going, oh, honey, I really want you to talk to me. And he's sitting here going, I'm thinking really hard about this. I'm gathering the intel on this. And it's given me a completely different relationship with my husband. But what about the clients? The people who I think are just being rude because they want everything laid out in a structure and a strategy, and that's not who I am. Well, they're blueprints, and I've learned to accommodate them better. I've learned that it's not good enough for me to turn up as the meeting starts, because in their mind, you plan, you organize, and you are there early, because to them, early is on time. And half an hour early is early. And you can lose business deals, but you can also lose friends by this. So as I've learned more and more about the 4 different bank codes which you see here, and none is better than the other, and more importantly, we all have aspects of all 4 within us. So as I've learned more about these different codes and how to connect with different people, I've become so empowered. And when I ask you to do your bank code, it's not because I'm trying to label you. It's because I want to have better communication with you. I want to serve you better by speaking your same language. Because if I went to Japan and I spoke English, I'm not going to get too many sensical answers. Why not relate to people in the language they speak? And that's what this is all about.
That was short and sweet. What happened? Are we getting tired? Is that what's going on?
Was that short and sweet? I thought that was quite long. Powerful, powerful stuff. It's so powerful, you can only explain your reaction to it. Once you actually look at it, once you've had a bank code done and you see the results, you kind of go, oh, wow. And each of these cards represents a different bank code. And they come with a whole lot of values on the back. Now, not everybody is going to fly over and land in your living room with bank cards like this. But you know what? You can click on Marianne's link and it will take you to Crack My Code. And it will give you the selections. How much time does it take? Well, 90 seconds to 3 minutes. How much does it cost? Nothing. Why would you not want to do it? Why would you not want to do it? Because it can empower you for so much. So we have the action, we have the blueprint, we have the nurturer, and we have the knowledge. And not only are these available for adults, but for children as well, where you can see images instead of the wording. And you can continue to grow, and very often you land in different, as Marianne said earlier, I think, when she is doing a real estate deal, there is more of one of these things than when she's coaching. I would imagine if you're in a relationship coaching scenario, you're not going to find a blueprint and knowledge doing that coaching. It's just not that nurturing, loving, inclusive thing. But I don't want to go and learn IT or AI from a nurturer, because they're going to keep saying, oh, it's okay if you don't get it. So every personality has its strengths. And I am just totally a nurturer, and then an action. Actions are the people who love the party, love the excitement, and don't really want to know about the details. They have other people dealing with the details for them. So that's where we get to find how we can serve one another in these different codes. And it's amazing to have an understanding not only of yourself, because it does bring an awareness. I get to learn to stop saying, hey, hey, to somebody who's a blueprint, because you know what? They don't see that as respectful. They really feel diminished when you respond to them like that. But a nurturer doesn't want me to walk up to them and say, good morning, because they think, you know what? Where's the love? Where's the love? And it's amazing, different ways, days, and different topics that Marianne and I are discussing, because we do a lot of different things together. And I think we recognize in those different things the different codes that are coming to light. So Marianne really is a superstar at this. And I just want to again congratulate her on reaching that level 5. That's the highest level you can do, correct, Marianne?
That is the highest level you can do at this stage. It was pretty intense, I'm not going to lie. And it's always, you know, no matter what you do, whatever personal healing, or you don't even have to call it healing, whatever personal development you do on yourself, it's always so much fun because you get slapped with a lot of yourself. And you get to learn and find out more about yourself. And I'd be like, oh my gosh. And I remember one day we were in class, and of course, you know, we're very eclectic in class because there's all 4 of the codes dominant. And so everybody's all 4 codes. It's just a question of how much of which and what. And so I actually physically in the 4 months, which was crazy fast for me, if you have like I run 6 businesses. So for me to do this in 4 months was like, whoa. I was like, oh, what happened? I thought I went into a windstorm tunnel and came out level 5. And it was funny because we all met in Maryland in May, and I completed, when did I complete it, Nikki? See, I don't even know. I want to say October 5th. It was like the first week in October. So really almost like it was September, but so amazing. And I learned so much about other people. And so, you know, we'd all be in class together. And so this one particular day, there was a lady where she was very blueprint dominant. So blueprint is completely opposite of who I am. And so it's super exciting. Now, Kay is a little bit opposite too, because they tend to ask a lot of questions and I don't. I probably don't ask enough questions. Sometimes I just say yes before, you know, I operate a lot on intuition. And I'm usually right though when I do that. So I'm not sorry that's how I did it. I'm not really looking to change that. I'm just trying to create more patience and understand the people that are like that and respect that a little more or a lot more. And so this lady is lovely lady. Like we're sitting there and I was presenting something because of course, as soon as they say the word presenting, I'm like the first one, second one, whatever. There's a couple of us in the class that are A's. Actions, don't be giving me some other word here. Actions and nurturers too. So action, nurturing, whatever. So it was my friend, Dr. Andrea, myself, and Michelle, like we'd all be, you know, so we're presenting, no problem. And you know, some of the other people were not so interested in presenting. That was like their biggest nightmare. And I'm like, are you kidding? drawing up an Excel spreadsheet. If you ask me to drop it, first of all, I'm not doing it. That's the first thing. There's like, it's never happening. Don't even bother me with that. I'm 62. I can do whatever I want now. Like, I feel like I've earned it. If I need an Excel spreadsheet for some reason, here's my Excel spreadsheet with all my whatever answers you need me to answer, I'm probably going to have someone else not probably, I'm going to have someone else create it for me. There's no chance of me doing it. Now, if you give me one, that's already made, which has happened in the past, and you want me to fill out a few things, I probably will, but it probably won't be consistent, and I'll forget and I'll fall behind and all this other nasty stuff. It's just who I am. And so this other lady was not. She's very blueprint, and I was saying, this, and we tried to do this and that, and this is what we're going to do to help you. I was selling a product to a blueprint. Of course, I'm going to sell a product to a blueprint. You don't need me to sell a product to an action. I'm an action. It's easy for me to talk to another action. Of course, if you're going to put me into a course, that's what you're going to do to me, right? Is put me with my opposite, and I'm talking, and actually the teacher, the instructors, the teachers, the senior people, whatever, they're like, wow, that was really good, because we do have lists of words that we are encouraged to use. And so the instructor says, wow, that was really good. Like, you pretty much covered everything, everything was great. But one of the ladies there that was a blueprint, she goes, well, I kind of don't feel really heard, and I don't feel like that was really for us. And I was like, I wasn't actually offended, which is really, well, not that I would get offended anyways, but I was like, wow, I said, I wonder what I said that would make her feel this way. So it was really kind of intriguing, because the first place I went to was, wow, how could I have said that better so that she would think that it was all about me. But she was just having a really rough day, which we talked about later. And she was having a rough day. And the instructor even said, she goes, no, she goes, something else is kicking in for you. This was good. Like, she covered everything that was supposed to be. Because I studied this one the most, because I was like, this is my biggest challenge. What do I do with this? And then K's another one that's really tough for me, because I have a lot of friends that are K's. And it's funny, because I go to my friend's house, and her husband's a hardcore K. And now so is, I think Christopher's a hardcore K, right? So Christopher and Christopher's already used to me. And so is my other friend's husband. He's used to me too, but we communicate differently. So, and they just recently bought a Tesla, and it was kind of funny, because they're like, yeah, he researched everything. And I said, that's good that he researched, and he researched that out of the electric cars, the Tesla's the best, because it's the original, of course. And I said, yeah, that's nice. I go, I like Tesla. I go, for the longest time, I really wanted a Tesla. And I said, now I've changed my mind. And she goes, yeah, what do you want? And I said, I really want one of those Mustang, the electric one, but I can't have an electric car, just because some of the remote areas I drive to, it's not equipped for electric cars just yet. So another couple of years before I actually consider getting just an electric car. Just because of where I travel out for real estate and stuff. I was like, no. I said, this is the one I really like, because when I was a kid, I was 19, my very first car was a Mustang, and I liked Mustangs, and this new Mustang, I don't know what the letters are, M something, came out, and I love the way it looks, and I'm sure it's really good. And she goes, so you like the way it looks? And I go, I know, it sounds like you're looking at a guy that's really good looking, and that's the only requirement. And I said, no, I'm sure it's a good car. It's Mustang, so I'm sure it's going to be good. It's not going to be shabby, but it's, might not, I don't know if it's exactly the same as Tesla or not. But it was like, so no research, you're not doing any research. And I go, no, I don't research. I just do. I don't research. I do very little research, or I rely on someone else's research, and I'll ask their opinion on that. And I usually ask I have some friends that one of my clients is a mechanic by trade. That's what he took when he, was a kid. And now he works as a contractor. So he knows a lot about cars. And he owns a messload of them himself, and other people, and my mechanic and people like that. And so, yeah, so it was like, yeah, Mustang's good. I like it. What do you mean? What do you mean I need to research? I'm not researching anything. But it was like, so you're just going to go buy a car because it looks good. You're not going to research what it's good. And I go, I'm sure it's good. Why wouldn't it be good? It's a Mustang. It was so funny having that conversation with her, because she too doesn't really, but she's got him to do all the research for her. So it's all good, but it's awesome. I love that. I love the differences with people, but the fact that it's really helped me to understand people has really helped me in general. And, from a lot of the people that I've worked with and that people have improved their relationships with their kids. Like my friend couldn't, she's actually a hardcore action, and her son is a K. And they didn't have much of a relationship for a very, very long time. And when she sort of went through the course and started doing all this, she's like, okay, now I understand him. Now I understand why he doesn't want to go out, because they're quieter. They're not partiers, And it's kind of funny because it's funny the way we humans, think. Like I always find the way we think, the way we look, the human brain fascinates the pants off of me. Like I just love it. It is one of the most fascinating things in the world. It's just amazing, and now I almost lost what I was going to say, but it was something about, what was I saying? Anyways,
You love
yeah, the K, and oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. Because my friend is more of a blueprint than I am. We're both real estate agents, and she's much more paperwork girl. She knows all the, and if I can't remember, oh, hey, I've never done this, I call her. Like she's almost like my broker. If my broker's not around, I'll call her. Hey, which paper do we need for this? What, she's just like that. So she's a lot quieter, and as she grew up, she was a lot quieter. Me, I was a huge partier. Well, not huge, like, oh my gosh, but yeah, huge, the way you're supposed to be at that time of your life. And so now I'm less apt to go to, certain places that I've already went to when I was 20. I'm like, okay, that interests me when I was 20. I got it out of my system. She did not. So it's funny because she'll say to me, she goes, you don't really like to party very much. And I'm like, my mother heard you. If my friends heard you. And then one of my friends was there. She goes, she was hardcore partier. She would dance on the tables. And I don't mean in some sexual way. I just mean in a fun, we were having fun way. My friend used to dance on the speakers and we just dance all night long. Like that's what we did. And she goes, you did not dance on the table. And I go, I sure did. And a lot, like not more than once, like for sure. I mean, lots more times. And it was dancing for like many years, so, but I got it out of my system. So I don't want to do what I did when I was 20, when I was 30, when I was 40. I want to, I don't mean that I want to act my age, because I most definitely do not act my age, right, Nikki? But
not even close.
So yeah, and I'm 62 and I'm going to be 63 in a few months. So people are like, what are you going to do when you retire? I'm like, retire? What's that? What's retirement? I might do one thing less. Not in 2 years though. That might be like when I'm 70 or something. I don't know. I might do more retreats and less something else. I really don't know. It just depends on how I feel. And I didn't know last year at this time, I decided I was going to do one of these every month. And I had no idea how this was going to look, if I was going to be tired of it, sick of it. No, I love it even more now. So now I want to continue doing it. But who knew? Like, I don't know, right? We'll see where the road takes me. That kind of thing. I don't dance on tables anymore, just bad knees, and climbing up on a table, not cool anymore. But I probably would if I could now.
But I think that your core personality in different circumstances stays the same.
Yeah.
You are in action.
Oh,
And
yeah.
yes, there are moments when the other things elevate because they I don't like the word need, but it serves you for those things to elevate. But
Right.
one of the things I found so powerful about this was the fact that just because you're different and you think differently to those around you doesn't mean there's anything wrong with you. I
No.
think after me and my vivacious friends had hung out with him for a while, my husband started thinking there was something wrong with him because he didn't want to party all the time. He wasn't noisy. He would rather sit and read his book. And you know what? For a while, I thought something was wrong with him. Like, why don't you want a party? And one thing I've learned through this is that everybody has their own style. And the slogan of Bank Code is make people matter. And it is so important. Think about the kids at school who think differently and are labeled geeks and become outcasts. And when we can start to recognize and value what they bring to the table, what a different environment and atmosphere we have that they can learn in and that we can receive in. My business would not survive without my K husband. You know, it just wouldn't. It's great to be a coach, it's great to be a speaker, but you need to have a balance of all those things. And he's teaching me those things, and I'm learning to understand those things more because it's a different style of thought processing. And I think that acceptance and understanding of other people is what makes the world go round.
It sure does. I love that we're all different. I think if we were all the same, life would be boring. And, you know, right now, the gentleman I'm seeing is also completely different from me. And I like it that way. You know, it's good. It's good that way. I think it's important that people are different and complement each other. But it's also works if you're the same, I suppose. It just works in a different way. I don't think that either one is right or wrong. It just depends on where you're at that moment. I don't think I've had anyone quite this different before in my life, and I'm really enjoying it. You know, and also I'm doing certain things in business different from what I thought, you know, they would be. And I love who I am. I love the way I am, and I'm okay with that, you know. And I'm as I get older, I'm respecting more of who I am, and I'm more excited about who I am. And I think that's probably the case with most of us as we get older, right? Like there's more and more personal development. For me, I had a rocky road in my life. It kind of started off a little rocky with a lot of, you know, abuse at home in my own household. And when I think about, gosh, how I used to feel as a kid and how I feel now is like, wow, what a big difference. I mean, you know, I've done well. And I think sometimes we have to give ourselves some
Yes.
kudos on what we've done. And so I think with that, it is now 3 o'clock. This is where I ideally like to end. I want to thank Nikki for helping me pretty much co-host, and especially in this particular segment, and also with the supplements, and also with just chatting. I mean, we did things a little different today, and I love this business of not reading bios. That's it. I think I'm done with reading bios. I really like this. It's so much more better. And is that a proper sentence? More better? It is now.
So much better.
I like it more better. I love all my guests. Oh my gosh, I love it. Please stay tuned. Come visit us again on December 13th. It's a Friday the 13th, which is my favorite. I was born on the 13th. It wasn't a Friday. It was a Tuesday when I was born, but I love the 13th. So that is December 13th. It is authentic leaders. We're going to end the year with authentic leaders. What's better than that? And for people interested, I do still have maybe 2 spots, one for sure in my book. The next book coming out in the series of Self-Empowerment Reset is Our Rocky Road to Inner Peace. How amazing is that? So come and join us. Nikki and I are both in the book, of course. And like I said, we have at least 1 more spot, maybe 2. I could probably squeeze out 2. There's some leeway there with the books. So thank you everyone for joining us. If you have any questions with Bank, with APL Go, with the supplements, with anything, the new product coming out, please connect with either myself or Nikki. And the book too, I mean, if you're closer to Nikki, you can ask her and connect her. She'll connect you to me. And that's it. I don't know what else to say to you other than thank you all so much for everything. I mean, we could talk about Bank for another hour, but we want to keep it not too much. I think if you talk too much about something, if you're super interested, come, we'll chat with you one-on-one. Thank you all so much for joining. Thank you, Nikki. Any final words, Nikki?
Just thank you, Marianne, for yet another amazing summit. And thank you for watching. Whether you're watching on the replay or you're watching live, you made an amazing decision to be here today, and make sure to tell other people to come to the next one. And have an amazing weekend.
When did you guys already have your Thanksgiving in the States?
Not yet. 28th.
28th. Okay, well, in between all of this will be the American Thanksgiving. So happy Thanksgiving to all my Americanos. And have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you.